chairing this session for this morning. We've got a panel of 4 members, 3 on stage and 1 online. I'm gonna start by asking our panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can start with our programs. Panelists, I'll just ask you to just introduce yourselves and just give a brief introduction of what you're bringing for us today. Thank you.
Sanbonani, good morning. How are you? Good. It's such an honor to be here. Every time I'm here, last year bengiza kubanda. So it's such a beautiful day. It is really an honor to be here. I work for the Center for Mental Wellness and Leadership, and we work in partnership with the Old Mutual Foundation on how to integrate work around trauma and mental wellness. I'm also a psychologist by training. I am really here to talk about why is it important that we prioritize mental wellness, especially for our artists. I mean, as I said it yesterday, Yuguti, our artists are the ones that will facilitate the healing and the rebuilding of this country. But if our artists are working right, then the whole country will not be. I really look forward to talk to you a little bit more about what I mean. Omangiti, it's critical because there's something unique about the psyche, yes, South Africa, that requires that additional responsibility of making sure that our artists are okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Holly Ray. I am a singer, songwriter, a record label owner. And yeah, you might know me from my songs Deeper and You. I won Record of the Year, first female in 20 years to win Record of the Year at the Summers. So yeah, I'm really passionate about being a female in a pretty male-dominated industry. And I think today what I really just want to chat about is mental health from a female perspective, but also from an artist, some of the challenges I've faced. I do suffer from depression and anxiety. So yeah, just sharing sort of like my journey, but also some of my coping mechanisms as an artist, some of the challenges I face. And I hope that that helps in a little way for you guys. I'm not a psychologist by any means, but I'm someone who lives with, mental illness from day to day and just trying to find coping mechanisms for it all the time. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thanks, Honey.
Hey, how's everyone doing? The name is Tando Nyameni, and I'm the managing director of the KwaZulu-Natal United Music Industry Association, also known as COMISA. You probably see the banners here as well. So I run an organization that deals with looking at the income and the value gaps of the music industry value chain. And the reason why we do this is because we found that there's so many gaps where artists actually find themselves entering into contracts that actually give them fame while the fortune remains behind. And what happens is, over time, they realize that the fame that they took on leaves them with a whole lot of depression because it doesn't pay their bills. We live in a fake it till you make it industry, and ultimately reality needs to kick in. So the organization assists musicians by first and foremost taking back their power, knowing what they're signing into, and also empowering them to stand on their own, because the industry has changed dramatically since the advent of the digital era that we're living in. So we try to get people to own up, because there's something I did where I just decided to Google music business quotes. I was so shocked to actually find that big artists like Erykah Badu, John Legend, everyone gets surprised. They say, I knew music and then I met the music business. So you understand what happens. So there's a whole lot that actually goes into meeting and understanding the dynamics of a music business or a creative industry business, irrespective of sector, because we're living in an era or in a space where the creative industry is not a regulated or formalized industry. There are no regulations. We're in a space where those who control, those who actually own the market are those who have access to resources, which ultimately means, as an artist who's trying to get in, who signs that contract of fame, we find ourselves in a space where we are signed into a contract that has no form of regulation. Perfect example, when COVID hit, we had some entities, upping their prices on essential products. And then we had the Competitions Commission come down on them and penalize them and give them, penalties for doing that. But in this industry, we've got no one who does that for artists because there's no regulation. So Kumisa is literally trying to help in spaces like that. So I wanted to maybe give an example, maybe a sense of who Kumisa is, what we try to do so that we can maybe deal ultimately with the issues that ultimately lead to depression. And it doesn't help that I'm a musician myself and I also come from depression as well. And I'm going to be vocal about it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, panel. We also are expecting to connect with our fourth panelist, Lauren van Gogh, but there's still issues with connection, so she will join us as we continue with our session. They say creatives are known to see things in color, and they are perceived as always having energy, full of energy, they're passionate, they're creative, and they're innovative. But what happens when you no longer see color, when everything else becomes dark, when you're experiencing creative block, where you feel like you're isolated, or you feel like you're in the wilderness? And Sister Mfundo, in your opinion, when a person experiences this, when a person is going through this, what exactly is happening with that person in terms of their mental health?
Ngiyabonga sisi. So allow me to go back a little bit, because I think you are touching something very important. Ukuthi xa kumnyama, xa ilifu elimnyama is over the artist. It's not just the artist eziba nobumnyama, it's the whole society. Because artists are the people who facilitate healing for a society. And that's why I had wanted to just first of all highlight the why of this work before we even look at the how and the symptoms, because I think that as a society, we don't understand why it's so important for artists to be able to do this work. Because unfortunately, most of you who are artists, when we see you immediately, we just see the light, we get excited. But I think the story that we don't say is that you are called to be artists in a broken and a wounded society. You are not called to be artists in another society. And this brokenness, it is at a personal level. You are going to work with people who are themselves broken. What happens when people are broken? They will suck the light out of you. 1 minute they bayakuthanda, the next minute they hate you. So unless I'm an artist, you understand that you don't get easily offended, you don't personalize things, you need to be able to connect to your light, because you will be working in a society that's broken. But also you are called to be artists in people who don't only carry that personal trauma, but in a society where there's deep family trauma, where even the people that you think love you don't even know how to support you, because our society was never trained to deal with light. They were never trained to deal with people who stand up and say, I've got a talent and I want to deal with it. So therefore, investing in your healing becomes critical. But it's not only that, sis. You are called, artists are working in a society that doesn't carry this trauma at a personal and family level. But I said yesterday that I do work on collective trauma. South Africa has a deep, deep collective trauma wound, which therefore means that at a collective level, and unfortunately access to social media has made it worse. It means that the intensity of the attacks towards artists in South Africa is much more intense, because a lot of people, when they judge you, when they praise you, they do it from their trauma. And because artists by nature, they feel the emotions intensely. So the likelihood is that you will absorb that. If you don't have the skills of saying, how do I not let other people's wounds bleed on me? Uzohamba ugcwele igazi, because people are bleeding on you. They don't have an outlet. You are the light that they see, and then they take it on you. And finally, Sisi, we also know that from the work here trauma, that the wound is also historical. We store trauma in our DNA. So some of you as young people, you come in as an artist and you don't even know why you have this, just this depression, this sense of being sad. But it's because you might carry in your DNA historical trauma that you bring in. I can't dangerous as giving somebody fame who is so broken and stores that trauma. So I just wanted to say that, because we contextualize that the most important work of artists, and I want to appeal to people who recruit artists, who support artists, that it is really irresponsible of us to throw people in the limelight in this wounded context without embedding in all our structures emotional and psychological support. It shouldn't be a luxury. It shouldn't be. It should be a must, because unfortunately these brilliant, amazing artists are in a society that is them too.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So it becomes a societal issue, and then it manifests from the people that we see every day on our TVs, our artists, but they're also human beings, and they receive this energy, and they have to now deal with this energy, which in most times is quite negative. You know, as I was just reviewing this whole issue of creatives, you know, the sad thing about creatives is they use their talent and skills to build a career and find fulfillment in it. And we all have realized that this is a very uncertain industry that comes with anxiety and stress, unlike other professions. For you, Holly, what has been your experience?
So I think for me, just to give you like a little bit of a brief history of like my mental health and an insight into that, I was first diagnosed with depression when I was about 19. And I went on to sort of like low dose antidepressants. But my entire sort of like childhood, I was bullied quite badly when I was in school because I was very different. I was this creative who was always trying to push the boundaries. I didn't fit into the boxes that, you know, the traditional school system creates. So I was bullied very badly as a child from, you know, throughout prep school and then into high school as well. So my mom sent me to see psychologists from quite a young age so that the sort of like issues didn't persist, and I didn't carry that into my adulthood. And then when I was 19, I was diagnosed with depression, put onto sort of like low dose antidepressants. And then at the age of, I think about 23, my depression progressed and I was diagnosed with clinical depression and put onto quite a hardcore antidepressant called Simgen. I'm sure you guys know it. And I just felt like I had medication being thrown at me and it just was not the right solution for me as a creative. The Simgen, the medication I was on, made me very numb. I found it even more difficult to create because my emotions were like this before, but now suddenly it was just like beep. You could be like, your mother passed away, and I'd be like, sharp. You won the lottery, sharp. I just had like no emotions and I could not create music. I could not, not just music, I'm an artist in every form. So I couldn't express myself, there was now no outlet for how I was feeling. And I felt completely numb, you know, as well. So after about a year of that, I decided I can't carry on like this. I feel like I've lost who I am. The solution is actually creating a bigger problem. So a psychiatrist put me onto the Simgen. I went to a psychologist who took me off of that and put me onto another sort of like a low dose antidepressant. And I just started trying to engage in healthier activities, exercising, being more in studio, surrounding myself with healthy people who make me feel a lot better about myself and my mental health as well. And then I'd released Deeper, and it was one of the biggest successes in my career. I was in a really good space mentally. I was doing my honors degree, and Deeper hit, and I exploded into the limelight, and I sunk into a depression again. And whenever I tell people, like, when I was at the peak and the top of my career, but I was depressed, people are like, why? You had everything. I was making lots of money, people loved me, I was touring, I was doing what I loved, but I was so depressed all the time, and I couldn't really enjoy what I was doing. And I think that had a lot to do with feeling like people always want something from you, and you're responsible for your own mental health, but also the mental health of the society around you. Music and what we do carries a responsibility. Your job or your expectation is to make people feel good. You know, your music is expected to make people feel good. When you walk into a room, people like, I love you so much, I look up to you, and they want a piece of that energy that you have. So you're constantly giving to those around you, but it's never being replenished. And so it can be like quite a dangerous space to be in. And it took me quite a long time to get out of that, and to find coping mechanisms to deal with that, and find healthy ways to replenish myself, to give, but also to replenish. And then COVID hit, and I sunk into a really bad depression again. Because now suddenly everything that I draw inspiration from, my connectivity to other people has been taken away. I couldn't create. I was staring at the same four walls, stuck in my house. I can't see my fans face to face. I can't perform in front of an audience and get the feedback that I need in order to build myself up. I'm just performing in front of cameras and, you know, Zoom meetings, and life suddenly becomes so isolated, and I sunk into quite a bad depression again. And combine that with the expectations I had. I needed to deliver an album, I had contractual things, but I don't have the inspiration to do that. So again, super depressed, and I developed really bad anxiety. I never suffered from anxiety before. In fact, I dealt with stress really well. My mom would always say to me, like, I wish I could, because my mom also has anxiety, so she'd always be like, I wish I could just be as calm as you. But I developed the worst anxiety to the point where I'd like be pacing, my heart would be racing, I couldn't sleep at night. It just like I was always stressed and anxious. And then I was put onto a low dose anti-anxiety, which really helped. And then also other sort of tools to cope, you know, like talking to people, some breathing exercises. There's a lot of things that really do help. And I've been managed to like sort of overcome that now with the world opening up, and day to day just feeling better, not as an artist, but just as a human, as a woman, as, you know, and then being able to transition into being an artist and feeling good mentally as an artist as well. So that's kind of like my journey with mental health and artistry, yeah.
Thank you, Holly. And I can imagine that again, when things are now opening up and you have to re-enter into a space of these energies again, that also comes with some sort of anxiety that, will they remember me? Do they still know who I am? Would I be able to give them what they need? Because in this space, you know, for you, it's, you're always pouring to us, the public. You're always giving and giving and giving. And what I appreciate about your story is in all that space you were going through, but you sought help. You were like, I need help. And mom was there to offer support, which sometimes in other communities, people don't know what's going on. It's like you possessed, or in other cultures. So thank you very much for sharing that story, and I will get back to you. Maybe before I can go to Uputando, I know Lauren is also now back online, and I would love for her to just and share what she's bringing for us in this session. Over to you, Lauren.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be able to be here, and I'm sorry I'm not there in real life. And thank you to the other panelists. Everybody seems really impressive. I work for an organization called the Visual Arts Network of South Africa, and we're a support agency for artists. So we're a membership-based organization. We have about 8,000 members across the country, and something that we picked up on in our programming, we try to be very responsive to artists' needs and see where we can support. And from about 2014, we started researching and looking into mental health conditions in the visual arts specifically. And this project built over the past few years. And finally, last year, we were able to launch a website and toolkit. That's quite a comprehensive tool for artists and also families of artists, kind of to see what resources are available and how you can help yourself and how you can help your loved ones. And while it's specifically for the visual arts, it translates to people and artists more generally as well. And so today I would like to share a bit of that. And yeah, our approach to it has also been to look at mental health as a journey. And we know that it's never one thing at one time, and kind of open up conversation about how it's multiple things and how we can help each other through it.
Great. Thank you very, very much, Lauren. And we're excited to hear more about this program. And I'm so happy that, this gap that has always been there has been identified, and there are initiatives that are being put into place to try and close this gap. Our creatives are supported. Utando, from your association, how would like to know if because the nature of this business, this industry, is like there's constant competition, and the creatives are constantly subject. And mostly they are also measured. Is it just the nature of the best that if you come in, you must expect this, or there are ways that can be open to try and support and change maybe this beast that appears to be very difficult for many creatives, because our creatives are not like that. They're free spirits, but the nature of this industry now, is putting them against each other. And is, what in your experience?
Wow. Thank you for saying that. I started off in my introduction by stating that I was so shocked when I was looking at the music business quotes. I literally just wanted a quote that I could add in my email signature, and the depressing quotes I saw from well-known people was very scary, because Erika, for one, not in her words, but she said that the music creation process is very spiritual and freeing. The music business is not. So everyone wants to do that, but when you talk about the beast, I think the beast is there because our industry is literally what I call a dome of the unknown, because there's a whole lot of unknown things, including the fact that a lot of people enter into a territory that they don't know. Because what we do know is what we get sold on TV and all that. And most of the time, what we see on TV is not true. the same person whose music video sees him driving a flashy car, living in a beautiful house, sometimes means that after all that's done, he goes into a taxi and he does a 4-4 in a taxi. And he can sit there and hear people saying, is that him? Why is he here? Should he get better? Things ain't going well. And he hears this. If it's not in a taxi, it's in social media. Because everyone has an opinion. And that's why when we talk to people, we talk about mental health, but we also say, hey, can we also talk to each other and just maybe be kinder to each other, because we don't know where we come from. Right? Fulusiswam talked about historic issues that one comes into, and then they get into this beast called fame. This beast called fame that has no fortune, mind you, they usually find out later in their careers that angnamal. And it starts trickling in. So this beast called fame is now multiplied by another beast called, fatigue, because at times you've got to do 3 shows in one night or 4 shows. How easy is that for an artist? How glitzy is that in a glitzy and glamorous industry? Not very glitzy, is it? You've got to do 3 shows over 3 days in a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you're doing 3, that's 9 shows in 3 days, sometimes. So the bigger you are, people will think of you in a different way. I want people to know, if we've got up and coming artists, we want you to know what environment you're coming into. So you've got 3 shows, and remember, in each of those shows, there are different dynamics. There are audiences who have different energies. You've got to control those energies and take them on you. By the time you are done, I don't care how much money you made. In fact, let me tell you now, you won't even care how much money you made, because you just want to shut down. Then your body, the biological side of things starts kicking in, and you realize that when it's time to sleep, you can't sleep. So what do you resort to? Sleeping tablets. Exactly. If it's not sleeping tablets, maybe they stop working. So you start resorting to substance abuse. Okay, that's not working. You keep quiet because people have these expectations over you. And let me tell you now, and Holly, probably you can correct me, but with men, it's even worse because men don't even know how to communicate. So they don't seek the help. I would rather just go to the side and just feed this beast. And when people talk about me, because we are in a competitive world, we're talking about that beast. So already I'm on defensive mode, I'm ready to fight, and these coping mechanisms I'm using are also kind of helping me to fight back. And usually I fight in a way that I'm gonna regret later, and when regret comes, boom, another depression kicks in. So I'm talking different elements of depression, and you will note that I didn't even say there's no money. It's not even a financial thing. It's a host of different things. Add to that, you went into it a broken person, and you'd never dealt with that brokenness. So society as well, fans, social media, how they interact with artists, they see the glitz, they see the surface, but they don't know what's going deep down inside. So it's really a lot. I will tell you now, for some men as well, they keep quiet, they counting things, 1, 2, 3. By the time they are on to 100 with things piling up, they're exploding. Suicide, GBV, many other things. So there's a lot of things that are happening, which is why we feel like we need to educate people to know what they're going into, prepare them mentally, and then not only that, but also try and educate our audiences as well to say, know the truth about this industry we're in, and know that we bleed as people. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Yes, Thank you, Tando. That's why I feel System Fundo keeps on mentioning that we are a tribe. And System Fundo, responding to what Uputando has just said, what do you think can be done? Because I don't want us to say we can't do anything. There should be something that we can do to support.
No, thank you very much. And I want to thank Ohole no Tando, because I think when you begin to have people like you are the change agents, being vulnerable and sharing your story, give other people permission to also share their story. And what is emerging for me from both of your stories that you've shared so powerfully, and I'm just hoping that, this conversation moves from being cerebral. I really would like it to cut to the soul, especially, I can see all these young people here. I'm even tempted to stand. Can I stand up? Sorry, this is something that is so close to my heart. And I want to look you in the eye, because I want you to understand that your most important work is not as much the music or the business. That is, you are born with it, is in you. Your most important work is to work on yourself. Your mental wellness is not a luxury. So from what Hole is saying, she's telling us how from when she was a child, because when you decide to believe in your gift, you become different. And it is that uniqueness that will make you successful. But it is the very same uniqueness that will make you back attack. And as Usisinto said, abanye bethu sino mama no baba who are broken. So we didn't have mothers who said, let's go get an antidepressant. We had to survive by ourselves. Again, your most important work. Please, guys, lento yokuthi counseling, it's a Western thing. We don't want to lose another young person because of their light, because of their brightness, because they dared to be courageous enough to stand up and say, I am going to be me. Uputi has just told us that not only do you guys face a trauma from when you are young because you are unique, but the industry, I like what you said, the beast itself, le light le nifunayo, and you will get it because you are gifted. If you are not connected to yourself, if you are not healed, if you haven't dealt with your trauma, it will destroy you, as Uputando had said. And I would like to appeal to people who work with artists. The first thing that we need to do, when you do a budget, in my organization, I don't work with artists, I work with managers. I tell everyone who funds my organization, it is irresponsible of me to make any person a leader in South Africa and not ensure that they have coaching and that they work on themselves. Because they will destroy themselves and they will destroy the people they work with. It is irresponsible for us as South Africa to throw these artists, make them the limelight, yet we do not focus on them. Because when the artists bangena in a dark place, they pull the whole society with them. Because we need artists to heal. COVID has destroyed South Africa, but the healing yes, South Africa will come from the healing Yama artist. I'm sorry, sis, I needed to stand up because it's something very close to my heart. So work on yourself, heal, find a tribe. Have one or two people where ungatim fair to kumoshagele, I am not okay, I need help. Hole has talked about some of the things. Talk. Young men, patriarchy as South Africa has robbed you. I think we need a conversation to say sorry to our young men. My son is 20 and I look at it. We didn't train them to talk about their emotions or feelings. So find a space where you can talk about your emotion. But please, pick up a phone, reach out. There's Lifeline, there's a psychologist, work on yourself. We have a session out there, the Mental Resilience Circle. That's where you can start now at 10 o'clock. Go there. We are just going to help you to learn how to deal with your emotions. So there's a whole lot of lists. We can go to self-help books. There's a lot of lists that we can do. But my appeal was just to say, you cannot not work on yourself. Because you will suffer, but the people you love are going to suffer. When you've got families, when you've got children, Tina, blame with social media, but the people that will suffer the most are those that you love. So go for counseling, ask for help. Talk to your mfundisi if you have a mfundisi. Talk to an adult. Don't suffer alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Mfundo. Maybe just to bring in Laura. Lauren quickly. Lauren, you know, in this industry where, you know, the lifespan, there's uncertainty around the lifespan of an artist. You know, how long will I last in this industry? This industry has got a way of purging people. And you never know how you'll do in your next audition. There's self-doubt, there's self-esteem issues, there's lack of confidence, there's feeling overwhelmed. How do you find balance, Lauren, if you can still hear me? Like, what kind of support can your organization offer these lovely people who bring so much joy in our hearts, but who are literally falling apart in your organization? What is available? Maybe Lauren is disconnected, or maybe I can ask any of the colleagues. Butando.
Okay, please just say the question again.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a lot of uncertainty in this industry. You know, people go in, but you don't know how long you will last. You know,
Right.
will I ever get another gig? You know, and there's a lot of self-doubt. There's a lot of low self-esteem, lack of confidence
Yeah.
because of rejections.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes people feel overwhelmed, as you rightfully said, long hours, you know. How do we find balance? System Fund will also come in there. What kind of support practical support that we can offer these people? Do we maybe, before a person comes in, have sessions where we prepare them that this is what you're bringing yourself in without scaring them and without dimming their light as well? What does the industry need from
I think, in essence, and this is what Komisa has started embracing now, where we actually prepare people, because most times when they go into the music industry, there's an expectation that I need to be signed first, not knowing or understanding that I could be one day like Holly and stand independently, you know? And maybe some might think Holly had it easy because she's now standing independently, but thankfully, I think I met you in your very early ages. 13 years old when I met Holly. She was this young girl who had a guitar in her hand and was singing her soul away. But every time that she sang, you could see that people are receiving her, but they needed to hustle. It was a depressing period, but a fulfilling one at that, because she got to do what she wanted to do, what she loved to do. But at the end of the day, she got introduced into the politics and the dynamics of the industry at a very young age. So you see her now, trust me, she went through the fire to get to where she is. So people usually see the end product and think, yeah, that's what it is. No, there's a lot of work that goes beyond. For a tree to be as tall as whatever, there has to be roots, and they take years to grow. You know what I mean? So we've got to find ways of preparing people for independence, or even preparing them for being signed, because there's this understanding that, or maybe this perception that, if I go for a deal, I've got a great product, I'm a great singer, I'm an artist, I'm whatever, and someone sees me and they want to sign me, it's because no, they don't like you. It's a business deal. They see money out of you. They want to make money. So I keep telling people, when you're sitting in that negotiation table, you need to look at yourself not as Tando the artist, but Tando the businessman. And you're asking the person that you're signing into an agreement with, you're saying, tell me, where are your income streams going to come from this body called Tando? Where's your money coming from? They tell you. So where's my money coming from? Please tell me where my income streams will come from, what they will be, and when we start getting them. Can we sign into that? It's that simple, you know? And the best part is when we get them to understand things like that, we say, come to Komisa, we'll help you with your contracts, we'll go through them, we'll walk you through. Thankfully, the Department of Economic Development funds us to do that, so we won't charge you a cent just to be able to do that. Trying to prepare you for the industry, because it isn't all glitz and glam. There is that aspect, but it's literally just to promote and market you as a brand. But the rest of it is very, very difficult. So we need to prepare people, and not just prepare them just for the business side of things, but prepare them for the mental side of it, because the dynamics and the politics in an industry, obviously all sectors have that, but try a sector that is so unregulated, so unprofessionalized, so informalized. In fact, just probably 2-3 weeks ago, we were in a program where we had someone from government, and we were saying, can you tell us, what are you doing for music SMMEs? Because ultimately they are businesses, and then it started a conversation that started saying, currently, law looks at musicians as informal traders, so I might as well be a street vendor. So there's nothing that protects me. So in that situation, how do we prepare them? So we want to talk to them and make sure that they know what they're getting themselves into.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Putando. Going back to Lauren. Lauren, how do we find balance between the physical wellness and the mental wellness in this industry that is so uncertain but so fulfilling at the same time?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience with this technology. From my side, as an organization, we have picked up on all sorts of kind of issues that artists are dealing with, and a lot of our work besides this project is looking at how to make conditions better for artists. So similar to what Tando is talking about, we are lobbying governments, and we're working on ways to get artists recognized and appreciated and taken care of. So our resources that we've created for now is, I'm not sure if you can see my screen, we have set up a website called Take Care. So you can find it at vanzatake.care. And what this is essentially is a conversation and bringing a lot of issues to the front of our minds. We've interviewed different artists, and we have 2 podcast series. So we're also looking at ways to support younger artists where there's very little regulation, there's very little support. So in these podcasts, different artists that we've interviewed talk to their experiences. So maybe there's no formal way of knowing these things, but through conversations and through sharing stories, we believe that we can start to create better access for all artists to find ways to take care of themselves. One last thing I'll maybe show you is we've also developed a toolkit, and this is a starting point, and it's something that we hope to keep working with and engaging people on. The toolkit looks at mental health in different ways. So it's looking at what's happening. We divide it into sections. I'll give some examples, but there's things like the sections we've created are things like what is happening to me, what is happening to my loved one, what can I do about mental health challenges, what can I expect the process to be like. And it's just essentially this big document that you can tap into and use what information is best suited to you at the time. I think that, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lauren. You know, what I picked up from her presentation is everybody has a story to tell. And when you have a story to tell, it helps when there is someone out there who's willing to listen and hear your story. You know, Holly mentioned something that was very crucial, that's very close to my heart. She said, you know, she realized that she had to go somewhere and get help. A lot of people don't know where to go when they need help. Some people don't even know that they need help. So, and another challenge that we're experiencing, System Fund, is that, these mental health practitioners, it can be a very expensive service. So already you are broke, you don't have money, and you can feel that you're not well, and then boom, you have to see a psychologist is going to charge you 1,600 per session. So now it becomes an issue that we need to have the agency to say, let's have this organization and let's expose our creatives to this organization so that they know that if I'm not well, at least there is a number I can call, or there's somebody I can contact and get support. Like, for example, your organization, it deals with trauma. And believe me, everybody has a trauma experience. You know, a lot of people think you'll be traumatized if you've experienced maybe act. But sometimes even experiences from how we're socialized, how we grew up, is traumatic, and it teases a certain trauma response from us. So I always say we can also be our brother's keepers as artists ourselves. You know, I know the nature of this industry is we're competing against each other. You know, I got more likes, but again, let's try and be our brothers and sisters keepers. When you see that your fellow creative is not well, reach out. But this session was just an introduction of things that are coming and things that are available for all of us who are creatives to tap into when they feel like they are not coping, when they feel like they are falling apart, when they feel overwhelmed. And remember, we all go through it. I always share that. Putsando shared that at some point he also experienced depression. Holly did tell us, I'm a clinical psychologist, and at some point I was also depressed. You know, so nobody is immune to it because, you know, behind our careers, we're also human beings with life stories to tell, and we all run a risk of undergoing some sort of mental illness. So thank you very much, Holly, for sharing your story with us. You know, I was going through social media the other day, and they said the people of today, they are sad people with the most beautiful pictures. And I think we need to change that. You know, rather have an ugly picture, but be happy inside and feel safe inside. So, team panelists, thank you very much for sharing your stories with us and for opening this door that has got a huge stigma. You know, nobody wants to talk about, because it's seen as a sign of weakness and you don't want to expose yourself. But if we all openly talk about it, then people will see that actually, what Butando said, or what Holly said, what Sisnomfundo said, or Sisnoktula said, I've also gone through it, and let me go and visit the circle, this counseling circle that is happening. It's happening, it's here. The service is here, as Sisnomfundo said. So please, if you need, they run parallel. There are groups, they've got 2 groups a day. There's one group that's going to start now at 10. It runs for 1.5 hours.
Thank you, sister. So we already have from 10 o'clock until 12:30, mental resilience circles in room 2B, please. Just to say that, because we want to keep it a safe space, unfortunately, once you are in, we can't come in and out, but you can join you can come 2-3 times in any group because there's always something to learn. So we have the group from 10 until 12:30. Then we have another one from 2. Is it 2, 2:30? So 2:30, yes. The other one is from 2:30. Please invite your friends, ask people to come. If people have got problem with transport, we can make a negotiation. We know there are people who really wanted to be here, but they didn't have money for transport. We can organize something. We just want them to come and receive this service. So thanks.
Thank you very much again, Putsando. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. Holly, thank you so much for sharing yourself with us. We love you very much. Sister Mfundo, thank you very much. And Lauren, thank you again. for supporting us in this session and for the wonderful work that you're doing your side. The session will end now, and just one announcement. At 10, we're having snacks at the back where we had our snacks yesterday. So you can go there, and then remember, the mental resilience group are running parallel to these sessions. So at any time when you feel you need to go and attend, you are most welcome to go that side. And please continue to take care of yourself.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
add one thing, very quick, for everyone here, for their benefit? If we've got local KZN musicians in particular, since we focus on that, for a long-term period, we have approached the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, SADC, so that we create a program for musicians with them in the province, so that anyone who has a problem of any kind, even if it's not music related, in this anything, you want to talk to somebody, you can just come to us, come to our stand, take our contacts, visit our office, let's talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissar. Thank you again. Thank you very much, panelists.
ayizukhuluma lapho. All right. Sengaqala. Uzolokhu uqhubeka ungibuza noma ngikhulume nje ngize ngiqede? Ebalulekile yini?
Kubalulekile ukuthi usitshele like ama-methods owasebenzisayo okwenzela ukuhamba and why do you choose the methods over like the more modern one?
Okay.
Yeah, and what you yini ekulethe la ukumisa and yini othemba sengathi ukuthi kungenzeka after kuba khona wakho la.
Hayi, ngicabanga ukuthi engizokusho kuzokhava. Yeah. Esingaqala? Ngingaqala? Izwakala? Igama lami uMabuso kaNtuli, ngihlala eLovu, ngisebenzela khona. Ngenza umsebenzi wezandla, ngenza iy'nkamba ey'hlukene. Ezinye ezotshwala, ezinye akuzona ezotshwala. Ngisebenzisa i-material ehlukene. Kuya ngokuthi ngizokwenza ukuhamba lwani ngaleso sikhathi. Khona ezimhlophe njengoba ubona la, khona engekho mhlophe. So kuya ngokuthi yini engenza ngaleso sikhathi. Isikhathi esiningi ngisebenzisa i-technique yokukhoyila. Into eyenza ukuthi ngikhoyile isikhathi esiningi ukuthi ngikwazi ukusebenza noma ikuphi noma inini ngoba angidingi umshini, angidingi izinto ey'nkulu. Uma ngabe ngiphethe i-toolbox wami, ngiphethe amathuluzi ami, ngiyakwazi ukusebenza noma ikuphi noma inini noma kanjani. Ikhona-ke ngikhetha ukusebenza ngezandla ngikhoyile. Isikhathi esiningi uma ngabe ngishisa sengidevelophe i-technique yami. Angisasebenzisi i-kiln ngoba abantu abaningi besebenzisa isitofu. Sengiyifundisa iminyaka eminingi so sengiyakwazi ukuthi ngishise ngendlela yami entsha ukuthi ngifake edramini, ngifake umlilo ngaphansi, ngifake nasokhambeni olukhulu, ngifake iy'nkamba zonke phakathi. Ngisebenzisa ama-hour athize engiwacuphile ebese kuyasha. Kusho njengoba kusuke kusha ko-kiln kodwa akusiyona i-kiln. Shuthi yindlela nami entsha engiyifundise yona yokushisa. Njengoba ngila namhlanje nginethemba lokuthi umsebenzi wami uzobonakala, uzobonwa abantu abaningi, ngithole i-exposure nokuthi ekugcineni ithuba lokuthi nginetwork futhi ngiyanetworka nginetworkile. Ngiyalibonga leli thuba kakhulu.
Sesokuhlanganisa nodwa kwayizona.
Okay, into ngiphethe i-laptop anginayo i-USB. Ngikwazi ukufakela khona.
Angazi noma bhekulayo. Yeah.
Angazi uzongishalela kanjani.
I'll just find out.
Yonke into phela.
Oh, okay. Because ngirekhodile so ngicabanga ukuthi uma ukuthi yano angazi ngizobuza ngizokuthinta kodwa. Sure.
Do better. When Igama lami nguJabu Sipika from Flat Food Dance Company. Ngithi asamnamukele namhlanje ukuthi nizobhiyoza kanye nathi nithokozele lolu suku kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Ngicela wonke umuntu anganyakazi ningasuki ningowomela amanzi ngizowabona after.
Away. delving deep into the area of the future. New media, 4IR, and it's really sketching the landscape of where the industry is, what are the innovations, what do we have to look forward to. So I'd really urge you to come forward, come and listen, participate in the discussion. We have a wonderful and dynamic panel that's really here to share some insights on this topic. You know, leading experts in the media space, film and television. And for those of you who are in the industry, aspiring to grow within the industry, I think this is a session that you're going to enjoy enormously, and also just learn quite a lot from the experience. My name is Jackie Motsipe. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. We're based here in Durban in Musgrave, and we're very much involved in developing the industry in the province, developing projects, and working on skills development programs. So I'll just start then by introducing the panel to you. We have Mr. Pritesh Suraj. He is the CEO of the Lories, and we're very happy to have him here. He's come to Durban, really just to share his wisdom with us. As some of you will know, we actually hosted the Lories here for a number of years, and it was wonderful having the Lories in Durban, and you know, hopefully that's something that we can engage on in future going forward. So you're very welcome. Then we have Mr. Bob Perfect. He was a 2019 winner of the Durban Creative Arts Best Podcast and a Creative Almost Perfect Podcast. He's Durban-based. Very, very happy to have him here. Very happy looking forward to hearing his insights also on this topic. We also have Mr. Monde Twala. He's the Senior Vice President and General Manager at Viacom CBS and CBS Network Africa. Welcome, Monde. Very happy to have you here.
Good to be here.
Wonderful. Finally, we have Mrs. Gugu Zuma Ngube, co-founder of Stained Glass TV. So all the wonderful series you're seeing in Uzalo on television that are produced out of Durban, you know, Durban Gen, to mention just a couple of projects, long-running series that are on our television screens, come out of Stained Glass, and Gugu is a co-founder of the organization. So we're going to kick off with a presentation from Mr. Twala. He's going to give us a PowerPoint presentation, talk us through that, and then we'll kick off the discussions with the panel. Thank you, Monde.
Great. Sanibonani. I'm going to ask the team at the back just to put the PowerPoint up, please. Great. I know Jackie introduced me as as Viacom CBS. So let me give context why you see Paramount Africa Networks on screen. Viacom CBS, or Viacom and CBS merged as one company, and this is hot off the press. We are now Paramount, branded Paramount, as of a few weeks ago, and this is really just part of our global strategy to consolidate the business. If you see what's happening across the world, streaming, linear, digital convergence is really a reality. Fragmentation is a reality. As part of our future-proofing approach, and you know, as a global company that is almost in every country in the world, and delivering entertainment platforms, etc. I think that inspired the idea of Paramount Networks. I will ask you to go to the next slide, and please roll the video, just to give a sense of the question that was asked in part of my presentation, or question that was asked was, you know, how do we inspire creativity in a safe space? How do we create a safe space for creativity and partnership? So I'm going to try and tell that and answer that question the long way around through a presentation, and then we can have a discussion after that. So sound guys, please go to the next slide and roll the video, please. Audio, please.
Cradle and nurture it. Get it dressed up, get it moving, and they still ask, who got next? Forget the world. Let's talk about the universe. You can inspire kings by letting the queens lead. Lead your prosperity, your people, your perspective. You could birth the first Black American president, grow visionaries that shape the future, and they'll still ask, who got next? Africa got next. We had the past, we got the present, and we got next. We got gold, diamonds, and we keep going platinum. We got the oldest education and the youngest population. Man, other economies could only dream of growing this fast. So who got next? Africa. And that's facts. Happy Africa Day.
I wanted to kick it off with that short video that really, if you go to the next slide, a short video that really drives, I think, as a business and also as a sentiment and also a business strategy is really the reality that it is Africa's time to shine. Africa's got amazing, amazing landscapes. Africa's got amazing stories to tell that are still even new and fresh to the world, and I think that's something that should be, as practitioners and aspirant, producers, writers, creatives in this industry. I think that's something that we have to, hold dear to us, because I think that the opportunity is now. This is the time for Africa to shine. I always when I talk to my international colleagues, I always, pop this slide up, because I think if you look at just South Africa on its own, we've got amazing locations, we've got great weather. I mean, look at Durban as a destination, and a film destination has done well. You look at Cape Town, you look at the amazing landscapes we have, and I think, we also have probably some of the top crews in the world, and we've also got great partners, like the Film Commission. We've got the DTI, who are really, doing their best to also inspire, the market and provide incentives that can give young creatives and young aspirant producers an opportunity to actually be part of the full ecosystem without, and provide the resources. So keep going, my brother, into the next slide. And that's really something that, from a Paramount Africa perspective, that's something that we are really focused on investing, focused on being part of this journey that really elevates and unleashes the power of content. Content is a powerful tool. I've got some of my colleagues on the other side from Showtime, CBS, who are also here with me today, and we were talking about the power of content and how you can use content to impact young people. Content talks to heritage, it talks to culture, not only just entertainment. I think a lot of my colleagues who've been in the industry for years will know that, even, Africans don't watch content for pure entertainment. Content is edutainment. It's a form of education. It's a form of exposure. And that's how seriously we take this business and try and really collaborate and through partnerships and innovation. If you move on to the next slide, please. Next one. So just briefly, just to kind of explain how we are set up, because I know we always, we've been in the market as a business for the last 17 years. Our brands, which are commonly known in the market, from BET, MTV, MTV Base, Comedy Central, Nick, the Nickelodeon brands, those are the brands that are more public-facing, that consumers watch, and how we've done it really, over the 17 years is we've really done it through partnerships. I definitely believe that, if you look at the list of shows that we've done, from reality shows to dramas, telenovelas, a couple of years ago we did an ambitious project which was hard to put together, because I think as Africans, and I'm talking about the Lebo Mathosa biopic, which is a big strategy for us and it's a legacy project for us we need to tell our own stories, and we need to tell our own stories from an African perspective. So that's how we got to the Lebo Mathosa story. It's a story for another day, but we really look across multiple genres. We look across multiple formats. We also bring our global formats. So we've got, for example, you all know the Roast. That's a global format. Guy Code is a global format, and we will continue to bring in global formats into the market so that we make sure that we can also use our international leverage and exposure to really grow the space. If you move to the next slide, I do think that it's quite important to note that part of this process of aggregating content and partnering with producers, etc. It's not an easy process. I'm always asked, how do we pitch? I always say to people, just give me an elevator pitch, but you need to emphasize your USP because there's lots of ideas out there. But to bring ideas to life, there's a whole ecosystem that works, and there's the business side of ideas and how to bring them to life. And so I always say to people, please just give me an elevator pitch, but really express your USP uniquely, because there might be someone else with a similar idea. But I think in creating that safe space, which is the question, it's really about being clear about your content in terms of the target market. Who are you addressing? Being focused on that, being focused on obviously how you plan. What's the deliverable from an ROI perspective is also very important, because everything, the industry is not about fun and games. The industry is actually needs to be self-sustained, and that means we need to attract investment, etc. Please go to the next slide. Which then brings me to this point, which is ultimately it's about being connected to the viewers, being connected to what they want, and being agile in making sure that you package it and keep it focused in terms of make it targeted, and it must resonate with audiences. But also content and ideation also means you must be bold and brave. There's sometimes, and I've known people who've pitched for, I think we had a conversation last night about how difficult it is sometimes to pitch. You can pitch and pitch and pitch and pitch and not necessarily get to the project. But if you're bold and you believe in your idea, you will then collaborate, and you will bring and surround yourself with people in the industry who are able to then support you in coming up with different formats. Keep it moving with the slides, my brother. Next slide. So it's really down to innovation, creativity, and partnership. You know, I think that for me, that's what unlocks ROI. That's what unlocks the ecosystem, and that's something that as Viacom we definitely Viacom Paramount. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to my new brand. As Paramount Africa, really for us, we committed. You know, over the 17 years, this is what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to bring innovation, bring creativity and partnerships. You know, we've worked with the Film Commission on a few projects. You know, we did Gom Nation, which was about what was a dance format. Which also as a format now, you know, we're trying to roll it out in the rest of the continent, especially in Nigeria, where music and dance culture is popping. And also, you know, our formats, our scripts. You know, we just recently did Isono, which is our first ever telenovela on BET last year. It's already airing in France. It's the top performing program on BET France. And these are the opportunities that we really want to bring, and that's our USP that we bring. We're not trying to be local broadcasters. We're a global player. And I think we want to really position ourselves as that pipeline for African storytelling to the world. That's really where ambition is. If you can move into the next slide. Move on to the next slide. Keep it moving. So just to showcase how we've been doing it, how we've been taking African storytelling to the world, you know, it's through these kind of formats, you know, bold formats, bringing in international formats. Ghosted is an international format, MTV format that we brought into the country. It talks to youth culture, pop culture, and I strongly believe that if you actually focus on youth culture, pop culture, that's how, because technology has allowed us to you know, it's created a very small world for us. You know, and I'm glad that some of these formats, MTV Sugar is a big format that we do. We've done MTV Sugar over the last 15 years, starting in Kenya, doing two series in South Africa and one in Nigeria. Plans for next year, we're doing it. If you just look at these two young boys, Major League. They're now traveling the world, taking Amapiano to the world. They're performing all over the world. And it's really because we find the talent, we collaborate with the talent, and make sure that we're able to create value. You look at Folkalistic, you look at Afrobeats, you know, Afrobeats has traveled the world, and we want to make sure that we can continue to collaborate. Move on to the next slide, my brother. You can keep the next slides very quick and punchy. I spoke about Isono going to France. In fact, we are even now talking about a deal in Brazil, which then is a great exposure for our talent. You know, Black Tax is our sitcom that we did 2 seasons now in partnership with Showmax. You know, the roast. You know, we've done the roast. We've done. I mean, you look at how big Tuso Bedu is now. You know, she recently, you know, won big awards. She started on MTV Sugar. You know, that's her first break as an actress. You look at Trevor. Trevor started out with us doing stand-up comedy. Now he does the Daily Show. So there's a host of amazing opportunities, and we're really open for business to make sure that, you know, we are constantly evolving and changing the space and impacting the space positively. Move on to the next slide. And I think what, you know, in closing, you know, I just want to say, you know, for me, this is what it's about. You know, we have to realize that in this industry, you're as good as you're as good as your last broadcast. You're as good as your last project. And if you approach it that way, you will always thrive to drive excellence. And the space is forever changing. Trends are changing all the time. And that's something that I think we at Paramount are really proud of. We are brave, we are bold at challenging the norm and doing things differently. And I think, you know, the future for Paramount and all our partners, you know, on the continent. I mean, you know, I work across Kenya, I work across Nigeria. You know, I was having a conversation earlier about animation, and we need to get into the animation space and unlock it. You know, a lot of brown kids on the continent want to see themselves on television. They want to see their culture on Nickelodeon. That's my pressure. That's my pressure is to bring that to life, and that's a great big ambition that I'm already working hard to do. But really, for me, I'm open to ideas, open for business, open to collaborate and partnerships. We're never going to do this on our own. We can only do it with partners and new ideas. New ideas don't come from me. Actually, I'm not a idea guy. I know I started off in the creative side. I'm a business guy now, and I try and make everything must make sense. But you know, ideas come from you guys. You are the next generation that's going to take it forward. You know, some of us who've been in the industry for a while, you know, we're trying to really impart and guide and work on models. And the models are changing every single day because the market is changing, because technology is changing. The world is converged. You know, today you don't think about a single idea. You think about how your idea works and operates across multiple platforms. You know, so now you're hearing people going, I've got a linear TV channel, I'm doing a series, and it's got a YouTube version, it's got an Instagram version. That's the game, guys. Convergence is real. Platforms are real. You got Netflix, Amazon, you've got Pluto coming, you've got Paramount Plus coming, you've got all these new digital platforms that are coming, and it's an amazing opportunity for content distribution. Content distribution is really now a space where 10 years ago, you could only go to a broadcaster and go, hey, hello, SABC, I've got an idea. Now you don't even have to go to SABC. Now there's this thing called user-generated content. Everyone's got a YouTube TV channel that you can monetize, that you can build a business model without even going to mainstream broadcasters. But everything's converging, and that's our business. We've got different pillars to our business. We've even got events in terms of our business. We do the Mamas, we do Africa Day benefit concert that I'm working on now for May. We do BT Awards, Soul Train Awards, VMAs, EMAs. We're also an events business where we actually do, you know, we've just finished at the Dubai Expo. We just did an Africa celebration in partnership with the Africa Union concert, which was a hit. They want us to now go with them to Japan in the next expo, which is going to Japan in a couple of years' time, another 4 years' time. So I mean, I think that's us. You know, I just wanted to really just share the impact that we want to really generate. This is a very interesting slide, guys, because I think it just brings it all together in terms of what I was saying, that this is convergence. You know, this is amazing. If you look over time, you know, what technology is enabled, you know, and this talks to the multiple platforms you now have as a creative and as a content creator to put your ideas out there, you know, to lobby your ideas, to you can go to Netflix, YouTube, you know, and all these new players are coming into the market because they actually realize it's Africa's time. It is Africa's time. You know, we have unique stories, we have amazing legacy, heritage, etc. And really, you know, this slide talks to the business model in terms of just, I think, where the value chain is, you know, and how we look at making sure that we create amazing hot content that delivers eyeballs and drives viewers across multiple platforms, across multiple territories, which then talks to your rights management, you know, managing your rights. You know, now you can sell a show you can produce a show in South Africa, sell it to Nigeria, sell it to Brazil, Europe, because honestly, it's Africa's time now. And yeah, that's it. I'm sure we'll take questions and continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monde, from Paramount Africa. Thank you so much. That's breaking news for us here at Kwande Fest. Congratulations on that new initiative. You know, it's good to hear that we have Paramount Africa now in South Africa, but also on the continent. Thank you for that presentation. I think it was also definitely enlightening, you know, to hear directly from Paramount, you know, what their plans are, where they're positioned, how you can actually access Paramount. I think Monde, you know, gave very good pointers on how you can pitch, you know, to the platform, to Paramount. So they are here, they are in the country, they are resident, and really quite accessible to us, and looking for ideas, concepts, you know, tell us what is the unique selling point. I think that's the differentiator, because there are a lot of ideas out there, a lot of similar ideas, but what is it about your idea that makes it unique? Package that, and the opportunities are out there. So thank you so much, Monde, for that presentation. I was also very excited to see, obviously, the slide on film and the potential, you know, of film really just contextualized in one slide, and really showing the offering and the opportunity that we have here in South Africa, and how we are such a strong destination for film. So thank you so much. I'm going to move over now to Mr. Pritesh Suraj from the Luries, really just to take us into the advertising space. You know, what are the exciting opportunities in advertising when it comes to innovation, and what is it that you can really share with us on this topic? Thanks, Suraj.
Thank you so much. There we go, that one works. Thanks, Monde. I decided to take a little bit of a different approach, and I went, when we're discussing media and we're discussing new age media, to have a look and go, you know, what is the oldest form of media? And the oldest form of media really is storytelling. That's how it all started. Media started with the ability to tell stories that resonated with people. So today I decided, if we're discussing new age media, I'm going to use storytelling, the oldest form of media, to basically explain the developments that we're having in its newest iteration right now. So I'm going to share a few stories really, really quickly. And that's all I'm going to do, is tell you a few stories from my life, from my experiences, just to demonstrate where we are right now. And I think the first story is about when I was 13 years old. When I was 13 years old, my teacher told me that if I wrote an article, and there was this section in the newspaper where we could write an article and the teacher would submit it and you could get it published. Now, as a 13-year-old, many years ago, that was one of the most exciting thoughts in my life whatsoever, that I could write an article and it would be in the newspaper. So I thought about it, I wrote it, I gave it to my teacher, and then I waited, and we went 2 weeks from this. When I submitted to my teacher, it should probably be in the newspaper. And I went out and I got my dad to buy this newspaper, and I opened it and I scoured every single section, and it was not there. Nowhere to be seen. And I never knew what happened to that article. To this day, I have no idea what happened to it. I don't know whether, one, maybe the teacher didn't submit it. It could be possible. I don't know if he maybe did submit it to the newspaper, and the newspaper looked at it and went, yeah, this is not a great article. We're not going to publish it, even though it's for an amateur section. So I don't know. But what it reflects is that traditional media always had gatekeepers. There was always a system of gatekeepers where if you wanted to get access to audiences, the gatekeeper had the entire power on whether you could speak to that audience or not. And today we're living in a very, very different world because of the power of new media. Because of the power of new media that we have today, as I look around the room, I look around amazing individuals who every single one of you becomes a media channel and can be a media channel if you want to be able to reach audiences and share it. So today, any 13-year-old who's out there doesn't need to first submit an article to a teacher. And mind you, back then, there was no email. I had to write it. It was written. Doesn't need to submit it to a teacher who then submits it to someone else. You could literally go, I don't even need the newspaper. I can directly target an audience. There are a number of different platforms. I could be on Facebook and write it and reach an audience. I could be on a number of different platforms. So I think that is one of the big changes that we're seeing this day, that as an individual, there's been this democratization of content where every single person has the ability to share their ideas out there. And sometimes, as we know and we've seen, it has been abused, but the beauty of it is that it exists, and the power to transfer ideas is still out there. So that was one story in my life. Coming back a little bit more forward into a modern time, you also look at the idea in terms of traditional media and the sense. And in truth, is there really such a thing as traditional media right now? And I'll tell you why. You know, last year at the Luries in 2020, we were looking at our various areas, and we have a category called radio and audio. And in the radio and audio category, there was an entry from Nissan called Shui. I don't know if anyone's heard it or seen it, but what they give you the ability to do is to be able to download Waze, which a lot of people use to navigate to a different platform, to different places. So you download Waze, and you can then update the language. Now, why this is so important is, if you go to Waze, you can change the language. There's tons of language. You can do it in Arabic, you can do it in French, you can do it in German, you can obviously do it in English, there's even Afrikaans, but there's no traditional South African language. And what Nissan were able to do was, they created turn-by-turn navigation in a very descriptive way in Zulu. So now you can actually go out and listen to it. And mind you, all of this is done to add value to the consumer, done in a way that's audio-based, that will then be on radio and then be on Waze so that you know how to use it, but it's using what's a very traditional platform at first, which is connecting something like radio and the thoughts that you have in radio and audio engineering with new technologies and new spaces. So one of the things that's really happening right now is the traditional media environment is being reimagined. As Monday has actually highlighted, I'm really excited to see Paramount Plus come to South Africa. So I know that I heard something there that sounded it's coming. It's coming. So I'm really excited about the fact that now I can go directly to the producer of that content and be able to consume it in the way that I want to at my own pace, rather than forced to do so and wait at a later time. And that's a very, very exciting proposition. So even the traditional media environment is being reimagined, thanks to the new age we're in. Third story number 3. I've got about 5, and depending on time, I'll go through all of them, and I'll be really quickly. But the third story was, again, when I was really young. So when I was really, really young, the nearest municipal library to me was 3.5 kilometers away. I didn't realize how far it was until this morning. I actually put it on the navigation thing. So I went, how far was it from my home to the municipal library? It was 3.5 kilometers away. And what I would do is I would walk that 3.5 kilometers to go to that library to borrow a very specific set of books. And these were books where you could read a certain part of the story and they go, how would you like the story to go from here? Turn to page 15 if you want to go in this direction. Turn to page 50 if you wanted to go to this direction. Any of you read these books? I'm sure many of you have gone through these books, right? And I loved it. And I'd walk the 3.5 kilometers one way and the 3.5 kilometers back. So it'd take me a 7-kilometer walk to pick up this one book. But what happens right now is that in the world we're living in right now, thanks to the access to new information, new media, new technology, you can go onto an online platform, such as Netflix, competitor over here, but you can go into like a Netflix, and there's a Bear Grylls episode where you can do exactly the same thing. So what you're bringing in is greater access to information. So what took me a 7-kilometer round trip is now something that I can access in a much more inclusive way from my couch, and in a manner that's much more immersive for me as a consumer. That's the power that we're having today. Very quickly, story number 4, I was with the head of creative shop for Facebook Africa yesterday, and we are having a quick coffee and having a chat. And obviously, if you're chatting to the people from Facebook, you're going to come up with the metaverse. And you're speaking about this new environment that's coming out. Now imagine this. This is the world we're going to in this new media, is that the metaverse environment, as it comes up and as it actually matures, will be a point, and this is where it's really going to get crazy. Imagine a point where you can go into an immersive environment and be in a different space, and in that immersive environment, I can meet Monday, and Monday and I can sit together and watch Paramount content almost in a very immersive experience. So I can be sitting in the Daily Show audience watching Trevor Noah with Monday, and Monday may be in a different end of the world, or where he might be in his trip to Nigeria, and I may be still in Johannesburg where I'm based, and we may be watching the same immersive content. So we're going into a world where the media environment is going to be disruptive in ways that you can't even imagine. And the final story, before I move on, is this simple. A lot of us are sitting here and going, wow, this sounds amazing, this sounds fantastic, and it sounds futuristic, and I don't really know if I'm going to have access to all of this because, again, this is all based for all of those people sitting in the USA and in the UK and all of those. We're a developing market. It's not going to be here, and we're going to get it really later. And I'm going to go that in a lot of ways, the future is sooner than you think. And the reasons for this is you look at it, and it's one important thing, and what you're waiting for is digital migration. As digital migration happens on our television sets, and as we have greater penetration of these devices that we have over here, but specifically the digital migration, which is going to be really powerful, you're going to find that the penetration of new media using your television as the access point is going to be amplified, which means that every single one of us here, one, has to get ready for this revolution, and two, what you've got to be prepared for is that you've got to be prepared to be a media channel. There are obviously challenges. There are cost challenges. There are challenges in the COVID environment. Believe it or not, even this war that Russia and Ukraine are having right now is impacting all of us in terms of the content, in terms of access to information that we're having. But as access becomes more and more available, you will have more opportunities to make a difference regardless of the challenges that are out there. So be prepared and be ready. And remember, every single person needs to be and is going to have to embrace being a creative in the world that we're going to. So thank you. That is my 5 stories.
Great, thank you so much, Pritesh, and using the vehicle of storytelling, you know. I always say that, you know, you don't have a film, you don't have product, you don't have content without a story. It starts with the story. You know, shape that story, mold that story, make that story universal, make that story speak to your target audience, and it really is the vehicle, because without that, you can have all the production elements that you want, that you can dream of, and be a technocrat in that space, but without the story, you don't have a starting point. So thank you for reminding us about story and you know, its importance. But also, it's a whole new world out there that we've just been taken through in terms of, you know, where we are and where we're going, what the potential is and what the possibility is. So though it's a whole new world, we heard about the challenges in terms of access. You know, how do we access this world? But it really is an indication of what it is that we know and what it is that we probably still need to know and learn. You know, this whole innovation space, and for us working in this media space, it really should be a place where it sparks our curiosity. You know, what is it that I need to learn? We're constantly learning on a daily basis. So hopefully that has motivated you really just to find out more about what is actually happening in the space that we're talking about in terms of new media. I'm going to go to Mr. Bob Perfect, our award-winning creative here in Durban, and really just to ask him just to take us now specifically into the world of podcasts, and he's just going to share more, really just in terms of how we can expand as African, South African creatives. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks so much. I mean, you know, podcasts, it's another tool. It's another device, you know, that you could use to tell your stories. But I liked what you said about controlling the narrative. You know, we're producing amazing content out here. We're producing stars, celebrities, music forms. But are we really talking about it? Are we using the platforms, you know, to speak to the world and explain, you know, the different types of music, the different types of personalities that we do have in South Africa, and also what it means to us. So definitely, you know, do explore the podcast space. You know, use it as a tool for yourselves, but also use it as a tool to learn, you know, from other places. It is out there. It definitely is available. I'm going to go to, I'm going to say our very own, Gugu Zumangube from Stained Glass, and really a very important space in terms of women representation in the industry. You know, it's a tough industry for women out there. We've really just been privileged, you know, to have Gugu speaking to us about this in our women's forums that we have as the Film Commission, and really looking forward to hearing what can be what she can share with us, you know, really about the role of women and anything else that she really wants to speak to us about. It's a pleasure to have you here, Gugu. Thanks.
young women, about giving young women positions of leadership, of management, of authority, training up HODs, making sure that the majority of our HODs are female across all of our productions. But it's taken some time to get here, and it's also been, somewhat of a struggle to get here. In terms of the challenges and the barriers and all of that, I think I would love to hear more if there are questions, and it comes to that, to hear more what you guys would like to know. I think I'm very excited about the opportunities that exist for women. I think, like Mwande was saying, like Africa's got next. I think women have next as well. And I think particularly here in Africa and here in South Africa, women are the majority, in terms of just our population split. So we can't be content with having shows about men, made by men, in broadcasters that are led only by men, forever. And the only thing that's going to change that is our dissatisfaction with what is being produced in the spaces that are there. I think ultimately, like Mwande was saying, it is a business at the end of the day. And I think people respond economically. So if you withdraw your support, if you agitate, we can all be published. We are all on social media. We've got a show at the moment called The Wife that gives us a hard time on social media every Thursday. But we get to hear live jive, real-time opinions about what you guys think about what's going on. And I think putting those things forward, everybody's got a handle. You can tag, Monde there. What are we doing at Paramount? Kuku, what are you guys doing at Stained Glass? Whatever the area that you think needs that sort of change and that sort of adjustment, I think we can give that sort of real-time feedback to. There is a shift / was a shift that was happening where a lot of the really big production companies had been big for a while. They had a definite profile. And a lot of those production companies that failed to adapt to the new context of producing in South Africa have become dinosaurs and have become irrelevant in a lot of ways. So I think it's incumbent upon us as producers to realize that if you aren't going to center women in your production companies, in your stories, and in your leadership, you too will become obsolete, like the production companies that failed to center Black people, Black stories, Black storytellers. And so as we move, I think women, it's our responsibility to just make sure that our voice is not ignored. They will try, they do, it's just what it is. Patriarchy is what it is, but it's up to us to just make sure that we will not be ignored and that there's consequences when things don't change or whether they change too slowly, and that we hold each other to account. We try to do that within our industry, particularly myself as a Black female producer. I think on all of those counts, I used to be young. Unfortunately now, there's no definition in South Africa that still includes me in that category. But even when I was a youth, for that aspect as well, to just make sure that spaces, we demand that they open up and that they do, the things that we need them to do. I was thinking about, because you can come to these sort of talks quite often, and I was thinking about what was probably one of the most important things that I didn't ever hear at one of these talks that I would have liked to hear, particularly on this topic of being a woman in the industry. And it's going to sound weird. I know I was debating, like, should I say it, shouldn't I say it? And I'm just going to say it, and I think use it, don't use it. But because of the context that we're in South Africa, we are a somewhat traditional society. So our context is not as liberated as we would like it to be, as potentially our legislation sort of, imagines and sort of envisages that it should be. So as a woman, particularly in this industry where you have odd hours, where you work really hard in really, kind of difficult ways and places, I do think that somebody needs to talk to women about how you plan for and envisage your future and your kind of family life and your partner selection. And I hate these conversations because only women ever get told about this. Men never do. But if you're trying to get ahead and be successful, your time, especially when you're still kind of grinding and trying to get there, your time is your most precious commodity. And so if you have and choose relationships that don't support that and challenge your time and compete for your time, if you make certain decisions about, you know, when to have kids and how many kids you want to have in terms of the trajectory of your career and when that happens, it can affect the time that you have. I think we also make women feel guilty about getting help and support at home, but being able to have the flexibility to move and to give to this job what it requires means that your home life does need to be in order. So when you get to that point of, you know, looking at partners, looking at kids, think about it. Nobody ever told me to think about that. You kind of leave it as this like side project that will just work out and has no impact on your actual life and your actual trajectory, but it has a huge impact. Whether you can go out there free and able to give of yourself, or whether, you know, there's some dude at home who's going to expect you to come home after a 12-hour shoot day and like cook and do, you know, primary, you know, childcare or whatever. So choose well and make sure that you set your life up so that it is very supportive. I've got two male partners. One of them is here today. And, you know, I would joke sometimes, like, because we work really hard, we're always out, we're always traveling, and they've got wives. So no, my wife's got this, my wife's got this. And I was like, geez, you know, what I need is a wife, guys. I really just need a wife. Like, it would make my life so much easier if I had a wife that could also take care of certain things. So I got a wife, in manner of speaking. It's just help at home, a lot more help than maybe people might think is necessary or not, but in a way that can also relieve me in the way that men are relieved and can own their time and can build in terms of their careers and can give that kind of attention to the work at hand. So that's something I have never heard women talk about when they talk about like what you should be doing and how to kind of plan your future, that I think would have, no, well, I think I chose right. I hope my husband's not watching this. He's very supportive, guys. It's got nothing to do with that. But it's just to say, I think it's something that we don't consider. I happen to get a supportive husband, not because that was my intention and I intentionally thought about it. It just so happened. And I think we should start thinking about that more and planning for that more. And men that want you to have very weird and strict traditional roles, maybe that's not for you right now if this is what you're trying to do and how you're trying to build. Anyway, I think it's very exciting. Let me just talk about production real quick. Guys, content is king right now. Like, just do the stuff. There are so many things. As Modi is saying, there's so many people, there's so many streaming platforms, there's so many channels, there's so much demand for content. There really is no excuse not to work and do the things. Go pitch. If you hear a no, go pitch again and pitch again and pitch again. Learn from the notes that you get. Refine your ideas. Work on them more. But it's a really, really exciting time to be a woman. It's a really, really exciting time to be black. And it's a really, really exciting time to be making content in South Africa right now. Thank you.
If I can just add, keep it conversational a little bit. I think I spoke earlier about being bold, being brave, and being intentional. And when it comes to, there has to be an agenda, and that's the power also of content and storytelling. There has to be an agenda that promotes diversity and inclusion in the entertainment. I mean, I think across all sectors, to be honest. And I think we have collectively as an industry an amazing opportunity and power to tell those stories and put them out there and showcase our heroines, you know, and showcase those stories, because I think that's exactly the power of content. That's the power of amazing ideas and stories, is being able for a young girl to be able to see herself and see herself being an executive producer, being a CEO, being a COO, being a significant player in the industry, because it's all by design. It's all by design. And that's something that, you know, that's a topic that I'm very, very much passionate about in our space, in my business, is, we've just launched, a year ago, we launched #InspiredHer strategy, which really talks to female-led initiatives. So as a business, we want to make sure we are projecting storytelling about women, for women, by women. And we have to be intentional about it in order to kind of break the patriarchy. Let's be open about it. Patriarchy is real in the African context. It's very real. But for us to really unlock the value chain for women in our industry, we have to be bold and brave and have very clear strategies around how we unlock it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mwande. Thanks, Gugu, for that. And ladies, yeah, I'm sure we can resonate with what Gugu was speaking to us about. Just the challenges in the industry. If you're a woman, but just life. It is a challenge, and there are many things to juggle, but there is a way. There is a way, and it is possible. I'm gonna just ask for permission for questions. I know we're, slowly running out of time, but it was good to allow the panel to really share their experiences. It's a wonderful panel with people that have got many years of experience in the industry and leading players in the industry. So it's really important, for us to hear from them. But I'd really like to hear some questions from the audience. Thank you. Anything that you want to ask to the panel? Is there anything that you'd want to be expanded on based on what you've heard here on the panel this morning? Thank you.
Sanbonan. I think my name is Nisa Malange. I'm a poet. I am a storyteller. I'm an activist. I'm a mother. I'm a former trade unionist. I am just everything. If you want to know the story of this country from, I think what Gugu was raising in terms of, like women and support, women having wives, and some of the questions as young women in the struggle that you came across with, when you have a child, who's taking care of your child, and the challenges that we faced. The Fosatu, Kosatu struggles in making sure that there was childcare in the workplace so that workers, and those things happen at the universities and everywhere else where we're trying to get women to have equal opportunities by providing the very same thing that we're talking about. That if you're in production, you know that your child is engaged and is safe. So I'm not gonna go through because I know that we're talking of time. Where I wanted to talk about is how do we really unlock the stories, the South African stories. Looking at the technicalities now, most black filmmakers were self-taught, and it was running like I did. My first training was in Zimbabwe and University of Natal with my VHS, trying to document the worker stories, the Dunlop strikes, the Clover, whatever activity that was happening. And we did that because we're in this mind of that our stories must not be lost. But when you look at the series out on television every day, those voices are not there in those stories. The real stories of South Africa, they are with women, men. I'm not going to talk about the youth. The people that were out there during the violence in this country, during apartheid, the women that carry the brunt of the violence of apartheid in this country. And those are stories that we're still not able to see or hear. The stories of women within the Zulu kingdom, Umkabai, you know, all those women that made lapha esigodlweni ngesikhathi sabo Solomon, you know, and the women like Abo Nandi. Those are stories of women that we are not hearing. And slowly, Abo Mamumbo Xela, we hear about Victoria Mxenge and many women of struggle that have really done fantastic stuff. Abo Jabu Ndlovu was killed, and we see buildings and streets, and our youth aren't able to relate to all these buildings. Maflo in Smith Street, they're not able to relate because they don't know these people. I mean, I hear we've got podcasts, we have other means of storytelling where these stories could be told. But do we have people that are capturing that? Do we have young people that are interested in those stories? To come and sit with me, with all those women that are caring, that are yearning for these stories to be out there. You hear old women saying, we're so much tired of the sex and violence on our TV screens. Where are our stories? And I would really like to put that challenge that young people, I mean, I know that there's this thing of ageism, that out with the old. But when you say out with the old, have you sat with the old and listened to their stories? And that's what I'm appealing to, that all these people are available for these stories to be captured, to be archived. You know, you can take them, have a podcast. Sheila's Day on Thursday. What was Sheila's Day? Sheila's Day was the day where domestic workers go out and free themselves from their madams. Do young people understand how we have fought the system within all the boundaries that they have? And those are the stories that I think we need to free our stories from the technicalities that always require people to have this technicality and that technicality. I think South Africa needs to free the stories from the kind of oppression that our stories have, of all these technicalities that people, before your story is your story, it must have all of these things. And artists get tired, or filmmakers. Let's include storytellers in the process of making this series, of making documentaries, of making feature films. Let's hear South African stories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Nise. That was our chairperson at the KZN Film Commission. Yeah, the question really is, how do we unlock the stories? How do we document the stories?
Can I actually touch on that quickly? I honestly think podcasting is the answer to a lot of what you're saying, because, like I said, it's something you can do on your phone. There's a platform called Anchor, which you can host for free. They put it on Spotify for you, and you can do that on your cell phone. So you can go into your communities, you can go to the people around you, you can go to your elders, and you can actually get these stories from there, straight from the mouth, and you can now create a narrative for other people to listen to. You can get, there's so much potential that hasn't been tapped into in South Africa. There's so many stories. I do think there is budgetary issues when it comes to this stuff for TV and for even podcasting, because it does take time to do. But as this stuff grows and as money comes into it, I do think we are going to be hearing more of these stories. And I implore someone here, at least one of you, to start a new podcast that actually does tackle these issues, that actually does go to people and find out the history of South Africa from people's mouths.
Can I add to that as well? If it's very quickly also, I think one of the things we have to, when you look at art forms, sometimes one of the things we forget is that we are really vested in creating that story, having that experience to share. But we forget that really to get it out there, sometimes we need to apply a product mindset to it. So you sometimes have to treat it like a product and say, don't turn it into a product, but treat it like a product. And when you see somebody who's got a good product, what's the first thing they think about? What is my distribution? How am I going to get it out there? I think that's what we need to do with our stories. And you're right, we are going to absolutely lose the stories unless we do this. So firstly, create the stories, have it out there and go. But once it's created, how do we get it to as many people as we can? And there's lots of platforms that you have. As I said, podcasting is one of them. You've got social media, but you've also got live platforms such as this, where there are many opportunities to speak and share the stories, and they get recorded, and other people will distribute it. But the key thing is this concept, and even the product world, they have it, of critical mass. The more you speak about it, the more you share it, the more you get people interested about it, the more other people start sharing those stories and speaking about it and sharing those experiences, and ultimately you create a movement from them. And the best stories have the power to catch fire and move forward. So if you really want to spread it, think of it like a product and think about how you distribute it so that it catches fire and spreads to as many people as possible.
Thank you. Monday, Gugu, do you want to reflect on that question? And then we've also got 2 more questions in the audience.
I mean, from my side, I appreciate that question and I actually appreciate the intent to actually get us to that level where I did say we need to be intentional. We need to create the product, you know. So I'll give you an example. If you look at BET over the last 3 years, we've done reality shows, female-led reality shows. And I know I'm talking more for the youth market, but I think I'm talking about the idea that we need to get young people and audiences used to seeing women heroes. They need to see female-led content on television, on film, in soapies, telenovelas, dramas. We need to tell more of those stories because what it starts doing, it starts creating a very clear product. And maybe that's the challenge to all of us, is how do we create that product, you know? From a BT perspective, what we did is we did, for example, a DJ Zinhle, we did Busiswa, we did Kanyimbao, we did Boiti, On Your Throne. And these 4 projects were all about presenting a strong female-led narrative that can appeal to our audiences. Once again, it also, BT happens to be more female-skewed as a brand. You know, so, you know, our audience base is more female versus male. So we needed to be able to deliver on the brand promise to showcase. Now, on the scripted side, I do think, let's talk about how do we showcase Unandi, you know, Nandi's story, you know? How are we positioning that and positioning her role as the mother to the biggest legacy we have as not even as Africans, I mean as South Africa, but as Africans, you know? So how do we elevate it to that level that now starts talking about, you know, our political, you know, the political struggle, you know? How do we stop hearing the stories of men in the struggle? And how do we elevate the narrative of women in the struggle? And I think that's how you unlock it. That's exactly how you unlock it. And let's look for those partnerships that can get us to that position.
No, I agree with you, Ma. And I think at the end of the day, for me, I think when representation is not where it should be, then you start looking to very few shows to sort of carry the dreams, aspirations, representations of such a huge Black experience. You know, even just from your question, you're talking about our history, you're talking about, you know, the political struggle, you're talking about all kinds of different stuff, and there's no one story that can do it. There's no one show I can do that will represent every aspiration and every person, and for me, it's just about making more. I think the appetite is there, I think the market is there, and I think we just need to agitate with our broadcasters, with our streaming platforms and all of that to make sure that the opportunities are open, because as long as the opportunities are open, everybody has what they are passionate about, what speaks to them, the story that's on their heart that is burning and needs to come out. And if the opportunities are plentiful, the stories will be plentiful, the representation will be plentiful, and we'll stop looking to one show or one program to try and encapsulate every Black experience, issue, problem, whatever, you know, in that one thing. So I agree 100%, yeah.
Thank you. Can we take the two questions? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Karabo Mutijwani, and I'm proudly the son of Nana Coyote. And I think I'm saying this from the musical point of view, and I'm challenging everybody because we're talking about black stories. And in my experience in 24 years being a music publisher, and I'm talking about representing the people who compose the music, I've noticed that film think of music last. So the last thing they think of is music. And I'm saying, imagine a film without music. Wouldn't make sense, right? Wouldn't make sense. Now, I'm challenging you, and Mama, thank you for talking about black stories. And I'm saying, if you're going to talk about black stories, we need black composers. We need black music. The reason why we're seeing musicians, songwriters suffering is because there's no black music. If you watch DSTV and you check who's doing the opening music and closing music, it's not a black person, right? We start there. If you want to tell black stories, use black musicians, use black songs so that it can benefit. And also, please, if we can respect the data, the information you're putting on those, we suffer. If you talk about Sambro, you talk about they got millions of money sitting down there, they don't know who's the owner because somebody else used the music, didn't write the information of who composed the music. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna be talking about black stories, let's also respect the black composers and the black people who are writing that music so that they can benefit, because that's why they're getting their money. They get frustrated because they don't get their money. Please, I'm challenging you, everyone else who's doing all these black films, black stories, use black songwriters. Thank you.
Do you want to speak to that, Gugu?
Yeah, I think point well taken, and I think I would throw the challenge right back and say, I was having a conversation with the Music and Bizo guys, and we were saying, we struggle so much, 2 of our long runnings we shoot here. But there's no libraries here. We ask for library, like where are our libraries, where are our guys putting together music that we can use for our shows? Then we can chat after, because it really is frustrating because Durban has such a distinct sound, and then we shoot the stuff here and everything is there, and then we have to go and score it and use music that comes out of different parts of the country, and it does do the show a disservice. But we've been searching for libraries for a long time. So I was also saying, guys, please put together the libraries, put together the music so we can chat after. Cool.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sandy. So I'm a lady in tech. My challenge is that everyone on the stage is by and large a content creator essentially. And my issue with content creation right now in the country that it's very much got a limited view of the stories that are told, and not to bash Viacom. When you exclaimed about how you're telling women's stories, or the majority, or I want to say all, but let me just say majority of the women's stories you're telling is people that are in the creative space, that have done music, that have done acting, but South Africa is a country with so many different careers. You can be in engineering, you can be in technology, you can be in health, there's just an array of them. And my struggle is the stories that are being told or publicized is almost the ones that are screaming the loudest. So if I'm a young person in engineering, and I'm naturally engineering people, not people that will be on social media, etc., that story about how I got a qualification and how I'm working at Anglo America and I'm a minor, whatever, is actually never told. And the challenge we have in this country right now is that a lot of young girls, their aspiration or their idea of what career they want is limited to being a fashion or a lifestyle influencer. And that's not, by and large, the South African leading sectors. The leading sectors are mining, agriculture, etc., and those stories are not being told. So I want to just challenge, the content creators, whether the ones on stage or behind me, because I'm not that, is that let's do the work and do the research of the other alternative careers, and let's start sharing those stories to young people, because if we're the ones carrying the narrative and telling the story, we're going to find ourselves tomorrow having a country where all the engineering is done by Germans, and all the healthcare is led by other regions. So really, the content creation needs to be more diverse going forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just take that. I agree with you 100%. Like, I think a large portion of the content that we see in most markets is sensationalist, and it pushes just celebrity, and it pushes a lack of authenticity in a lot of ways. And that's why I do what I do, because there is the opportunity to explore other avenues. Like, I've chatted to Mbali and Tuli, I've chatted to Pat Duff, who is the marketing director at Vans, and like, I agree with you entirely that there are so many other stories out there to tell. But at the same time, we have the opportunity to tell those stories. You have the opportunity to tell those stories. Anything you are passionate about today, you have the opportunity to share it with about 500 people or so. I'm not going to say the world, but that is the reality. You can tell these stories. Whatever it is that you want to see, there's literally never been an easier time. Whether it is podcasting, which is audio only, whether it is video, which you can do on YouTube, whether you want to write a script or pitch a documentary, there's people on the stage who you can chat to about that. And so I agree with your challenge, but at the same time, it's up to us, it's up to you, it's up to everyone in this room to create the stuff that they want to see.
Thank you. This has really, really been an informative session. We have gone way over time. We have permission to take one more question, then closing comments from the panel, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Sakele Mzalazala. First of all, I'm a big fan of your presentations, Mr. Twala. I think what I'm going to ask is going to all of you. But I would love if it happens, would I get just 3 minutes with you, Mr. Twala, maybe on what I'm going to be talking about or asking. We've got a worldwide genre, that we have worldwide, not in KZN, not in South Africa, but it's a worldwide genre that I always believe it has been ignored. We have advocated for it, and we even got its own category on the Summer Awards, instead of it always goes under other categories, And I know for a fact that most people, whenever you are talking about reggae, they always think about a religion, But reggae music is not a religion, it's a genre of music, and it's worldwide. It's not only for a certain country, because you'll hear people saying that Jamaica. And when I'm saying that I listen to reggae music, it doesn't mean I'm a Rasta, I need to have dreadlocks, I must not eat meat and all that, I've managed Ngoli Dube, the daughter of Lucky Dube, who's been traveling the whole world. She's getting a lot of bookings. She does tours worldwide, big shows, like a lot of crowd. She's from here, KZN, We've got Obabu Osizwe Zakwe, also based here in KZN, who will give you a beautiful live performance, and when you listen to their music, there's quality, because another thing that has been coming from our industry, especially radio stations, TV, you will hear that whenever you bring something on the table and say reggae, no one is interested to listen to it because of the quality, which is something that has been happening. There's a live show that has been shot in Johannesburg of Pepsin, it's on YouTube. The quality there of the video, the music, everything is proper. It's something that you can listen to. I so wish that you can start listening to Mzansi, I will say Mzansi Dance Hall, because I always, from all what I've been doing, I always feel like maybe if we can just call it something else, not reggae, maybe people will start listening to it. maybe there will be a documentary, which is it's what I wish we can maybe have with Viacom, where we focus on Mzansi reggae, Mzansi music, and talk about it, which I know for a fact we are in a game of numbers, and we've got so many people who will watch it, worldwide. We've got a lot that can come out of reggae. I just wanted to ask that, like, what can you do about this genre, this worldwide genre? Thank you.
No, thanks for the question. I just think, listen, I just want to kind of answer that question from a perspective of markets. There are different genres and there are different markets. For example, if you go West Africa, the UK, dancehall is the thing. It's the thing. So whilst in South Africa, you're competing against pop culture. So you've got which came from this province, which picked up. It was playing in Germany. It was, what are those guys? The two boys. They won an EMA. They were nominated for an EMA. They didn't win it, but they were nominated for an EMA. Babes Wodumo was nominated for a BET award. Java won a BET award. So there are markets and there are genres. Certain markets follow specific genres, and it's about how you, as a producer, as someone in the music space who's composing music, how are you creating and positioning yourself within those markets? I think, especially South Africans, we focus so much. We are so essay-centric. We focus so much on South Africa, and music is universal. Music, like content, is a product, and you need to think about where are the markets and do your research and collaborate and partner with people in those markets. Because then that's how you look at how Amapiano now is going all over the world. Look at how Afrobeat went all over the world. It's about those associations, making sure that you can partner with the right partners to be able to then penetrate specific markets. That's kind of the simpler, consolidated answer I can give you, but we can talk offline after this. But I want to encourage all of us, whether you're a content creator, music producer, music composer, think beyond your borders. Create a product that can travel. Create a product with legs that you can think, how do I partner with a composer in Nigeria? How do I partner with a animator in Kenya? Where can my music go? Because dancehall is a big genre, but not in this country. Because we talk about those numbers, It's not driving the numbers that other genres are many. But there's also innovation. I spoke to the opportunity on innovation. Look at what guys like Mo Blakey, are doing. Look at what those boys are doing. They're taking traditional Zulu genres and they bringing hip hop and new global sound to it. So once you start, the younger kids, I think they're doing that. They're breaking borders. They're collaborating better. You're getting musicians now, partnering. Look at Mafikizolo, I think, were the first kind of pioneers who started doing the Afrobeat, Afropop. Afropop is very South African, mixed it with Afrobeat. Look at how they are now traveling. They just performed in Dubai with us. They were on our roster, and they killed it. And it's not even their new music, it's their old music that's still popular in those markets. You understand? So we have to really think broadly outside our borders. We have to collaborate, because collaboration is the cornerstone of innovation. It's the cornerstone of improving yourself. It's our heritage. How do we take our heritage to the next level? It's through partnerships, collaborations, and thinking broadly. One, Pan-African, and then once you win at home first, guys. Win at home first. Produce content, music that wins at home. Then you think about, how do I win in the rest of the continent, before you even think the UK, the US, Europe, etc., Asia, etc. Think about that. Think about markets and how you can then strategize, and build your brand, build your genre, build your business in that way.
Thank you so much. We are way over time. I really want to thank our panel for your generosity, for your contributions. It's been really a rich experience, and thank you so much for taking the time and sharing with us. So thank you to Mr. Monde Twala, Paramount Africa. Thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Pritesh Suraj from the Luries. Thank you to Gugu Zumangube from Stained Glass. And our last panelist who had to leave, Mr. Bob Perfect. So thank you so much for being here as an audience. Thank you for your questions. I am now going to introduce the next act, which is a live performance from Zinaro. Thank you, and please enjoy.
Sure. 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 Sanibonani. Ninjani? Bafethu. Thank you so much. Ngiyajabula ukuthi ngibe lana. Ngibingelela ama-panelists ethu esaphuma. Kuyangijabulisa kakhulu ukuthi ngibe yiphathi yalento namhlanje. Shout out to everyone ocontributile. Siyabonga nge-information nabasinike yona. Iwusizo kakhulu kuthina. Bafethu angizange ukuzokwenza into eziningi la ngizoperforma. But kuze kube mnandi, ngicela kunengoma engicela ukunifundisa yona siyiculeni sonke. It's simple ne. Ngiyangithembisa ukuthi sizoyicula sonke. Okay, it goes like this. Darling zokubhalela incwadi encane. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Bakhona abangama distance relationship la, long distance relationship. Yes, promise ama partners ethu ukuthi ngeke siwakhohlwe ne. Asahambe my select. Cela ungiphe baba, cela ungiphe futhi. Asa. Chesa. Ni right. Ngiyangithembisa ukuthi sizoyicula ngithi. Ngiyangithembisa ukuthi sizoyicula. Chesa. Khuluma ngilalele. Khuluma ngilalele. Chesa. Ngicela ungakhali mama. Cela ungakhali mama. Awucela ungakhali mama. Cela ungakhali mama. Asambe. I say 1, 2, 3. Darling ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Anginizwa? Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Darling ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Jesa. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Jesa. Darling ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Cheers. Awusithandwa sami ngiyakuthanda. Uthando lwami lungaka. Ngikuthanda ngoba uyangithanda. Noma ngaye eGoli buye kanye ngonyaka. Ngikuthola uhleli ngento. Awubheka mina kwisithandwa sa. Themba mina uyangazi. Ngizoyibhala incwadi encane ngizoyibhala. Themba mina uyangazi. Are you happy? Are you still there? Always gora noma ngihamba sithandwa sami incwadi encane uzoyithola. Cheers. Asamba. I say 1, 2, 3. Darling ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Darling ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Ngikuthanda ukudlula ikwaito ngizoyibhala incwadi ngithumele nomqafa. Ngikuthanda ukudlula ikwaito ngizoyibhala incwadi ngithumele Jesa. I say, are you happy? Hey, I say, are you happy? Tell more, energy. Jesa. Darling, ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Awungikubhalela incwadi encane. Darling, ngizokubhalela incwadi encane. Oyibamba DJ. Ni right, ngisase right. Ni grand. Kunengoma yesibili engizoyiperforma ngiphume. Igama layo Ntombi Enhle ne. Igama layo Ntombi Enhle. Asamba. Asamba DJ. Asamba. Zumba. Awu Ntombi Enhle. Ziphi intombi ezinhle. Bapho Ntombi Enhle. Awu Ntombi Enhle. Hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila nawe. Ntombi Enhle. Asamba. Do. Hey. Cheers. Ntombi Enhle. Ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila nawe. Bapho Ntombi Enhle, hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila nawe. Ntombi Enhle. Simomondi, wena kuphele. Umuntu wa, wena kuphele. Wena kuphele. Awukade besihlukanisa. Phazamisa. Hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila nawe. Hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila. Ntombi Enhle. Wema. Ntombi Enhle. Wema. Ntombi Enhle. Jesa. Bapho Ntombi Enhle. Asa. Hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphele ngizophila nawe. Sandwa sami ngicela ungangiphoxi. Sandwa sami ngicela ungangishiyi. Sandwa sami ngicela ungibambe. Ungibambe ungisondeze. Jesa. Sandwa sami ngicela ungangiphoxi. Sandwa sami ngicela ungangifili. Sandwa sami ngicela ungithande. Ungibambe ungisondeze. Ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphela ngizophila nawe. Ase hlala nami ngizohlala nawe. Impilo ngiyiphusha nawe. Wena kuphela ngizophila nawe. Awu Ntombi Enhle, wema. Ntombi Enhle. Thank you so much. My name is Zinaro. Shout out to you. Thank you so much to everyone. Ngiyabonga bafethu.
Testing. The next panel discussion is about to begin in the next 2 minutes. If everyone who would like to join us that is in the building can come to the main stage. Thank you so much. Start. Welcome everyone. We are going to get started with our next panel discussion. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amy Ben, but I'm sure everyone's just saying look for the woman with the pink hair today if I'm lost. I am the Innovation Co-Lab Lead for Innovate Durban. It's a very long title. Essentially it just means that I run our innovation center in Cato Manor. Innovate Durban works to support innovators and innovation in Durban and in South Africa in general. And I'm very grateful to be joined on stage by 3 awesome South Africans, as well as one virtually, Nati, who I'm hoping is with us, but we'll find that out a bit later, I'm sure. I'm not going to spend too much time introducing them because I'm going to let them do that themselves. You should have mics next to you. We're going to let the ladies start. So Sandiso, if you would introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then if we can get her slides up, that would be great.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandiso. I'm the founder of KUI Studios. KUI stands for Co-Open Innovation. Studios, we're basically an enterprise innovation lab, so we help enterprises come up with ideas, innovate, and also design them, and lastly, build them using technology. So particularly around the cool technology, so we build technology around artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, Internet of Things, machine learning, and the likes, basically the cool, interesting stuff. So what I'll do is I'll just ask them to put up my slides, and then I'll speak about the relevance of coding in today's day and age. So, yeah.
I believe they are on their way.
Okay. Okay, whilst we burn time and wait for my slides, I will just give a background about myself. So in terms of, that's my profession, my career, but I'm actually based in Johannesburg. Our studios are in Rosebank in Johannesburg, but I'm particularly from Esikhaweni, which is not far from here. I grew up there, and then afterwards I was at Wits University doing my technology degree. And I know a little bit about coding. Funny, I have a technology lab, but I don't know how to code very well, but I know enough about coding to get me around. I was at Accenture for about 8 years, doing work around management consulting, technology consulting, and really particularly in the industry of consumer goods, so helping clients like SAB, clients such as Kerry Food Group in terms of delivering innovation strategies, technology strategies, and delivering technology implementations. I think there was a message about my slides.
Awesome. It was a message about your slides to tell us that technology, ironically, is failing us today, and we won't be able to show them yet. They are trying to sort the problem.
Okay.
But if you are comfortable to continue speaking without them, please do.
All right. Let me try. So around coding, it's quite an important topic because without coding, I for one wouldn't have a job because our work is primarily around developing code, building solutions. So if you can just go to the next slide, please. And so what coding is primarily, it basically is using instructions, using a specific language to give a hardware device, that hardware device becoming a computer device, a cell phone, or a laptop, to execute an action on that. And so we have various languages, and so depending on what you want to do, what you want to build, the software you're trying to build, you would use a specific language on that. And the next slide, please. So coding is quite an old discipline. It goes back as far as the 1950s. So it was, the first coding language was Fortran and COBOL. Those were particularly built to, were used to build supercomputers. Supercomputers are what you see that the banks particularly uses. These huge computers, not laptop size, not desktop size, that carry so much information that basically run very big enterprises. And so this language, COBOL, for Fortuna, was used to develop those sorts of softwares. And then about 1972 was what we know as the language C came about, and it was very basic, not very, I would say, dynamic, very limited action. And therefore, in the 1980s, then we got C++. And so C++ became a bit more creative, a bit more dynamic in terms of capability. What it can do, it was able to do a little bit more than that. And that's the one we probably are more familiar with today. And then in the 1990s, JavaScript, Python came into the mix. And Python is the one that probably is, it seems new to us, but it's actually quite old. It's the one that we're using around for artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. And so that's the language that I think is going to be quite actually impactful going forward, because I think a lot of things are moving around artificial intelligence, etc. I'm still on the previous slide. If you can just go back. And then lastly, in today's day and age, there's R and there's Swift. So funny enough, I actually don't know any of these languages except PHP. The reason is because when I studied, there was no conversation around R or Swift, etc. But I think the most important thing to add about the likes of R is that there's a move around mixing various coding languages to do something or build a product. Because today's day and age, when you have a technology product, it wouldn't just be limited to an AI product, but it might be an Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. And so what R enables us to do is we're able to mix multiple languages. These cross-platforms are becoming quite the thing right now. There's also a big shift towards low-code platforms. So one that you're probably most familiar with is like a WordPress or a Wix. That's what we consider a low-code platform that really speaks to people like you and I who just have basic coding language are able to actually build software, because by and large, they primarily drag and drop interfaces, where with a little bit of coding, you're able to make it do what you want it to do. So there's a big shift around using people like you and I that are not coding jockeys to actually build softwares. So if you whenever I meet entrepreneurs and they tell me about how I've got this great idea, I just don't know how to code, I'm like, oh my gosh, there are so many low-code platforms that you can use to build your product. And so when you are looking to build a tech product and you actually have no funding, you can actually go and build your own platform or your own solution without having any coding experience or having limited coding experience, and you can get that product in the market. And yes, it will not do everything you need it to do, but ideas start small, and then you build onto that and you build onto that. So I really encourage entrepreneurs, if you're wanting to get into the tech space, is that explore these low-code platforms, because I think they are the future. And then on my last slide, it just speaks about just the impact of coding. So travel is funny enough, let alone the car we drive, the newer cars. Everything is coded there. There's a nice iPad there, for lack of a better word, that tells you where you are in the world on your car. But I think the most interesting thing about travel is the move towards high speed. So what Elon Musk is doing in the East Coast is trying to build these super fast trains underground. That's just like pure coding. There's a move in terms of healthcare around not going to hospitals, rather being consulted at home. And how do you become more dynamic in that space? So virtual reality is going to become a big thing for consultations at your own home. Agriculture, we are in you may not believe it, we are in a climate change issue right now. So agriculture yield is dropping, however, population is growing. So we need about 25 to 70% more of yield, which we don't have right now. So how do farmers get more with little? So it's about using Internet of Things to manage crop, using Earth observation to manage crop, etc. And lastly, education. You guys saw that when the pandemic started, we had a shift towards online education, which I think is going to grow. I think there'll be more of an uptake around hybrid. The only challenge, obviously, we have in this country is data. It's so expensive. So I believe that there will be a change in terms of data prices in the country. I mean, we all know spectrum is the big problem here. I think when that changes and everyone can actually access the internet at little to nothing, I think education will move to an online environment. And then my last slide is, so if you are trying to learn the basic code, there are lots of free coding schools. We think code, I think actually most of them here are actually free. They're primarily funded by government and private sector. So you're able to apply, get basic coding language. And like I said, it's not so much about knowing deep code or being a developer, but it's about understanding the basics to get around. And that's my presentation for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandiso. I have a couple of questions for you, which you've answered already, which is great. I am trying to learn 2 new languages that are not computer related already, and I'm struggling with that. And so my first question was, where do I start exploring, which you've answered beautifully in your last slide. But also, and maybe you have answered this already, but maybe you've got something more to add, but how do we make coding more accessible? Because it is easy for me to access, as much as I'm hesitant to, but for a lot of South Africans, the data you've mentioned, but also further language barriers as well. But yeah, how do we make coding more accessible?
Yeah, I think the challenge is a lot of people that code, I don't know if you've seen a developer, they just don't want to share. I think it's a combination of just being irritable, like they're not people who want to teach other people, because it's usually people that are very shy, timid, don't like, conversations. And whenever you ask the developer about how did you do this, they always tell you, oh, it's so difficult. And they never go into the details. So that I think that the developers themselves are not people that are willing or able to share, and I don't know why, but that's just their nature. So I guess to become more accessible is, I guess you answered the question already, is the online education. There are lots of schools online, like Coursera has a few of those that are actually quite free, that you can learn basic coding on that. But I do think that the basics of coding is generally maths, and I think that's obviously quite a contentious topic because we don't have a good maths outcomes in education in our country. But I do think that if you have an interest in that, I think it's important to brush up on your maths first, because that will determine how much you can do in the coding sphere they are on. Because it's one thing to learn it, but in terms of problem solving and fixing your bugs and troubleshooting, etc., that's an exercise of the mind. And so maths is the one that helps you jog that mind and train your mind to think creatively about how to solve problems, and thereafter you're able to become a better coder. So I would recommend that people that have a great maths aptitude, will build a great math aptitude, and you'll be more successful. And you'll see once you understand maths and you do maths really, really well, it becomes much easier for you to grasp and understand code, because in code we use a lot of math signs, so greater than, less than, equals to, etc., etc. And how you write your code is basically a numerical equation, and so maths is quite an important component of coding. Hopefully I answered your question.
You 100% did. Thank you so much. Lots to think about. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the rest of the panelists speak to us and then open the floor to the general audience for questions. Just so if you do have a question for Sandiso, just make sure you make a note, because if you are like me, you will have forgotten it by the end of the session. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Leon Rolls, who has done many things, one of which is founding Progressive Blacks in ICT. He's going to speak to us specifically about kind of the stage of innovation we are in South Africa as compared to other developing countries, and what the challenges are that are ahead of us. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, and welcome to everyone and greetings. I think that when we come and we're talking about innovation, a lot of people get mistaken. And I like that you mentioned Elon Musk. I'm sure he's your best innovator. Oh, okay. Mine is JC. I think Babum Fundis Lapano calls him Jesus Christ. He invented a hoverboard. You know the hoverboard? He invented it. Did he not walk on water? So there's a hoverboard that's out there that needs to be invented, and credits to him. That's all I'm saying. Now, the reason why South Africa, we are so behind with innovation, and we will forever be behind, is because we simply do not understand it. And the reason we do not understand it is because we took our God-given creativity spirit inside of us, the Africanism, Ubuntu, and we sold it. We are so indoctrinated by westernized thinking that it keeps us where we are now and forever poor and forever in poverty. And we sit down and we want to complain and say poverty is the reason. But if you look at the 7 sins, there's one that's called sloth or something, where you don't use the God-given creativity and the talent to do something about it. The best innovation comes from Africa, specifically comes from Africans. Today we have internet because of fiber optics. Who invented fiber optics? Go to your history. Read up. An African whose father was a cocoa farmer, this cocoa beans farmer. And today we have internet, and yet we give credit to who? An African woman came up with the theory and the algorithm for bringing people to space, and that has given us today GPS. But who do we give credit to? There is no better innovators than Africans. You're walking around here with all this beautiful culture. As soon as you walk into that door, when you feel African, you feel so innovative and so inspired. This very event, this colorful event, Kwande Fest, tells you there's no one else in the world that can innovate such a thing. We need to stop giving credit to the wrong people. We must stop that. This water dissemination, otherwise this thing that where you're changing seawater into water that the Israeli is playing around with. The membrane that they are using that makes that possible was coming from here in South Africa. Today we have Google, we have all of these things, Netflix, you name it. They are based on one thing and one thing only. It's the way in which Linux works. Who invented it? Shuttleworth. Who came up with PayPal, making it possible for us to transact online? Elon Musk. From where? Pinoni. Where are those people today? They are not here. They're not in this country. Why? Because our government and our people do not understand what to do with this innovation that we are sitting with. Today, we've got so many young people that are unemployed, so many. God gave us gold. We do not know what to do about it. Innovation is not just about you waking up and innovating and creating something. It's about you coming up and creating a model, a business model. Before Europeans came into this country, it's not that we do not have an economy. It's not that we do not have houses. It's not that we do not have the best architecture where we build round houses with grass roofs, natural air conditioning. It's not that our slopes were not south-facing. It's not that we were lazy, because when they saw lazy men sitting under trees and talking. No, we had invented such a beautiful system, such a beautiful society that didn't need courts, that didn't need police, because there was no crime. Because those men sitting under the tree, when you did something wrong, they sat down and bebethetha amacala lapha, hamba uhlawula ndoda, hamba ulanda inkomo, uhlawule. We didn't need crime. They came with it. We had built such a beautiful culture, such a beautiful ecosystem. We had innovated in such a way that men sat down and gave women the power to do what they do best, lead and run the country and build a society. That is why we are called motherland as Africa. We lost it. We totally lost it. And we continue to lose it today as we are speaking. Because we think they innovate. Today we have the war with Ukraine and Russia. What is it about? It's about an economic system. And you think we do not fit in there anyway, as South Africa. When the economy and the exchange was based on gold, the rand was the most powerful exchange, currency of exchange. There we have it again. The world over and over keeps reinventing and keeps giving us an opportunity to be innovative. Now you've got Russia saying that they are basing their currency on gold. Now you've got China saying that they are going to innovate and develop a system that is going to allow that's going to allow the new means of exchange, therefore replacing the dollar. You have India joining it. We are quiet. We are quiet. Why? Because all the time we must wait. Innovation does not just come by us sitting and doing absolutely nothing. In the previous panel, you had the one gentleman that was talking about how beautiful our music is absorbed and how easy it is for it to be taken up by the world. Ladysmith Black Mambazo, Black Coffee, Amapiano, you can listen to Johnny Clegg, you can say so many of them. That is the beauty and the power that we have. That's our innovation. It's not coming from anywhere. It's coming from our spirit as Africans, because we are born like that. We are born with it. There's nothing we can do about it. And there's nothing and no one that can take it away from us. We decide not to use it. We decide to abandon it. I am yet to see any innovation that comes from outside of this world or this outside of the African continent that beats African innovation. I'm yet to see it. I'll make a very simple example. Albert Einstein, between 1912 and 1936, comes up with the theory of relativity, and everyone starts running and making a big hoo about it. It's called time and space. Mina umama wakwaZulu. Umama wakwaZulu. Laba bazi isiZulu because we here Kwande Fest. Ngeke nithi ngiyahlambalaza. Mina ngingenxa lesende likaMpande. isiZulu leso angithuke muntu. If you go back ngesiZulu, go to the 1800s, 1600s, way back, decades and centuries before Einstein came up with the theory, kunesisho esithi isikhathi nomkhathi. time and space. Albert Einstein came up with it in the 1900s. We've been talking about it way back then. Time and space is cut, cut. Where did it go wrong, and why does it continue to happen? Government got all these fancy things about innovation this, innovation that, and innovation that, but nothing ever comes out of it. And when I say nothing ever comes out of it, I'm not saying that you guys are not doing a beautiful job in producing all those innovations, but what happens to it after? What happens to it after? Young people in Progressive Blacks in ICT, Comrade Nopal. I have my Nopal, Comrade Tundu. Young people have innovated the best technologies ever. You go to a Kokstad, here in KwaZulu-Natal. You have young people that have come up with the best operating system for a cell phone. They presented it in that meeting that we had, if you remember, when Minister Ukwele was there. The best operating system at that time, 3 years ago, it was 3 years ago. The security controls were so strong that up until today, I am yet to see something that reaches that level of security. Today, the credit bureau is hacked. So all of you, your information is sitting with hackers as we speak. 54 million of them. Go and check, look at the news. ITC, it's hacked. It's an American company. They don't care about us. Where's that sovereignty of that data? And this is what happens when we throw away innovation. The beautiful art, the beautiful innovation, the thinking that we have, despite the poverty, despite everything else. The only problem that we are having is about us processing that innovation that we have. But God continues over and over to give us everything that we need. If you go to Kimberley right now, all the way up to Northwest, and a little bit into Zimbabwe, you have, I think they call it CF2 and lithium. It's the only mineral available in the world in that belt that is used to make lithium-ion batteries. And lithium-ion batteries is what powers technology. All these cameras and everything, whenever you're walking around, we as South Africa give the world that. Have you seen a factory in South Africa that makes lithium-ion batteries? You've never seen it. If you go to CSIR today and you look at the innovation we have, we go to Denel and you look at the weapons that we've developed, it shows you and it tells you that we are not in lack of innovation in South Africa. We just don't know what to do with it. So the problem is somewhere. It's not in the innovators. It's in the transition and in the conversion of that innovation. And unfortunately, that sits in government. Why do I say government? Government is supposed to be the enabler. How does government enable? Government must enable through legislation. And that legislation that we are having is written by old people that think old, that have no idea or clue of the future. They say that if you are going to build the future, you must plan for 40 years. In the 1990s, they planned for 40 years. It's 40 years now. Young people must be given the space to start creating and planning for their 40 years from now. Their tomorrow, 40 years. They must start and being able to give it, to start giving it today. All these legislations and everything needs to stop. They are stifling and suffocating young people. Your NYDA and all of these programs, they are suffocating young people. You have your Ubers, you have Netflix, you have everyone taking and taking and taking from us, making us forever the consumer of technology. Africa, in closing, has the youngest population. It means that Africa is sitting with an abundance of innovation. Everywhere else in the world, they have a problem. Their population is too old. So which means in the next 20 years, those people will be too dead and too gone to do anything about it. So young people need to start innovating and to be given the space to truly innovate and allow them to build those innovations and allow them to take advantage and to build their future. But as far as the innovation goes from between South Africa and the rest of the world, you may think that the world got one up on us. No. The world comes nowhere close to what we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with the audience. You got a significant round of applause for how many people we have sitting here. I could not agree more. Like I mentioned earlier, we have an innovation center in KZN, which is not a well-resourced community. It's a very poor, often forgotten about community. And the innovations we see coming out of there are phenomenal. Just because you have to innovate because you've got no other choice, but unlocking that to take the next step, completely agree with you. What role does a normal South African, someone sitting in the audience, have to play in solving that problem? A normal South African.
No, I think that, you know, as I was walking here, there's 3 ladies over there that I know. And they were like, Doc, who came up with this thing? This is a very brilliant concept. And we believe that something like this, it's supposed to be wow. I said, no, it's only the beginning and it's very good. And they said, oh, well, we'd like to meet the organizers because we want to have a Kwande Underground Music Awards or something like that. So I'm hoping that they're listening. Right? That's what a normal South African has to do. Be brave, stand up, find someone that can assist you and ask them, how can we do this? But also you have organizations like the Progressive Blacks in ICT, BITF, a whole lot of other organizations that you have to be part of as a South African, as a citizen, and you need to start talking and mobilizing the person sitting next to you to be part of this journey. You have to sit at home and somehow the ripple effect, you know, Umzwake Mbuli, he says, I am a stone, and when thrown into the river, I create waves, and those waves create ripple effects. By you telling someone, that person is going to create a ripple effect, and someone sitting somewhere out there that is supposed to make a budget speech, someone that is writing a number, someone that writes 5 million must go to X, a totally useless thing. You want that person to say 50 million must go to innovation. We have to keep talking about it. We have to keep wishing it. We have to keep dreaming it. Because remember, we are all stones, and when thrown into the river, we create waves. And those waves create ripple effects. And those ripple effects send a message. And the message must be that innovation is the future of this country. And innovation belongs to young people. There is no other message. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to NK. NK I've known for, I mean, when it's COVID years, it feels like it's been a decade. It's not that long. But this is the first time we've actually been on a stage together, I think. Yeah, oddly enough. So NK does a lot of very exciting things. One of them is having founded Pista Ventures. He's here to talk to us specifically around the link between innovation and kind of the creative industries. He also has some slides, so I'm hoping that those are going to be put up quite soon. But yeah, thank you so much, NK.
Sanbonani. Dumelang. Aufsheni. Nimen hao. 我的名字自由。Salut, je comprends français. Sanbonani Gapinda Foot. Thank you so much. I think, you know, it's so serendipitous. It's cards and cards. And I think local English or Ksharishanani Namhlanje speaks to actually some of the things. Udok, ebe kulumengas. So nje ngisacela ama slides bakithi ukuthi nje nami ngithi shwi fast yenze izinto zenzeke. Thank you so much. So what I'll be talking about is the link between innovation and the creative industries. So the approach is essentially speaking about research and essentially to say, how do you, as how you can innovate. Next slide. Cool. So in order to innovate, I think you are addressing 4 things. You're addressing desirability. So actually, do people need this thing? You're addressing the available resources that are in your community, right? So before you innovate, you need to look around you. What is there? What is available to you? Then you're sort of looking at the feasibility. So how can you take what is around you and transfer it into something of meaning and something of value? And then you move into a domain where can this thing actually make money and how long can this thing go for? At the center of it, you're placing human-centeredness and you're looking at an impact-driven outcome. Next slide, please. Some of the tools that you folks can use to innovate is looking at indigenous knowledge systems, right? So again, a dovetailing off of doc, looking at research, looking at both quantitative, qualitative views, looking at data-driven storytelling. As Africans, we are the best storytellers, and that is something that is well represented like Kaya in terms of cultural and creative industries. Outside of that is then taking Lolwazi Ennalo in terms of these cultural and creative industries and applying them and using a data-driven approach to telling these stories. Next slide, please. What you do here is looking at observations. You're actually putting yourself in these lifestyle immersions, but also you're looking at case studies and literally prototyping and looking at sentiment across the room. Next slide, please. So how do we identify and how do we place innovation as cultural practitioners and as creative industry players, but also in the aspect of being an African? We all look at the fade and we all look at the haircut and we think, you know what, again, we sport the best haircuts. But this is a prehistoric, somewhat cultural group that is based in Rwanda that styled their hair in such a way that actually made them attractive to the women. So it was the men, again, who were courting the women and based on their haircut was showing a sense of wealth and a position in the community. Next slide, please. African fractals. So we speak about innovation, we speak about software development, we speak about this 4IR. But if you go back and you revisit some of the tools that we used in our times, you suddenly realize that we actually have been innovative. Next slide, please. We speak about analog. I'm looking, it's modern, Jular, you know. We're looking at the idea of looking at the Zulu love letter. So that is algorithm. So as a cultural and a creative practitioner, you are software developers, but using analog functions to create your software package. So on the left-hand side, you can see, you know, there's pattern, there's order, there's using the little bits and bobs and writing a piece of code that actually represents itself in the sense of Ubud. Next slide, please. And then we can take it a step further, right? So we're talking about Pi, we're talking about Python, we're talking about C++, we're talking about C#, but let's go back into history, right? So on the left-hand side, we had hieroglyphics, which are talking about, you know, the erection of the grate, its length, we're looking at its breadth, and then shifting that across to binary, and then from binary, then shifting that into code. So it's essentially an ascension of scales. So everyone that is sitting here in this room is geared for innovation as a cultural and a creative practitioner. Next slide, please. But then where are we going in the future, right? And it's important to understand, now that we have all the archival knowledge, so ulwazi sinalo, isikhathi nomkhathi, we've got this, right? And so moving forward as a young person in this country is fundamentally to think with your hands. So as we walk in this room, we can see artifacts that have been made by hand, and that is fundamentally thinking with your hands. So on the left side, you've got woodwork, but on the right side, you've got electronics. Same principle, think with your hands. The phenomenons that are shaping, so we're seeing diversity is changing, we're seeing that technology, Mind you, innovation is not just technology. Innovation is a fundamental outcome of all of these smaller components, right? So we're seeing that there's an explosion in the gig economy, and as young people, we should be playing in that space. We should be volunteering our services, see freelance. We're looking at the shifting job roles. So namhlanje, you might be a graphic designer. Tomorrow, you might be a photographer. The next day, you might be a videographer. The following day, you might be making a single product. So going into the future as a cultural and creative practitioner, you might not necessarily assume the same role at any given time. Your job will change going into the future. So this thing of I'm an accountant, I'm a lawyer, I'm this, I'm that, is slowly fizzling out. You will be responding to what is needed in the marketplace. And with that said, your job role in the future is going to change. So there's this discussion around what we're going to see in the future, and there's discussion about how can we create that bridge between what is physically tangible in the room and understanding that we're going into a digital space. And this is, again, as a result of the future of work. Ukuthi la sikhona, we're here in temporarily. Isikhathi nomkhathi. You know, so we're moving into different places at any given time. This week you're in Joburg, next week you're in Durban, the following week you're in Cape Town. So what this means is that you can't carry those assets with you. And what this means is that you have to translate the value of those assets into a digital space. The Mona Lisa is sitting all the way in Paris, but guess what? These are the various interpretations of what that Mona Lisa is. And sibiza ngani, sihumanisa ngento efana no blockchain, sibiza or NFT. But fundamentally, the value of it is still there, but in a digital form. Next slide, please. So now you're, as a young person sitting in this room, and you're finally asking yourself, okay, I've got certain skills, I've got certain talents. I know where the future of work is, but the future of work will be in our cities, in the city centers. Next slide, please. So this is what an everyday South African navigates. This is what we are, this is what we do. We are people of transit, we are people of trade, we are people of commerce. Next slide, please. And the inspiration is just that, you know, there are things that are happening in India where they've included more citizens. There are things that are happening in Sierra Leone that they're harvesting rainwater within CBDs, you know. We're focusing on New York where they've created a basic, so in other words, in New York, everyone is given free food so that they can think, so that they can innovate, so that they can participate. And other things include healthier urban ecosystems within the cities. We're looking at sustainability as a big agenda, which everyone in this room participates in. Next slide, please. Now, more importantly, what is the future of Africa? Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like. It's juxtaposed to this old and new. You know, they say that Africa is a leapfrog. It's leapfrogging into the future. So you can see skyscrapers that are built with rudimentary materials, you know. You see a skyscraper, then you see a channel of water that is moving across. And this is ultimately the Afrofuturism. So developing and creating a brand of innovation that is uniquely African. Next slide, please. And that's just more of it, right? So when you think about innovation and when you think about your place in this new Africa, think about it in these terms, how you can play within the old, but also coexist and aspire for the new. Next slide, please. And how we do that, and essentially the new scaffolding is saying, go back into Isientu, draw those insights, those rights, and those traditions. We're living in a population across the continent of 1.2 billion people. Let's embrace that cultural intelligence, let's build agency, and let's build empathy. But also understanding that we are digital nomads. In other words, we are going to keep moving. And ultimately understanding that context unleashes innovation. And that's where you guys are at. And this is essentially the scaffolding for the new digital Africa. And I'm very pleased to know that, you know, there's a lot of you who are participating in that space. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Inke. One of the previous panelists spoke about marrying supportive husbands, which I did do, thankfully, but I also married a musician, unfortunately. in the sense that we know that the creative industry is a struggle. And I don't have a testament for that because I'm not in the creative industry, but I married someone who is. And I know that being part of the creative industry in South Africa is a struggle. In Durban in particular is a struggle. How do we, and maybe this is a question for people watching online because I think a lot of the people in the room are in the creative industry, but how do those of us not in the creative industry meaningfully interact and engage with the creative industry to support them?
Just pay them, you know. That's the simple answer. Abantu mabakhokhele, guys, you know. I think that's just it. But what is also critical from a creative is to also understand the idea of revenue streams, right? So it's to understand that you need to exist on multiple platforms. On the one side, yes, in the way that music distribution works on the continent. I mean, you go to Ghana right now, insofar as there is Spotify, the musicians there are fundamentally selling their music through USB sticks, you know. So they're no longer using the digital currency because they understand that the royalties that are attached to subscribing to a Spotify and Apple Music and the likes means absolutely nothing. I actually make more money selling you a 50 Rand USB with my music that's uploaded there, right? Because then it breaks down the barrier of connectivity, data, accessibility, and all of that stuff. We can't necessarily talk 5G if we can't even talk about the supply of electricity within a Nigeria, you know. So there's that. I mean, for example, there's Jason Njoku, who's said to be the sort of the father of the Nollywood digitization campaign. So he's the founder of Iroko TV, which is a paid-for service that essentially sells Nigerian content. And what he's done is that he's actually gone out and exported an open shop in Texas because he realizes that there's a large expat community that is living abroad but is actually from Nigeria. There's more money that transfers through remittance fees on the continent than the continent gets aid. In other words, I pay you 10 Rand, it costs me 50 cents to send you leo 10 Rand leo. Guess what? Lama fiber are more than donor and aid that comes into the continent. So as a young person and as a musician and as a cultural and a creative practitioner, it is very important to connect with your counterparts that are outside of the country. That's the first thing. Secondly, this thing about borders, you know, I know it's a contentious issue but with a population of 1.2 billion people, just accessing 1% of that means that you've accessed a sizable market for your own niche genre, or for your niche product, or for your niche service. And I think just going outside of South Africa's borders, because, you know, just in conclusion, let's think about it in this way. We say the United States of America, and we, in our minds, the way that it's branded, it seems as though it's a country, but it's actually a continent, right? So we always say the US of A, you know, but in our minds, we treat it as a country. But in Africa, no, it's like I'm South African. Our country is not even a name, it's a location. I mean, of all the 55 countries on the continent, ours just had to be where the south of Africa, you know, as opposed to Rwanda, Kenya, Malawi, Ghana, Mozambique. These are very authentic and original names. So I would say to a young person who's really looking to participate in cultural and creative industries is firstly, just expand your market. Just go out there, go into new territories, connect, you know, that's the first thing. And secondly, understand the idea of revenue streams. Look at what you're creating and how you can sort of break it up and how you can derive value from those individual things that you're sort of outputting. And lastly, you know, it's just get out there and don't be afraid to charge people. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Enke. I'm going to get you to come talk to my husband about revenue streams, okay? So we're joined by one other panelist. He is joining us virtually. Nathi Mbele is the founder and director of AdNotes Digital. I'm going to let him introduce himself to you, and then I believe we have a video that's going to play as well. Nathi, I'm hoping you are with us. It's like asking if God's with us.
No, yes, I believe I'm with you.
Awesome. Beautiful. We can see you. Thanks, Nati. You can go ahead, introduce yourself, and then we'll play your video for you.
All right, thanks. How I wish I was there. And greeting to my fellow panelists, NK, Doc, Sandiswa. So my name is Nati Mbele. As Abby has alluded, I'm a founder of EdNotes and EdNote Digital. So we are an internet service provider, but our market, we decided to focus in rural and township areas. So let me, I hope my video will sort of give an indication how we are assisting innovators that are located in these remotely located areas to take their product into the market. Let's play the video, then I'll come back in the next 3 minutes just to emphasize some of the points that were captured by the video. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks, Nati. If we can have that video playing.
Through the Youth Fund in partnership with EDTA, the Office of the Premier funded EdNotes to obtain an ICASA license and telecommunications equipment. The business has further attracted other support from the private sector. And in partnership with EDTA, the Office of the Premier funded EdNotes to Through the Youth Fund in partnership with EDTA, the Office of the Premier funded EdNotes to obtain an ICASA license and telecommunications equipment. The business has further attracted other support from the private sector, including the Old Mutual Foundation, the UNDP, the Smart Exchange, just to name but a few. These successful partnerships have made it possible for EdNotes to roll out public Wi-Fi and TV white space hybrid network, the best internet solution for rural and township areas at Ugu District and Etiwini Municipality. EdNotes is a 100% Black youth-owned business funded by Mr. Nati Mbele. We are a broadband technology solution provider that is also licensed by ICASA to operate and provide internet services in South Africa. EdNotes is an active pioneer of TV white space technology in sub-Saharan Africa. We apply appropriate wireless technology to suit specific customer requirements. EdNotes brings TV white space equipment deployment and configuration expertise to inform the BOQ quantities that are informed by network planning studies to go into the commercial model. Backgrounds to EdNotes solutions. We provide wireless broadband access to hard-to-reach rural and marginalized communities in need of connectivity during the current COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, through the quick deployment of TV white space based on hybrid wireless telecommunications networks. We are expanding TV white space based hybrid networks nationally by integrating value-added services that target the rural and peri-urban underserviced market looking for affordable telecommunications access. We are a member of the Internet Service Provider Association and a member of the Wireless Access Providers Associations. EdNotes upholds the ISPA Code of Conduct. We serve to both private and public sector community Wi-Fi hotspots. EdNotes is supported by the Office of the Premier through the Youth Fund, CSRI, Old Mutual Foundation, Renkoneni Municipality, and the South African Future Trust and Smart Exchange. EdNotes vision. The commissioning of EdNotes TV white space in KwaZulu-Natal forms part of KZN Premier Sihle Zikalala's aggressive plan to implement broadband connection and digital transformation that will enable effective deployment of 4IR solutions. As the Premier pointed out during the SOPA, our taxi ranks schools, public facilities and health facilities are a cornerstone of the broadband rollout. EdNotes has deployed close to 50 public Wi-Fi hotspots between eThekwini and Ugu district. This event is a demonstration that the 20,500 by 2024 Wi-Fi hotspot is a target that is possible. This rollout is a good model for the whole country to learn how the private and public sector can partner to support innovators like Nathi Mbele from our province as they build businesses with international impact. We salute the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research for entering into a partnership agreement with the United Nations Development Programme and supporting EdNotes to bridge the digital divide in South Africa. It's encouraging to also learn about EdNotes' partnership with the Old Mutual Foundation. As the government of KZN, we are exceptionally proud of these partnerships because it enables us to practically live our purpose, growing KZN together. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a heavy toll on the economy of South Africa, leading to a rapid increase in the unemployment rate. Interventions by the government such as direct fiscal support or tax breaks to SMMEs are shown to support business continuity, including being able to afford access to broadband internet, which is vital to promote their online product. However, the high cost of data and internet access remains an obstacle for many businesses to move towards digitalization of operations, as well as gaining access to online financing and services. Thus, provision of affordable internet access, particularly in rural areas with limited digital infrastructure, is expected to play a real role in South African economy recovery by enabling SMMEs to shift towards digital operations and enhance access to markets, finance and services that are required in a post-COVID-19 economy, and thereby empowering women and the youth-owned business. This partnership has enabled EdNotes to create 5 new jobs from the local community who will be upskilled in the process through CSRI-led intense training. We are very proud to announce the following public facilities have been connected by EdNotes: Olwandle High School, Nyanisweni High School, Mavundla Primary School, Gamalake Taxi Rank, Kwaqolo Steam, here at Kwaqolo Tribal Court. EdNotes focusing on innovative use of TV white space and Wi-Fi network technologies will lead to a competitive telecommunications sector, bridging of digital divide and creation of job opportunities in South Africa. We acknowledge the following EdNotes TV white space network sponsors: KwaZulu-Natal Office of the Premier, Nkonyeni Municipality, Old Mutual Foundation, Smart Exchange, Inyosi Empowerment, South African Future Trust, NYDA, Black Umbrellas, and On Mobile Global. Thank you.
Much. I hope I'm back on that side.
We can hear you beautifully.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I hope the video highlighted our work, and the only thing that I want to emphasize specifically with challenges that I believe actually holding us from taking our innovation to the market, which I believe EdNotes is trying to solve. You know, the cost of data. But even the cost of data being a challenge, remember some of these challenges, when they are created, they are actually put in front of us because someone is benefiting from that challenge. When you look at the issue of HIV and AIDS, it's been there for years, and yet recently we find ourselves under COVID. All of a sudden, there were vaccines to resolve the issue of COVID, meaning the HIV and AIDS, someone is benefiting such a delay in discovering solution around HIV/AIDS. So when you look at problems around data, when we started, we realized that, you know what, this high cost of data, I know they are selling a story that the issue of limited of spectrum is the biggest driver of data cost. I don't believe that is the issue. The spectrum is being auctioned as we speak by the regulator, but I don't think data will decrease. In fact, what is being auctioned now was already given at the beginning of COVID. So same operators that are buying the spectrum has been using that, but data cost has not decreased even now. So I would like to challenge all of us to think about these challenges from a point of, when you resolve them, you must also keep in mind that we are taking bread from someone's table, unfortunately, who's been benefiting from the challenge inappropriately. So you will certainly face resistance when you bring technology to the market. Some of those resistance that we've seen, we are also contributing to that as innovators, because when you innovate something, we do not register that thing. You know, we don't take it and go and put it just to be the owner of that intellectual property. Africans has innovated a lot previously, but if you're not registering your innovation, you cannot be recognized or acknowledged as an innovator. But also the lack of research when we do innovation. I'm one of those who can be excited about something that I'm innovating, but I'll do little research in terms of how do I take this to the market. So that's where we usually cry about funding being limited. Yes, funding is limited, but even in that process, I believe there are other innovative ways of raising funding. Like in our case, if you saw the video, during COVID, we've set a target to raise 10 million rand to bring our innovation to the market. Most people, they thought it was impossible. Yes, it seemed impossible because it was lockdown. However, we accelerated the issue of connecting communities, simply because now we've got a COVID where people are being locked out of the economy. So let's also take advantage of these so-called challenges that are coming, whether through natural disasters or through other man-made issues that are happening out there. But I always say, especially to our young people, we haven't suffered enough if we are still sitting down and not doing anything about our suffering. We can learn from the youth of 1976. They were tired about certain things, and they came together and decided to do something about it. So as long as we are comfortable with being unemployed and not actually do anything about it, if we are saying certain government function or department or certain organization or certain agencies is actually limiting us as young people, and yes, we are the majority, then why don't you do something about that? So I would like to encourage everyone not to give up or to expect that the solution will come from the West or will come from elsewhere. We are the solution to our problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nati. I'm just thinking, as each of the panelists have spoken, that this has been kind of like a setup for all four of you, because I just think that if four of you got together, there'd be lots of great things coming from that, because you're all speaking to the same things and wanting to fix the same problems. I'm keen if the rest of you are, let me know. Nati, for you particularly, obviously your journey has been a very exciting one, and I said to you the other day that every time I'm with Tia or someone like that, your name gets mentioned. You've overcome a lot of challenges to get where you are. You know, if you could go back to speak to yourself 10 years ago, what is that one thing? You've got 30 seconds. What are you going to say to yourself from 10 years ago?
Yeah, look, one of the challenges, like in our case, I was born at Mlazi Township. You know, I grew up in that environment. One thing that if you allow yourself to be consumed by your environment. So the moment, like when I relocated to Cape Town, at that time, that's when I actually realized that an environment can be one of the contributing factor if you allow it to, to overcloud your dreams. I'm not saying you have to go to Cape Town to come up with some of the ideas, but I'm saying we can be anywhere, and still allow our creativity to shine. You know, so even before starting this journey, you know, I spent a lot of time in rural areas. Even recently, we are taking our business to the African continent. But first thing that I did was to get a passport and travel around Africa. I've been to most African countries. Before I can even take my business to Africa, I have to be there to understand the culture. Sometimes we limit ourselves. We want to be born in Mlazi, start in Mlazi, graduate in Mlazi, live there. So it does contribute, you know, you sometimes end up only having the perspective of that area. So I still visit Mlazi on a monthly basis. It's a great area. But I've seen young people even now, they are limiting themselves by the area where they are from. You know, they've just conditioned themselves that, you know, I'm from Mlazi, then I can do this because I'm from Mlazi. Mlazi produces amazing people. Sometimes we don't get a chance to learn what they do. So, but also, I like what you touched on that, you know, you haven't met me in person, but you heard people talking about our amazing work. I think if the neighborhood has not used your name as one of their household name for the work that we're doing, you must know that we haven't done a lot. But also the people that speak about your work, it's must be people that are actually relevant in terms of collaboration with them. Like in our case, CSIR, as a research state-owned institution, they do a lot of work. Other work sits on their shelf and is never get to see or being commercialized. So I challenge young people to also engage these research institutions. TIA is their mandate is to support innovators. So try to put your name next to those people, knock on those doors, but also get people to know what we are doing. Not only just on social media. I'm sorry, I'm not even on Facebook, but those, because I realize Facebook, I can't make money through Facebook. It's a platform that was created by Mark Zuckerberg and is saving whatever purpose that he wanted to save. However, I would like to be on Tia's lips. I want to be on CSIR. I want to be on KZN government because I'm still here in KZN. At the moment, we are waiting for a license in Tanzania. But if you go to Tanzania, I can tell you, decision makers that we are engaging, they already know my name, they already know Endo, they already know what we're trying to do. So let's be relevant to where we want to be, not relevant on social media where it cannot take us anywhere. So some of the challenges is around where do we make noise, where do we knock, where do we want to be, and then let's get our name to where we want to be as opposed to where the social media or the network has designed us to make noise because we are just helping those platforms if we do that.
Great, thank you so much for that advice, Nati. I'm going to open the floor for questions. There is a mic, so if you do have a question for any of the panelists, just raise your hand. We are nearing the very end of our panel discussion time frame. But yeah, we welcome a couple of questions if there are any. If there are not, I'm going to assume it's because the panelists did such an excellent job at answering my questions and briefing everyone. Any questions? Beautiful. I'm giving it to you guys on this Friday afternoon, it is, yeah, you did an excellent job in speaking clearly and directly and covering the topic that you were given. I want to say thank you so much, Enke, Dr. Sandiso, and Nati as well, for being generous with your time, with your knowledge, with your experience. I'm sure they will stick around if you want to catch anyone one-on-one, just to chew their ear off a little bit. But again, thank you so, so much. We will be going on to our next session in a little bit, which is specifically around, if I'm not mistaken, the briefing of the hackathon shortlisting participants. If I'm wrong, it's because they're not paying me to be the MC, so that's okay. We're going to have a bit of music playing in the background, but yeah, enjoy the rest of Kwande Fest. Thank you so much.
Oh, hold on, Amy. I think, sorry for that.
Go for it.
Ngathi kunesidlo sasemini ngalena. Kunesidlo sasemini ngalena. So there's lunch, folks. There's lunch.
There is lunch. I didn't get that. It's because I already eaten. I'm all full. Yeah.
You can see who's getting paid, huh?
That's true. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
No, that must come this side. First cheer. Yeah, that's why I said cheer this. No, I made a mistake, so I'm putting it that side and then the first cheer will come. What? Yeah, I was putting it there,
Sanamukela namhlanje kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Kumazwi fortune ngithi hlaleni kanjalo ningasuki ngoba sinenkunzi yami la entambeni siyawususa manje umsindo. Sithi qhuzasha big baggers bhekene phezulu bafana bakuthi cha hlaleni kanjalo la kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Awuzwa. Sanamukela namhlanje kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Kumazwi fortune ngithi hlaleni kanjalo ningasuki ngoba sinenkunzi yami la entambeni siyawususa manje umsindo. Sithi qhuzasha bhike bhakazi bhekene phezulu bafana bakuthi cha hlaleni kanjalo la kwi-KZN Kwande Festival. Awuzwa. yazi bengikhalelani le ngoma elandelayo it's the
abenza ngeza umuntu asweke manje yanilela short uyayodala nezinye izingane ngiyabona ngisabona awuthola mpilo mthathu wedelane ngizophetha ngamahloni sengihalazela nezingane ezinhle njengezingelosi
Isula ishumi lamantombazane Isula ishumi lamantombazane Isula ishumi lamantombazane Isula ishumi lamantombazane
loke ngisobona ngikhala isilobo sami ubuhle bala majongosi Nkosi yasi uma bele ntwane sasa ngizokubethela kwemzuzi angithola mpilo mthathu wedelane khona ngizophetha ngamahloni
Nesengalasela nezingane ezinhle njengezingelosi Isula ishumi lamantombazane 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 Isula ishumi lamantombazane
Right, angithi lana kuyanda event sanamukele bafethu singasekhaya ke la bafethu seThekwini mina mawumla phezulu la uyakubona ekhaya kancane ngizothanda ukuthi ngibe romantic kancane for intombi. This is one of my favorites.
Sami ngizokitaza mina ngizokitaza sithando sami ngizokitaza mina ngizokitaza sithando sami ngizokitaza mina ngizokitaza sithando sami ngizokitaza mina ngizokitaza
Mangona wena mama tell ngathi ngitshela izwe lonke namhlanje baby ngokukitaza isikhathi ngathi sesondele baby ulimsulo namhlanje baby ngokukitaza Sokubamba amasa ngiyakusondeza ngikungabuli ubusuku bonke namhlanje baby ngokugida nesikhathi ngathi sesondela engiyolinde usuku lonke futhi namhlanje baby ngokugida
Ngiyakutshembisa mina ngizokugitaza ngiyakutshembisa mina ngizokugitaza ngiyakutshembisa mina ngizokugitaza
KZN Kwande Festival. Igama lami nguMazi Fortune. Sale kahle bafethu.
Now we're taking you back to Sophia Town. And just Hey! much. Thank you.
Please meet my band. On trumpet, we've got Chabo Skakane. A big hand for Chabo Skakane, please. Yes. On trombone, we've got Titi Kumalo, Mr. Kumalo, on trombone. And I'm going to my left-hand man here, who's my right-hand man as well. In music, Mr. Sanele Pagati. And the man who's cooking everything behind the scenes, but he's the one that keep that groove going, you know. Mr. Spusiso Zondi on drums. And we've got our pretty woman, a lady, Yolanda Kenge. And we'll give you a last song. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you. Till we meet again.
I make ginger shots. I have two different variants, which is a double ginger and a fiery ginger. They're natural products made from ginger, honey, lemon, and the other one's got cayenne pepper, so it's got a bit of a kick. It started off basically during COVID when I was trying to get my mother off tablets, rather give her something that's more natural that she can drink, that would help her during COVID, boost her immune system, as an anti-inflammatory, help her with the digestive system and cholesterol and stuff like that. And it's grown to this. So here I am, ginger shot girl. It's basically it. I'm hoping to get more customers, more clients, get people to taste the product, tell me what they like and what they don't like about the product. Yeah, so that's basically it about ginger shot girl.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So before you
Like, we like this thing, maybe you should try get your friends to drink it. They didn't die, and like I said, 2 years later, we've bottled, we're trying to get into the market now.
that's awesome, that's awesome. So I think maybe you can come here and then you can maybe because I can see there's two different types, different colors, things. Maybe we can go over that and check it out.
Okay, so there is two variants. I've got two types. I've got one called fiery ginger. This has got cayenne pepper. That's why it's got a more of an orange tinge to it. So we put in the cayenne pepper. It helps more if you're feeling a bit fluey. You know, if you've got a bit of sinuses. This one normally gives you a kick and opens up those the palate. And then the other one is double ginger, which is more of your day-to-day drinking. As an immune booster, you can take this one on a daily basis. You can take both, but most people prefer this one.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I see you have different size bottles. Maybe walk us through the sizes.
Okay, I've got the two different sizes is the 100 ml. This one makes it easier for you to, as a grab and go, put it in your lunch box. You can take it with you in the car. And then this one, which I've developed as well, 750 ml. I call it the family flu fighter. Because then the whole family, you stick it in the fridge and you can just measure it out for yourself and your family.
Awesome, that's great. Okay, so thank you very much. And we're about to start. And hope to see you soon also.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. So you can come
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please start? Thank you. Thank you, ladies here in the front. Thank you all so much for taking all the time to come here and attend this session. Our session this afternoon is going to be about understanding the business of film. My name is Zianda Matsingwane, and I am the Production and Development Manager at the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission, and we deal with funding. The business of film is actually our business. We eat, live, breathe TV and film, and we're very passionate about the subject because, you know, we don't want to just fund projects that sit on the shelves. So, you know, as a film commission, we want to develop and grow the industry, so therefore we want our filmmakers to be able to be financially sustainable and be able to take care of their families and themselves and their legacies. And with me on stage, I have a few distinguished people that I'm going to be introducing soon. And we should also have two people that will be joining us virtually who are in Gauteng. From my left is Nathan Rice, who is representing the youth. So as you all know, we need to be taking care of the next generation, so we can't really do this without the youth being involved and, developing and growing so that they can, take the reins. And Nathan is a director of a few films. He's directed Lilith, a film that is going to be soon on Amazon. He's also directed The Road Less Cycled, which is with a distributor, and a few short films. One of those short films is going to be screened this afternoon at 4 o'clock, so please don't leave. It's a beautiful film that showcases the culture of KZN, but it's not just that, it shows just the complications of, families. I don't want to give it all away, so if you stick around, you'll see the film. And next to me is Bonnie Sitebe. Bonnie is from Durban Motion Pictures, and she has been playing in this space for so long. So just a funny thing, when I asked them how I can introduce them, Bonnie sent me like a really long list of what I should say about her. And I do want to give her all the credit, so I am going to read it out so that I don't miss any word of it. So Bonnie is an award-winning director and producer, and co-founder of Durban Motion Pictures, a production company that has been around for 15 years in producing large-scale of film work and projects screened on various national broadcasters, and being renowned for churning out more than 30 highly successful television films. She holds a certificate in international producing, and credits include working as a storyliner and writer on a popular drama series for ETV, Imbeu. Take note, please. In 2019, she served as a board member and treasurer in women's organization Sisters Working in Film and TV, and she's very enthusiastic and a collaborator who's established strong relationships with industry leaders and just enjoys supporting, encouraging, challenging, and guiding the next generation of filmmakers by mentoring them. So I really wanted to give her this credit because they come like really far. When the Film Commission came to KZN, we found them in the space. They had zero, budgets, but they were making films and trying to make it work. And on the right, I have Mr. Mujalifa Khoza, who came all the way from Joburg to grace us with his presence, and he is from the CIPC, and he's going to be presenting on IP. And last but not least, in the room, we have Jayen Mudli. Jayen is the producer and director of The Keeping Up with the Kandasamis. Hopefully you all know those films. The KZN Film Commission funded the first two, and due to their success, the last one now has been picked up by Netflix. And just a secret, she has Netflix in her pocket. So if you want to talk to someone who knows the Netflix people, you must talk to Jayen. So I just saw something on the screen there, and they just disappeared. I think Helen and Bokani were there. So anyway, I think let me just Oh, there's Helen. Hi, Helen. Okay, so Helen is from Indigenous Film, and she's been playing in the distribution space for a very long time. And as we all know, we can make the films, but if they don't have a platform to be distributed, we're really just, making films for the sake of keeping them on the shelves and gathering dust. So Helen has really been assisting, filmmakers, not just in KZN, but all over South Africa to find homes. And so she's going to be talking to us about, where they've been and where specifically film, and how the cinemas aren't doing as well as they used to, and then the platforms that they currently now are talking to and engaging, and how things have just changed in the distribution space, and hopefully the future of distribution as she sees it. And Bokani, hi Bokani. Okay, so there's Miss Moyo. So I actually worked with Bokani a few years ago, and she is a go-getter, so I wasn't surprised when I heard that she'd moved to Moja Love as the head of channel. So Bokani has about 20 years of experience in the industry, and not just in South Africa, but in Africa across. And she's also going to be just sharing about Moja Love, where they started, where they are now, the content that they're looking for, because the content is very much aligned to what we produce here, specifically in KZN in our region. And yeah, without further ado, we can start. So what we're going to start with, we're going to start with the inspirational stories from our successes in KZN. And so Bonnie will go first, and then after that Jayen, and then Nathan. And after that we'll have Mr. Koza presenting. So Mr. Koza has a technical presentation, and he has a lot to share on IP. So he then opted to present so that he can give us all the detail. And then after that we'll have Moja Love talking about the content that they're looking for, and lastly then Helen on distribution. So all of it basically is so that we can all learn about how we can make our films, and not just our stories, and not just the creative part, and and not just our culture, but also how we can then make money out of them. So over to you, Bonnie.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Zianda. Okay, so I was invited here to share my story of where we started, or where I started as a filmmaker to where I am today. It's a very interesting one. Established in 2005, we are now in our 16th year. Like every aspiring filmmaker, we all start with a story. You have a dream. You want to make a film. You want your work to be seen on television. I remember like it was yesterday, because we also had a story. We started writing, and like I said, like every aspiring filmmaker, you know your story is just gonna go big. You're gonna make a lot of money. You're gonna be famous. I mean, for me, it wasn't exactly famous as in I'm gonna be on screen, but I wanted to be that producer or that director. Because at that time, I'm based in Durban, born and bred in Durban, and I think during that time, there wasn't really much support in terms of the industry. It was very scarce. Like everybody was on their own. It's like you were more inspired by what you hear or see on television or read on newspapers, things that were happening in Cape Town or Johannesburg or Hollywood. That was mainly our inspiration. So we came up with the story which we wrote, which is very funny, because I remember when I see the film now, like I was watching the film, I think last year, again, my first film that I made. I was looking at the credits, and I think I was a producer. I was doing catering, I was doing makeup. It was so funny, I think I had about 10 credits in one film. There wasn't a lot of us obviously because we self-funded the film. It was a film that we literally stopped paying for our bond to make a film. And we knew, like, maybe when we're done, we're gonna be able to recoup the money and pay the bank. But it didn't go that direction. Instead, we lost everything. I remember we lost our house, we lost our cars. We didn't make money from the film. The film itself took 3 years to finish. And it was just all dull and gloom. It wasn't that dream that we had when we started. It became something like, oh my gosh, we didn't think it was going to be so difficult. I think 3 years later, the film was picked up by SABC, which was quite something good. Oh, at that time, if you remember, during those years, DVDs was the big thing as well. So I believe it was a good film because it got so pirated. I think everybody knew about the film. I mean, you would know because all the actors were being stopped on the streets. They knew the characters, they spoke about the film. But no cent came in because there was a lot of piracy at that time and we couldn't make money out of it. So I remember when we were selling the film at that time, the film was called Nothing for Mahalagazi. I don't know if anybody knows it. It was a comedy. And so we basically knew it was a good film because SABC took the film and, I kind of also feel like that's where my career was launched because now I had something that was on television, even though it was played as a student film at that time. I think SABC had opened up on taking student films, so it was kind of how I kind of launched myself into an industry. But it didn't really make it easy either because then we were very broke. We were just like, well, how do I make a film? Now every money that I make, I need to support my family. And nobody understands this film thing. Like, we had family, we had who didn't get. Like, I think my dad never still like, what are you doing? The worst thing was like, how come I never see you on TV and you say you're in the industry, So nobody really understood what we were doing. But anyway, because we were very passionate and consistent, we didn't stop there. And then when opportunities started opening up, obviously, I remember DSTV when they came to KZN and they introduced the Made for TV. We were one of the companies that were selected to be part of the first film they're going to be producing in KZN. I think we were very fortunate to have about 3 or 4 films selected from our company, and then that is how we actually launched ourselves into DSTV. So we started making films for them, and again, so you must know in between that time, there's always a time where you're like, I'm quitting this thing, But again, I had a question in my mind, how else did the other companies succeed? You look at companies that are sustainable. There were bigger companies, but obviously none in Durban that was doing channeling films as much. But we had a vision, I had a vision of there must be a way. We were not the first people who want to have a sustainable company. And there are companies out there, even though they were not around us. We didn't really have mentors or anybody who tells us what to do. So everything was just, we were learning as we go. We would go on the internet, you'll do your research. So when we were launched on DSTV, then we started making films for them, and it grew from there. And like Mapayo was saying, we've made more than 30 films. Again, it's a good thing to say that I've made so many films, but is it? Because I probably don't own any of those films, right? But can you say now that I'm established because I made so many films? Maybe yes, maybe no, but what do I have to show? Where are those films? People ask me and I say, oh, okay, yeah, but I don't own those films. But at the same time, I don't take that for granted because not everybody was able to get to that space. It was something that we had to go by to live as well because that was the only career I had. It was something that I woke up in the morning and said, this is my job. I need to make money out of it. I need to feed my family. So again, and I needed to prove to my family that I'm in the right space. So you would take anything. You would be working for free. You would be making a film and not make profits because you want the film to be good enough so that it is on TV. I mean, obviously, if you look at the films now, they're not so great because obviously we were learning as we go, but I know they were great at that time. So as you go, we were improving every year. You could see that, okay, production-wise it's improving, story-wise it's improving. But what I've learned throughout the years is that story is everything. I look at filmmakers now and everybody wants to make a film, everybody wants to have a story. But what we don't think about is it just a story that you want to make? Is it a film that you just want to make? Or are you establishing a business for yourself? Are you establishing something that's going to sustain you, you know? Because it is so sad to see a filmmaker who has a concept and make a film, and that's the only film they've made for the past 5 years, and then they don't have money after that, and then they have to go back probably to study something else. I know people who went back to study nursing or study teaching because now the families are complaining like, you busy with this, so what's going on? So we had to sit down and figure out how can this be sustainable? How can the company, because the company was registered, are we making money? Are we quitting and finding something else? My daughter is growing up, she needs to go to school, you know, like you kind of wanna, you know, you wanna own assets, can you, with the money that you're getting? So we're like, okay, this thing needs to be sustainable. So we started opening up a bit. You know, it's so interesting how in South Africa, you can't just be a producer. Like I said, the first film, I was so many credits. I had to learn the whole value chain of filmmaking. I write, I direct. I'm not saying everybody should do that. Obviously, you need to focus. But I had to learn how to write. I had to learn how to direct. I had to learn how to produce. I think for me as well, it helped when the budget is so small and I have to double, you know, in order to maximize my income. Or then I started opening up, not just doing projects for myself, and then I started freelancing and working for other projects as well. So basically, I think the question is, can a film company be sustainable? Yes, it can, but you need to be very clever about it and not say, I have a story, I want to be big. Because promise you, I don't think anybody has been successful by having one story and saying, I'm going to make millions out of it. I did research. I did research with filmmakers that are big today, and I realized that it's not just one story, right? It's not just one film. You need to get in. You know, you need to understand the whole, you know, everything about film. You need to understand the distributors. What do they want? And I think also we need to consider things like, who are we making films for? You know, like it gets to a point where you stop making films for yourself, for your own consumption. Like before, it's like, oh, I love comedy, I want to make comedy films. To a point where a broadcaster will tell you, like, we don't take comedy films, we take educational films. Make that film, you know. Are you open to those suggestions to open up and say, okay, let me see if I can do something different than comedy, because it's not about what I want anymore. Again, I know there are filmmakers or artists that say, I'm not moving. This is my niche. I'm just focusing on art films, or I just want to make horror movies, you know. But again, where are you going with that? I mean, times have changed. I mean, the economy is getting really bad. Are you having a second income that's sustaining you while you're making your passion projects? You know, so you need to understand, why are you making films and why are you in the industry? So me personally, I knew that I wanted to make money out of film. For me, it was, I want to make good films, but I want to make money. So what else can I do? So I skilled myself. I attended, I don't even know how many certificates I have. I attend each and everything. I've done accounting, I've done business, I've done, you know, I even stopped putting it on my CV anymore because it's like so long. But for me, it was, I didn't want only to train myself as a filmmaker, but I wanted to establish myself as a business person in film so that I understand, when I start writing that story, will I be able to sell the film? And also, what we do mainly as filmmakers is we think, because now there's a film commission and they're here to give us funding, and you're like, oh my gosh, they're going to be giving me so much money, I'm going to be so rich. We're taking it so wrong, because whatever money they give you, it's not for you, it's for the film. And filmmakers need to understand that it's just like any other business. Your first film, it's there to launch you as a filmmaker, even if you don't make a sense. And I remember, like, you need to get to a point where you make the film and you don't care if you get paid, because you had put in a team, or you had spent that money to the best skill possible so that the film looks so good that the funder does not doubt you the second time if they want to fund you. And I just wish filmmakers could look at it like that, than to be excited that, oh, there's funding, oh, they're funding us, oh, you know. And I think we get so excited about funding that we forget, like, why we want to make films, or like, where is your vision? That's going to be probably your only film you make. If you don't make it so well, nobody's going to have confidence in you. If your first film is a mess, nobody's going to trust you anymore. So why don't you just put 110% in that, so that once you launch yourself in it, you are able to move on. So for me, I feel like so passionate about telling filmmakers, like, they come to me all the time and I say, guys, if you want to make a film and you get funding, that's not your money. That money is to create a content that's going to, it's like your CV, basically. So, and also us depending so much on funding, sometimes it's not a really good thing. Like, now, I feel like I should also be in a point where I'm not dependent on government funding, because the company should be at the point where now it is self-sustainable. It is, I can make money from the profits I've made from previous films, you know, and film money is never enough. Your budget can be 10 million, and government is not going to give you 10 million, you know. So what am I going to do to make the film look like 10 million? Obviously, you put over and above in it. So, look, there's a lot I want to share, but I think I'll take questions. But for me, basically, is to say that filmmakers should really think about, should have a long-term vision than to say, I have a good story. Trust me, nobody cares about your good story. The question is, does the audience care about your good story? Is there an audience for that good story? Is there a distributor who's interested in that? And also considering where you're taking the film before you start writing, because you can spend 2 years writing a story. At the end of the day, nobody cares about your story but yourself.
Sorry about that. That was a mouthful. Thank you so much, Bonnie. I think, there's so much that you've shared, from just how we as filmmakers can basically take, the film as industry as a business. And I mean, there's so much, and I'm really hoping that, the audience heard everything that you shared. Thank you for also sharing sensitive information about your family losing a home, because we know that's sensitive. Thanks for sharing that. And next is going to be Ms. Cheyenne Moodley. Cheyenne, just a brief on, basically, where you started with, specifically with the Kandasamis, and what worked. And I know one of, the reasons that it worked for you was also the niche, because you're targeting to the Indian community, and just, the journey with keeping up with the Kandasamis.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Zianda. And it was so lovely to hear my friend Bonnie speak. We haven't seen each other in too long, thanks to COVID. So nice to hear your voice again. It's only been phone calls, so yeah. With regards to firstly, the topic at hand, which is the business of film, I think that one of the first things we, the people who are in this world of film, forget is that it is a business. We want to be in this creative space where we feel we just want to tell stories, and we just want our voices to be heard, and we just want others' voices to be heard, that we forget that there is this spreadsheet, that there is this thing called accounting, and there is this accounts and expenses and income, and at the end of the day, we want to be able to earn from it. That is the business of film. right? That is the business of film. And so far, I think in South Africa, we really are climbing an uphill battle with regards to the business of film, because you can ask Zianda, you can literally count the number of films in South Africa that have made a profit in terms of feature films, right? I'm not talking short films, I'm not talking long form telenovela or TV formats, I'm talking purely feature films. So how do we make this business of film work? So Zianda wanted me to speak a little bit about the journey and incorporating the business of film into it. So I think the first thing we did was, and the first thing all of you young filmmakers must do is make a film, right? So don't say, I'm a filmmaker, or I'm a producer, I'm a director, I'm a writer, if you haven't gone out and made a film. Whether you shoot it on your iPhone or your Samsung Galaxy, or you grab a few of your mates together and you shoot a film, I'm saying still go out and make a film. That then qualifies you as a filmmaker. So the first film that we made was called White Gold. We shot it with a crew of 5 people. Like Bonnie, when I look at the credits, I did hair and makeup, costumes, wardrobe, casting, writing, directing, producing, transport. Yes, we cooked on set because you had a crew of 5 people, but we wanted to make a film. So that's the first thing you have to do, you have to make a film. The second thing you then do is, now that you have a film, you have to sell it. That is the business of film, right? And when I say sell it, I don't mean have a little thing in a garage where you ask people to pay 10 Rand and come and watch it. You want the business of film to be successful in your life. So you have to then take this film, because you have to believe in yourself as a filmmaker. You have to take it to the likes of SABC. We were extremely ambitious and I think highly ignorant at the time in 2010, because we just thought, we got a film, let's take it to Ster-Kinekor. Of course they're going to take it, it's a local film, they have to show it. And I still remember the agent in Ster-Kinekor said, Jane, we actually have 26 local films waiting to be shown, because local films don't get the slots. And I was like, so taken aback. It was my first lesson in filmmaking 101, because I come from an absolute nofilmschool.com. So once you have this film, you have to be able to sell it. That then is your guarantee that you know what you're doing. Okay, because if you have a film, and if you send it to SABC, if you send it to ETV, if you send it to Mnet, DSTV, Mzansi Magic, Netflix, Amazon, and no one's buying it, then the business of film means you've got to sit back and reflect and give yourself the hard lesson of asking, what is it going to take to sell this film? Because at the end of the day, we want to make films that sell. We want to make films that make money. So in terms of the journey, the NFVF at that time was starting a female filmmaker slate. So I contacted Bonnie. We did not know each other. I think it was 2011 or 2012. And I said, Bonnie, you and I are the only 2 black female filmmakers in KZN. Surely we should apply for this together. It was a short film. I had only done a film with, like I said, the crew of 5 people, no experience at all. Bonnie had been doing Mzansi Magic movies. So I said, here's our opportunity to actually have a proper crew and be mentored by the NFVF. And so we sent in a proposal for the dance. It was selected. We were so excited. I think that's when our friendship started. And we co-wrote and we co-directed the short film. And it was shown at DIF. And, it was just like the journey had begun. You know, we felt like, okay, we can do this. You now had a short film under your belt. Then the NFVF came up with what is called the Black Filmmaker Slate. And the reason I'm talking about all of this is because there are these programs that are available. You know, our government is constantly trying to grow the industry, and they're coming up with programs like this all the time. All you have to do, and all you have to keep doing in this business of film, is work really, really hard. Nothing comes easy. It's truly blood, sweat, and tears, and you've got to do it. So the NFVF came up with a Black Filmmaker Slate. And I thought, okay, they wanted a 1-page synopsis. Let me send a 1-page synopsis. And I got a group of youngsters together, and I said, let's come up with 2 ideas. You know, let's send in 2 ideas. One was keeping up with the Kandasamis, because We had just done White Gold, which told the story of Indian indenture and how we came as slaves to South Africa to cut sugarcane. And it was a very traumatic experience because you're reliving everything that your ancestors and your forebears had gone through. And I said, I want to do comedy. I need to laugh. I need to feel happy again after that experience. So Keeping Up with the Kandasamis was born. And then we came up with another concept, which I remember was called I Don't Fright for No Ghost. It was a spoof comedy. And we sent those two in. And Keeping Up with the Kandasamis was shortlisted, and we were invited to pitch at the NFVF in Johannesburg. Now, you can imagine us, KZN, Durban, we're always seen as the poor cousins to Joburg and Cape Town. No experience, we just had this short film. We had done White Gold, and we said, okay, let's go and pitch Keeping Up with the Kandasamis. And we went and Googled how to pitch, because that's what you have to do. Everything is out there for the taking, for the learning. I often think about you youngsters, and you have Google and YouTube at your fingertips. You should be using it. The world is literally your classroom right now. And we went and we pitched. And I still remember there were about 12 or 13 members on that panel, and they just laughed from the beginning until the end. And as Junaid Ahmed walked us out, he said, do you know there's 26 companies shortlisted, and you guys were the only ones who pitched comedy? And I thought, oh, okay, if we were the only ones who pitched comedy, if they've laughed from beginning to end, maybe we have a shot at this. And then the film went into development, and then it was selected for production. 3 films were selected to go into production. It was hard to get. It was Happiness is a 4-letter word, and then it was Keeping Up with the Kandasamis. And it was all very, very exciting. But in terms of the business of film, throughout all of this, I earned very little. We were fortunate we had a television series on at SABC, so we were all able to earn a monthly salary through that. But through the writing of Keeping Up with the Kandasamis, I'm even scared to tell you guys what I earned, because you'd be so terrified, you'd all run away and think, we don't even want to be in this world of film anymore. But we loved it. We were doing it because we absolutely loved it, and we wanted to make a film. I think it was Quentin Tarantino who said, you don't make films to make money, you make money so you can make more films. And once you make one film, you want to make the next film and the next film. And that's exactly what the business of film is. So we all know that in order to make quality films, you have to have a decent budget. Maybe you can do it without a decent budget, if you have such a strong story that you can sort of make it happen. But we all know you have to have a decent budget. And I think we were sort of in the right place at the right time, because we were mentored by Junaid Ahmed and Helena Spring, who were absolutely amazing. She'd had 30 films to her name, and we just started learning and picking up whatever we could from them. I still remember, though, and this is something that you all are going to go through in this business of film, when we were doing post-production for Keeping Up with the Kandasamis, people were saying, who's going to come and watch this film? Indian South Africans make up less than 2% of South Africa. Is the NFVF going to feel nervous that they put this amount of money into this film? And I remember sitting there thinking, oh, so your stomach is forever in knots. Don't ever think it's unnatural. You can be writing and still feeling absolutely nervous. You can be on set and still feeling absolutely nervous. The film can release and you're still feeling absolutely nervous, because you never know. There's a beautiful saying that you have to give the audience what they want, but the audience themselves don't know what they want until they see it. And nobody could have ever predicted that Keeping Up with the Kandasamis was going to be a box office success. Nobody could have. I remember when they did the projections, they said the maximum this film could make is 4 million. And that was their projection at that time. So nobody could have predicted it. So if you want to make a film, and if you believe in it completely, and if you think that there is an audience for that film, then you have to go ahead and make the film. But do your due diligence and do the business side of making that film as well. Because I think in South Africa, we forget that. And I just want to end off by saying, I know Helen is on this call online, and Helen's business partner, Tandeka, I think played such a huge role, without her possibly even knowing it, in my journey, because at the end of the first Kandasamis, I was going for a meeting to the NFVF and I bumped into her. I was walking up the stairs, she was coming down, she was head of production, and she was like, she came and she hugged me and she says, I'm so excited, we're all so excited. South Africans are actually paying to watch a South African film, and then she laughed, she said, and the NFVF's gonna get our money back, we're so excited. And we just shared a chuckle, and she said, what is your next project? And I said, oh, I have this film lined up, it's called Imprisoned, and it's set in rural KZN. It's a story that's already, been swimming around in my mind. I'm so excited about it. We're gonna get development funding. In fact, I think we had just been awarded development funding. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna write it. And she looked at me and she said, you're making the biggest mistake of your career. And I said, don't say that. I did comedy, I wanna do drama now. I wanna make a serious film. And she said, first do 3 commercial films, and then you can choose to do a drama, you can do an art house film, you can do whatever you want, but you've made 1 commercial success. Please, please, please don't confuse your audience now with a hectic drama. Build an audience, build a fan base first. And I remember not being too happy with what she said, because I was all set to go and shoot and write Imprisoned. But thinking about it, because Thandeka is someone who's opinion and I valued and trusted so much. And that's the other thing about distributors. We have to trust them. They know what the market wants. Don't only think about what we want in the business of film. And I remember so clearly on the way home, on that flight from Joburg to Durban, because the end of my conversation was I asked her, I said, so Thandeka, what should I do? And she said, you have to do the sequel to Keeping Up with the Kandasamis. And on the way home, on that flight, I started writing the script in my head to the sequel for Keeping Up with the Kandasamis. And sadly, Imprisoned got shelved. It got shelved again for the 3rd Kandasamis. It might get shelved again for another project. But its time will come. But it was such solid advice that she gave me. And I think, when you speak to people like Thandeka, when you speak to people like Helen with regards to distributors, when you speak to people like Bonnie, who've done so many films, take to heart what they say, because I think their business is actually the business of film. And it's something that we all want to learn. It's something that we all want to be successful at. We just got to work really, really hard. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jayan, for that insight. And just a little piece of information, Kandasamis is actually, both Kandasamis that the Film Commission has funded are the only films that had made profit and paid us back. Because our funding for the big feature films are actually not grants, they are recoupable grants. So we're not going to take your house if you don't pay us back, but once you've made a profit, then we really appreciate that, because then that money gets directed to other projects and it will develop and grow other filmmakers. Thanks. Nathan, if you can just, in summary, just talk about your journey, the films that you've made, and just where you're looking to go into the future, and perhaps where you see the future of South African film. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So maybe briefly, let me talk about my journey in film so far. I grew up pretty far from the city, but always had a dream of wanting to make films. So whenever I could find a camera, whether it was something you could borrow, beg or steal for, you'd find a camera and shoot something. Even if you had nothing to shoot, you'd find a time to shoot something, get your friends together and do something. And so throughout my childhood, I was kind of just practicing that, We didn't really have the coolest cell phones. I mean, we're talking about nowadays, kids can grow up and just shoot, in HD. But we had less advantageous cameras back then. But we were still trying to figure out, how to make films, myself and my friends. And wanting to grow into the industry, as I said, I was very far from the city. I grew up on a farm, Guamapumulo area, and I needed to start, making bigger films than just, movies with my friends. So sought out a bursary and managed to get into a film school eventually after a few years of trying. And that, after my graduation film, I think, from the film school, which kind of gave me a little bit of recognition, so then I managed to start getting a few jobs in the industry as a director, a film director. And then I knew I wanted to start my own company. I didn't just want to be freelancing as a director. So my business partner and I, who's also a writer, John Hlongwane, the two of us decided, okay, let's put all our coins and put all our money in one basket. Let's try and make our own movies, the movies that we wanted to make. But we knew that we needed to start small, so we started with the smallest possible film we could. We said, let's get one actor, one location, one prop, make it with one camera. I was the only guy, if you look at the credits, just me. So it was like an actor and a film, and myself. We made that movie, a 3-minute little movie. It ended up taking us to Nigeria, to film festival there, where we ended up meeting quite a lot of people just from that 3-minute short film that we made. Started meeting a whole lot of people, and then on that it started building. We said, okay, let's grow a little bit bigger. Let's do 3 actors, 1 location now. Try to pull that off, and then you work your way up to a feature film, and that's like Jan Woodley said now, it's really just about working as hard as you can. And maybe to cut it short, I think working as hard as we can with as many projects as you can, trying to push as many of your own projects especially, you eventually land up in lucky spots where, like not so long ago, you get a producer who comes and he's like, I don't know how it works, but he's like, I've got money to make a film, where's the script? So my brother and I were lucky enough to be in a position where we had a draft of a script, and it fitted all the requirements that the guy wanted, or at least the second draft could move it in there. And it was a movie that just happened like that. All of a sudden, after years and years of trying to push and trying to find something, you get a quick break, and it's like, okay, where's the script? Tomorrow we're casting, type of thing. And the movie ends up, well, it's on its way to Amazon. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Nathan. So as you heard, Nathan, you can be coming from anywhere. I think if you have a vision and you're focused, you will get where you want to go. Nathan's film now is going to be on Amazon, which is like a really big deal. Thank you so much. Mr. Mojalefa was actually going to present, but due to time constraints, he's just going to be speaking to IP. So just hitting the very important things that we as filmmakers need to, insight on and just need more information on. Mr. Mojalefa, over to you.
Thank you, Zianda. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mojalefa Khoza, and I am with CIPC. Those of you who do not know who the CIPC is, CIPC stands for Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. We are an agency of the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. We are based in Pretoria. Now, what do we do? Most of you guys know us as an office that registers companies of all sorts all throughout the country. But I am here to tell you that not only do we register company, but we also register what we call intellectual property rights. And film is one of them. Now, I was asked to talk about intellectual property in relation to films. I actually put together a presentation, but because of time, I have decided that I should give you just a snapshot of what government does as far as the registration of films and copyright is concerned. While she was talking about the business of films, and this is something that most of the creatives are not very informed about, is the business side of things. Now, I'm not going to talk about that because I am from government, and our business is to ensure that your hard work is protected. I am going to talk about the legal side of films. I will start by just giving you a snapshot or an overview of what copyright is. And by the way, film, it's part of copyright. Now, if you are a filmmaker, if you are a musician, if you are a painter, and you've painted your painting, you've produced your movie, what legal instruments are there in the country to protect you? Now, the most important legal instrument there is there in the country to protect your creative and artistic work, it's the Copyright Act. Now, what is the copyright? Copyright, or what does the Copyright Act gives you as a filmmaker, or as a writer, or as an author? It gives you not one, but a bundle of legal exclusive rights. Let me use a film, for example, because this is what it's all about. If I write a script is not a film. However, in terms of the Copyright Act, a script is regarded as creative work or literary work, and it's therefore protected by the Copyright Act. Now, when I have written a script, I can approach her as a producer to say, I actually have written a script. Now, what does it actually mean from the Copyright Act point of view? It means I am the copyright owner of the script, and she's not. Remember, she is the producer. And as part of the value chain, we approach her to come and perform in our movie or in a movie as a leading person there. Does she own anything? Yes, she does. I own the script and she owns the performance, because a performance is also regarded as a product of intellectual effort. It is therefore worthy of protection, not by the Copyright Act, but has a separate legislation that protects her performance, and that is the Performance Protection Act. Now, she is the producer. She will take my script, which I own copyright to, and she will take her performance and shoot a movie. Now, at the end of the day, there are a number of owners in the movie. At the end of the day, there are a number of rights in the movie. I have copyright to my script. She has a right to her performance, which that performance must be rewarded. And as a producer, obviously, she would take the performance, put it together with a script, and produce a movie. And therefore, as a producer, she also has a stake in the final creative product called a movie. If I have just to give you one example, because when it comes to the issue of the legal framework about films, 9 out of 10 times people that are involved in the films do not know who owns what. And at the end of the day, 9 out of 10 times they would come to CIPC and complain about not have received a cent from the movie. Now, at that stage, there is nothing that CIPC has done, because when you go into business, the law of contract kicks in. Now, sometimes most of our creatives do not know the business and the legal side of things. They would go into a contract that actually is disadvantaging them without even knowing. And when they realize that, it's a little bit too late. Let me tell you something just to drive my point home. It's a story that happened in the early 90s. A young American university student who was studying drama and art wrote a script for a movie. And after writing a script for a movie, he was a gifted writer. He wrote a script for a movie. You should Google the story. And after writing that script, he approached Eddie Murphy, who was already an established star at that time. When I got to know about the story then, I did not know what it meant in terms of copyright, but now I do. He gave the script to Eddie Murphy, who looked at the script and realized that that was a brilliant script. Now, you know, we are human beings. You know how it works. Sometimes we get a little bit greedy. He never went back to that young man, fast forward. And then a few years later, the young guy heard in the news that Eddie Murphy was releasing the movie. And when he went out to check out the movie, guess what the movie was? Coming to America. You should Google the story. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, in a creative product like a movie, there are different rights. And those different rights are owned by different people. And 9 out of 10 times in South Africa, people do not know, especially creatives, what belongs to them. So when the money starts flowing, sometimes some of the producers, some of the people who know about this thing will take advantage of them. Now, what happened, this is now the difference. This young man, because he understood that he's the copyright owner of the script, decided to go to take Eddie Murphy to court. And one other important thing that you should take note is when he gave Eddie Murphy a copy, he actually gave another copy to his attorney. Why did he give a copy to his attorney? He knew what he was doing. One, he knew he was the copyright owner. He knew that Eddie Murphy could not use his script without permission. Otherwise, there is an infringement of intellectual property. And obviously, he also gave a copy to the attorney. And the reason why he gave a copy to the attorney is because the attorney is regarded as an officer of the law, and his testimony in court stands in case there is an infringement. And that helped him a lot. Fast forward, the court ruled in his favor because they could establish beyond reasonable doubt that he's actually the creator of the script. And remember that movie, it was a blockbuster. At that time, I'm told it grossed about 546 million American dollars. And the court ordered him, the court ordered Eddie Murphy and his production company to pay him half. What is my point there? My point is, a million times, most of our creatives, especially the performers, by performers I'm talking about actors, whether in a movie, whether in a documentary, some of them do not know that they are owner of the script. Some of them do not know that actually a performance is protected, and therefore that performance must bring money into their pocket. This is the reason why those of you who've been following the developments as far as the Copyright Act is concerned, it's sitting with the portfolio committee now. We've suggested a number of amendments to the recent South African copyright law of 1978. And one particular amendment that I like is we want to get into the legislation the issue of royalties for performers. You know, as far as music is concerned, there are royalties. In other words, the more the movie makes money, you are entitled to a portion of the movie. So we want to ensure that performers in South Africa, just like musicians, are entitled to royalties and not only a once-off fee, as it is the practice now. Now, look, we are not into the business of, teaching you about how to make money out of your movies or out of your documentaries, because a film refers to a documentary, a drama series, a television series, even a television talk show, because it's audiovisual in nature. However, what we are saying is, if, for example, Mujalefa was to put together a documentary that addresses South African socio-economic challenges, I am basically the owner of the documentary. And if I am the one who's speaking in the documentary, I'm actually the performer in the documentary, which means I own everything. Now, question, how do I make money out of the documentary that I have produced? There are a number of options that we can advise you about that you can explore. One, you can assign your documentary, in other words, sell it to a production company like ETV, get a once-off fee, go home and be happy. Otherwise, another viable commercial option would be to license it. What does it mean? Licensing is actually the opposite of assignment. You are giving, for example, ETV, permission to flight your documentary, but you still remain the owner for a fee. That's the beauty about licensing. And the beauty about licensing is you can even cross-license it. That's how you can make money. You can cross-licensing it by, for example, licensing it to TV Botswana, TV Nigeria. The market is infinite. And the beauty about licensing, again, is you can even decide whether you want to give ETV what we call an exclusive or a non-exclusive license. If you decide, for example, to give them an exclusive license, it means you can be able to licensing it to other production companies who are even their competitors, and thereby increase your revenue. And what's beautiful, again, about non-exclusive license is you can even license the rights to translate it into another language, for example, into French, into Italian, in case one Italian production company is interested in doing that. Now, basically, what it means for you is once your film is complete, what we advise you to do is to come to CIPC and apply for the protection of your film, thereby protecting yourself against infringement. Now, even though our Copyright Act gives you automatic protection to the film, it is not a requirement for protection. But our advice as government is it will do you a world of good if you take a film and your film and come to CIPC and apply for the protection of your film, thereby giving you added protection, so that if there is an infringement, you've got a registration certificate that you can use in the court of law to prove that you actually are the owner of the film. I think I should stop it right there and give some others a chance and wait for comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koza. So as funders in South Africa, we actually take ownership and IP very seriously, to the point that we don't fund commissioned content, because that content would then belong to broadcasters or whoever you're distributing to. We only fund licensed content, because then you have the IP, you own the IP, so then you can, basically take your project anywhere you want, really. And so we also encourage filmmakers not only to look at the short-term benefits of, making money out of your projects, but the long-term benefits. So basically, quoting someone from the Film Commission, don't sell it to the highest bidder, just because the highest bidder looks like they're going to give you a lot now, which is just short-term, whereas you could make more money in the long term. So we're now going to be moving to Mojalav. So I'm not sure if Bokani is online.
I am online. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Bokani.
Hello.
We can't hear you.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Bokani, you're muted.
Hi.
Yes, okay, we can hear you now. Thank you so much for attending the session. And if I may just ask if you can just summarily let us know what content Mojalav is looking for. And I know that you are very aligned with, the stories and the, about culture and our lives in KZN. Your content is, that you broadcast is very much what we're looking for. Okay, I'm not sure if Bokani, can you hear us? think we've lost.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I've switched off my camera.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so just if you can just let us know what Moja Love is looking for and what your audience basically, the appetite is, so that, our audiences here in the room can also understand what kind of stories we should be producing that you would then pick up. Thank you.
Thank you, Zianda. Thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with other industry peers. I think as a first, I'd like to just give background as to who Mojalam is and why we are where we are in terms of content. So you remember that we launched in 2018 and we really thought we had arrived. But within a week of launching, we had less than 40,000 people watching the channel. And at the time, our content was, we were producing for ourselves. And I just want to bring this up because the first speaker spoke about it's very important to know who your audience is. So when we launched, we were producing for ourselves, and we were not even getting one AR. We quickly went back to the drawing board and we said, we have to be different. We can't produce what we think our peers will love, but we have to look at who's our audience and what will resonate with them. So we went back to the drawing board and we said, let's tell our stories. We come from previously disadvantaged environments. When you talk about the malume who eats the yogurt that's in the fridge that's reserved for school kids, we know that story. And every person that comes from a similar environment resonates in that story. So let's talk about that story. Let's talk about how that malume gets to a point where he's eating the children's custody. And we launched shows like No Excuse Pain, Your Backyard. And that was a big hit. And it then reaffirmed to us that our stories are good enough. And it reaffirmed to us that we are good enough as producers. So we went back and changed our content slate. And suddenly Mojalam was trending. We were the new thing in the television space. Fast forward to 2022, we are now one of the biggest broadcasters. But when you look at us as a team, we're a small team. And that is part of our strategic decision to say we have to own the IP that we produce. So the content that we currently broadcast is 100% owned by Mojalam. We don't commission content because there's the IP issue. Having worked in the industry for over 20 years, because the management of Mojalam is producers that have worked in television for a long time, but we've got nothing to show for our 20 years in the industry. So we decided that we were going to be different. Everything that we broadcast was going to be owned by Mojalam. So we brought in all the resources. Everything is in-house. Our producers are on full-time contracts. Our cameramen are long-term contracts. Everybody works in-house. We develop the concepts in-house. That guarantees us that if the concept is ours, we can then, in 10 years from now, generate income from that production. So no excuse, payback held 10 years from now, we're still generating income for Mojalam. But as we've grown, in terms of the channel growth, we realized that on our own, we can't come up with ideas all the time because we are only human beings. And now we're in a space where we're starting to look at licensing content. And what we're looking for is stories that are true and authentic to our communities. And without saying this in a bad way, we're not looking for another American story. If we're going to talk about a hijack story, it has to be a crime that can happen in South Africa and you can see yourself being in that situation. If it's a love story, it has to be a South African authentic story, whether it's happening in rural KZN or it's happening in the township in Umlazi. It must be authentic to that community. And the challenge is, if you create content which is not authentic, viewers will reject it because they'll say, you're trying to be another American, for lack of a better example. So we're looking for content that is authentic to South African stories, authentic to the communities that we come from. Because as we've grown, we've romanticized living in Sandton, we've romanticized living in penthouses in Cape Town. But how many South Africans actually get out of the township and end up in the penthouse and all of that? There's very few. It's great to be aspirational. But where we are right now is that we want everybody to have a platform to tell their stories, to see their stories and be heard and to have hope that by my story being shared on a television platform, my life could change. So we are open to licensing. We're looking for projects that have already been produced, or if you are working with the Film Commission and you've got your writing, you are at a writing stage, we're welcome to engage. We're open to engage with producers so we can work with you and develop your production and ensure that it ends up on a broadcasting platform within the near future. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Bongani. I'm hoping that everyone here in the audience could hear you. So I think from what I'm taking from what Moja Life is doing is that we need to be ambassadors of our culture. We need to be unapologetically ourselves because, I think in the past we've been told that our culture is not commercial, stories are not commercial, but I think, from what we see now, with channels like Moja Love, you can see that actually we can commercialize our stories. But again, it's like everyone was saying here in the panel, it's not just, telling stories just for ourselves, but it's telling stories that the audiences will then like as well, so that we can garner a lot of audiences and therefore make the business commercial. Thanks, Bongani. Now we're going to move on to Helen. Helen is from Indigenous. And Helen, can you hear us?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Helen, I think we unfortunately are running out of time, and we'll probably need time for questions from the audience in the room. So I was thinking that perhaps what we can talk about is, since film was traditionally very much, distributed to cinemas, and now, especially due to COVID, cinemas are dying. So perhaps you can just, enlighten us on what distributors are looking at now, like which platforms currently, and where you see the business of distribution going in the future.
Thank you. I think the point to kick off with is as distributors, we've always looked at all platforms. So just to qualify, when we represent a film, we would want to sell it to as many platforms as possible over the duration of its life. It may kick off in cinema if it's a film that's going to release theatrically, then it will go on to TVOD or pay-per-view, which is download to, you pay for that particular download, that particular film. The most popular one, obviously, locally is DSTV Box Office, but there's loads of others that are smaller. After that, you're going to go into pay television, so you'll license pay TV out for, they classically want at least a 3-year license, but it can be longer depending on the pricing. When the pay TV 1 window expires, there may be a pay TV 2 window. If there is interest from the pay TV broadcasters to relicense. If there's not, it will go into the free TV window, which is then SABC and ETV in the local territory. That runs alongside SVOD, subscription VOD, classically. So you can do, you can go onto linear television as well as if you license it non-exclusively onto streaming platforms like Amazon and Netflix and whichever other ones exist. Tubi, if you look worldwide, I mean, there's actually hundreds of these smaller streaming platforms around the world, not just the big five that we're all aware of. Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, HBO, Max, Disney Plus. iTunes is kind of small. It doesn't reach as many people. You don't get as many views, and it's classically a revenue share model, not necessarily a license fee model. So that whole process can take, at the very least, it takes 6 to 7 years. So it's important to distinguish what all the colleagues have said, that there's a difference between owning the copyright, which again, like KZN and NFEF would want you to own the copyright if they're going to be funding your film. When we enter into a distribution agreement with the producer, we equally need them to let us have what we call the chain of title, which really means you have proof that you own the script and that you have the rights to assign to us, that we can then, as the agent or the distributor or the representative, whichever way you want to see it, make sure that we get that film during its life onto as many platforms as possible. So that's always been that way. The only difference now is there's more opportunity for content from Africa and South Africa than what there's ever been. As the advertising VOD world kind of exploded around the world during COVID. So we have titles that went onto advertising VOD platforms around the world, over 117 platforms around the world during the COVID time. And some of those titles are 10, 12, 15 years old. So there is opportunity for content to be licensed onto various platforms now, much more so than what there was before, because in our territory, it would classically have been multi-choice with its various bouquets, ETV, SABC, and then terrestrial broadcasters where the content is suited around the continent. Now we're in a position where content can be made available either direct to a streaming platform. They buy out the pay TV window in essence, or if it goes directly to the platform. And the streaming platforms are all about their originals. That's where they compete with one another and how they distinguish one from the other. So cinema in itself, as it stands today, all the analysts and all the research around the world expect cinema to be back to what it was before COVID by late 2025. What's working in cinema at the moment is literally the format films. The superhero content that can play on IMAX and 3D and D-Box and 2D and 4DX and all of those formats, because that is a very different experience than what you can create at home. And family content for animation for kids in particular. And the kids obviously get jumpy and naughty over time and need to be kept busy, so parents still take kids out to movies. Those two kinds of films literally is what's working in cinema now. Everything else, whether it's from Hollywood or local or anywhere else in the world, in this territory at the moment, is taking major strain as far as pulling reasonable numbers of people to cinemas to watch it. And I'm sure that if you were discussing amongst yourselves and with your friends and even everybody on the panel, you most probably, if you went to cinema in the last year or so, most likely you went to go see either Spider-Man or Batman or Dune or maybe an animation title if you have kids. So that's the reality now. It's an extremely expensive platform to release onto, as Jayan and everybody else here knows. It's super expensive to produce all the hard drives and do the formatting and X, Y, and Z to be on a big screen on the digital drives. Much more cost effective to go onto any form of other smaller screen platform. So there's a cost saving by default if you go onto straight to a broadcast platform or straight to a VOD platform, whether it's a pay-per-view option or a streaming option. It makes the business model much more appealing. And the thing is that COVID just accelerated it. This business model has been in place, or we've we've always worked that way. It's just that now the presentation of the theatrical platform as a definite, as a first release platform, is that world has changed, and it's good because there's more places to go to with the content than ever before. Luckily, Netflix and Amazon and these platforms are starting to come into our home territory during this time. You know, in other places they were already up and running, so it wasn't a bonus additional platform where one could sell content to. But in Africa, it is for us. And of course, you're all very well poised to be working with all these platforms, because the demand undoubtedly for African content in the rest of the world is now a reality. It's no longer a myth. And I think these worldwide releases like the Kandasamis or the Happinesses, whatever, on Netflix, Serious and Single we licensed to Netflix, make a big difference. The films stand on one another's shoulders. Everyone that's successful opens a path for the next one. And everyone that conks, you know, makes it more difficult for the next one. So we must always be supporting everybody's projects to as much as we can. Just a last point, we work on a strictly commission-only basis. We do both develop and distribute. As Jayan said, Tandeka's our development exec. So she does all of that, developing our own slate. And we've got, you know, quite a robust one now that we can equally participate with creating content. We won't produce, we'll always be working with producers to be delivering the actual making of the film. So this is the other thing. We only earn commission if the film sells. It's our only line of revenue. We don't, and it's a percentage. So if it sells for 10 Rand or 100 Rand, we'll be earning a percentage. So it's always important to remember that, you know, from a distribution point of view, one takes on projects to represent that you can deliver onto platforms and find audiences for. If that is the job, is to find the various audiences for the various projects. If we don't do that properly in the landscape, then we don't earn a cent. So, and every cent of commission basically that we earn after operational expenses goes straight back into script development, so, or marketing of new films. So I just always want to say that people do not think that distributors secretly take on projects to sink them. It's not what we do. We can't make a living if you're not making content. So we're all basically interconnected. I think that's it, unless there's something in particular that you'd like to address.
Thank you so much, Helen. So Helen was just talking about the platforms, and I think what inspired me actually earlier, one of the speakers in one of the sessions that we had today said that the future is closer than we think, and I thought actually it's always closer. Like, I mean, who would have thought now? Like, COVID hit and things just changed just like that. I mean, they were gradually changing, but COVID just sped up everything. And now, you know, like I said, you know, film is no longer just about cinema. People now can watch films anywhere. You can watch on your phone. You watch anywhere, and there's a whole lot of streaming platforms that we have now. So we have about 5 minutes for questions. So if we can please just get some questions in the room.
Hello, hello. Razeen Dada, Dragon Productions. And I think it's actually quite an honor to have such a esteemed panel here today. It's actually very cool. And one of the first people who helped us in our journey as Dragon Productions was actually Bonnie and Nathan Rice's business partner. So I think it's quite cool. But as I mean, say when we started off our journey, it was very like daunting. You know, just one thing that I was interested about is, and maybe, you know, any of you guys can help, what's the best way of filmmakers to collaborate? You know, we have Writers Guild South Africa, we have a lot of institutions for everybody else besides like these big boy filmmakers. Because at the end of the day, to create jobs right down to the lower end, because I mean, now we made a film called Identity, and I mean, we were employing 30 to 40 people per day on the set. And in order for that to film through, we need more filmmakers at the top, like you're saying. So what's the best way to collaborate? And for us, like, it was people also don't give you funding unless you've built a name for yourself. You don't actually get the funding. It's like so counterintuitive. You don't get the chance to make it because you've never done it before, but you've never done it before because you didn't have the money to do it. I don't know if that makes sense. So what's the best way to collaborate, or even for experienced people to help younger people get in, aside from on an ongoing basis?
Thank you. I think I'll give that question to Jen.
Hi, Razine. I think it's a really important question, and I think there's a few platforms for collaboration. So, for example, we have the IBFC, which is the Independent Black Filmmakers Caucus. We have a very strong WhatsApp group. We have webinars and seminars, and everyone's always exchanging information. So just in terms of a very active sort of platform where you can say, I need script editors from KZN, someone's going to respond with something on a platform like that. But that's just something at that level, right? So that's the IBFC, and they're always encouraging people to join. The second, and I think most important thing, is what Nathan said. You have to constantly work hard. So a lot of the time, the ball is in your court. So you have to constantly reach out to filmmakers, reach out to producers, reach out to directors. I mean, on average, I think I get sent maybe 2 new concepts from filmmakers a week. But what really devastates me is people just want to send you a script. And I'm saying, I don't have time to read a 150-page script, because if I'm going to read it, I want to read it properly. I want to read it properly so that I can actually write a report on it and decide whether I want to take it on as a project or not. So more often than not, and it's young filmmakers, sad to say, I will say, can you write me a concise 1-page synopsis on what exactly your film is? And I don't hear from them again. They just don't want to sit down and write a 1-page synopsis. They're like, no, I sent you the script. You need to read the script to really know. And I'm saying, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So you have to reach out to people. I think we're very fortunate in the KZN Film Commission that we have the KZN Film Commission in our province that not only has a database of everyone you can reach out to, but also funds. I think we're probably the only province that does funding on such a scale in terms of development. But contact people. If you believe in your story, if you believe in your concept, then you have to be able to get someone else to believe in it as well. Then you know your idea is solid. So in terms of collaboration, I would say contact people, join organizations, attend networking events like this. It's the only time you're going to be able to corner Bonnie and say, can I have your attention for 5 minutes? And then be relentless and go out and make a film. I mean, Netflix is, for example, very clear about when people are constantly asking them, how do we get our film on Netflix? And they always say there's 2 ways. You work with the producer who we know, or you do something that makes us notice you. I mean, the Kandasamy story is a typical one. A senior executive from Netflix was on a flight in Europe and so happened to watch Kandasamy's The Wedding. And he phoned Ben Amaduson, who's the head of Netflix Africa, and said, why isn't this film on Netflix? And what Bonnie said rings true. You've got to make a film to launch your career. You've got to make a film that, even if you send someone a trailer, or even if you do 5 minutes of your film, and I'm going to watch it and say, I love that directing style. So 2 things, just remember, I mean, I always take a leaf out of Netflix's book, work with the producer who they know, or do something to make us notice you. Come up with a concept. I mean, at the Film Commission, we're currently running a film slate. And we had 169 submissions when we asked for 1-page synopsis and a motivation. Of course, we brought it down to 16, and now there's 6 films being developed. But you've got to constantly be on the lookout for opportunities like that. And you've got to work, work, work. You can't stop.
Thank you, Shane. I did tell you that she has Netflix in her pocket. The next question.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to all the panelists. It was very inspiring to hear all of your stories, and congratulations to Nathan, Jayan, Bonnie, And thank you to all the other speakers, Bokani and Helen and Mr. Mujalafa. Thank you for your everything that you spoke about. My question is directed to Helen. I have quite a few questions for Helen regarding distribution because I feel that it is often the last thought in a filmmaker's mind, and it's very important in the discussion about the business of filmmaking, you know. So I wanted to know if I'm a filmmaker and I'm in the process of developing a film, is there a facility or a service that is offered to filmmakers from the point of development where the filmmaker can work or the producer can work with indigenous films, let's say, to help them develop a film that is likely to be picked up by a by a broadcaster or somebody once the film is finished? And then, so is there a service like that? And if there is, how would it work? Is it, would it mean that the producer would then have to account for the distributor as part of their budget, you know, to ensure that, you know, they're working with the distributor from the beginning of from the development of the film? Yeah, so that my question is about that. I hope it makes sense. And
yes,
Helen, if you can.
It does.
Oh, thank you. I have another one afterwards.
Okay. Yes, we do that. That's exactly what Tandeka does on our team. So there is such a service, and you won't have to necessarily account for the cost in your production budget, because if we're going to be developing something with you, we will want to distribute it. So we're not going to get into developing something that we can't, you know, sell to platforms or distribute to as widely as we possibly can. It's the way to do it really is, and I wanted to actually hop onto Jayan's bandwagon there from a synopsis point of view. Presenting your projects to outside parties, whether it's us or a broadcaster or whether you're pitching at a market, whatever it may be, it's extremely important to present it. There has to be some kind of visual deck that goes with the film. So, you know, if we use the Netflix example, the Amazon example, or even the multi-choice example, all of these entities will, when they call for submissions, they don't necessarily call for scripts. They call for, you know, project summaries as a first off, to be able to go through that process to get down to the list of the projects that end up being funded. We kind of do the same. I mean, we review on average between 250 and 280 projects in a year. And to give you another benchmark, I mean, that number that Jayan gave of the KZN Film Commission slate, the same thing happened with this Netflix NFEF slate. There were 283 eligible projects, and that's after the ones that didn't have valid, you know, ID documents, tax clearances, BE certificates, whatever, not updated, because then you don't qualify. These documents that you need for your business, your CIPC registration, that has to be, it's part of all of these submissions. So the way to do it would be to do a deck, start with a deck that has a synopsis in and has some visuals in that. There's a sense of what you see the project to be, because you already have a vision by the time you start with it. But we don't necessarily have the privilege of understanding that vision unless you show it or explain it to us. So it is an audiovisual medium, so I think it just makes sense to think visually right up front. You don't have anything if you don't have a script, and we all know that that's the absolute foundation of everything. But to get a sense of what it's going to look like or what you expect it to become, it's really important to have some kind of deck. You can call it whatever you want. I mean, we classically call it a pitch deck, but that has a synopsis in, maybe some images of the kind of locations that you'd like to use, a wish list if there's no director attached for a director, and a wish list or for actors. Even if you don't get those actors, and even if you don't get that director, that vision has to be encapsulated in some way. So you can simply send it to us directly, or you can do it via the website. what we find with the website though is we have people submitting daily on the website, and often many of the submissions are simply, an idea that's some kind of synopsis and nothing further. If you just look at what we ask you to submit on the website, if you don't have a script, there's still loads of other things you can have. And then we start the discussion there. Why we started doing development, it's a logical, natural evolution for a small distributor. I mean, we're a boutique distributor. We don't do hundreds of projects in a year. Was that we can plan and that we can collaborate right from the start, that we know what's coming through the pipeline. So that's very much what we do. We develop and we distribute.
Okay, thanks. We actually have run out of time. I think we can take just one question from someone we haven't heard from in the audience.
Thank you so
Can
much.
I just add something quickly before we I just want to echo the thing that Diane said as well. Again, find a producer, or work with a producer that's got some experience if you're brand new to it. Most producers do this all the time. And if you can't convince a producer with experience to work with you, chances are that you're going to convince, a whole bunch of other people in the environment. It's probably, decreased, because producers will not take on projects that they don't believe can come to life. Equally, it's their job, it's their work.
Thank you so much, Helen. Quick one for Mr. Mujalifa. Mr. Mujalifa, where can filmmakers, performers, and all stakeholders of the film industry get the information that you are sharing today? If it's a PDF document or any sort of PR exercise or circulation that you have around, because I think it's very important what you shared today. It's something that a lot of people need to know about and have access to so that they can ask more questions. And what other platforms can they reach or ask questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think the first stop is our website. All these things that I have been talking to the audience about, they are on our website. There is detailed information about all the other types of intellectual property, including copyright and the registration of films. That's number one. Number two, we do all sorts of workshops on IP. We have a number of identified audiences all over the country. One, we work with universities. We do webinars for them. We work with SMMEs. We have a number of relationships with creative institutions like the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission, the Durban Film Office. Now, usually what happens if, for example, this morning we had a webinar with the Durban Film Office in the morning where we spoke about copyright and films. Now, we use our partners to spread the message so that you can get to know about these webinars and become part of these webinars. Yes, what I'm going to do is I'm envisaging that ourselves and Zianda and the Film Commission will do a number of workshops here. And probably the starting point is to do a workshop on the whole intellectual property so that you get to get the relationship between all these areas of intellectual property with a particular emphasis on copyright so that you see what copyrights protect and what it does not protect. I think we'll talk about it offline with Zianda and plan it, and once it's about to happen, you definitely would get an invitation.
Thank you. I'm sorry, unfortunately we can't take any more questions, but in the spirit of understanding business in film, according to recent studies, the film industry is actually worth 20 billion, but there's a lot of potential still because there's so many stories that we can tell, that we can export, that we can commercialize. And also just, we have, specifically in KZN, we have a strong entertainment culture, and I think we can leverage from all of that. I mean, music started, and now we have moved, you just look at MTV, you watch Channel O, you watch all the music channels, all you see is like South African music, and I mean, even in other countries, like in our continent and our diaspora, they're really excited about, our culture through the entertainment industry. And so I really think that the film industry can then leverage on that. And I would like to thank all our panel members. Thank you so much for all your insights, and thank you for sharing your stories. And I do hope that, we will all learn from you. And I do wish everyone in the audience all the best with all your projects that you're working on, if you are working on projects. And I'd also like to say, as a Film Commission, if you need information from us, you can go onto our website, www.kznfilm.co.za. Thank you so much. And our next session will be watching a short film, so it's not going to be long. That was produced by Lindo Kuhle and directed by Nathan. So I think they will just advise at the back how the session is going to work. Okay, so Norma says it's going to start now. I think the film will play, and then you can then have a Q&A, and they can talk about the film afterwards. Thank you so much.
Ngiyabazi ubuso bethemba. La ngithwala esibelethweni, la ngincelisa ebeleni, ngacathuliswa yilo. Amagama ami ukuqala athi uma ebumbeke ezindebeni zami, ngazizwa sengilibiza ngegama. Ngithi ngisemadlelweni, ekwaluseni, ekuseni, ngizithola ngisephusheni, ekujuleni. Ngibona ukuphuma kwelanga ekuseni, eliletha imfudumalo enhlizweni ebisilele unqoqane. Luvalelise lapho imisebe ithinta isikhumba sami. Ngikhumbule ukukhanya okwakhuluma phezu kwempilo yami. Wangifumbathisa usinga. Wangifumbathisa usiba. Usina. Ngikhumbula ukukhanya okwakhulunywa phezu kwempilo yami. Wangifumbathisa isiba. Wangifumbathisa usinga. Wangifumbathisa usinga olwavuza. Usinga.
Pass.
liletha imfudumalo enhlizweni. Liletha imfudumalo enhlizweni. Ebisilele ungqoqwane. Yeah. Liletha imfudumalo enhlizweni. Ebisilele ungqoqwane.
Phumelelo. Phumelelo. Ukhona nje ekhaya mfana? Hey, madoda. Umuntu usefile ukukhathala. Injani ntambama yakho ndodana? Hayu, nalolu suku belulude. Liyashisa nomsebenzi uthi bhe. Hayu, nendlala. Umuntu uyafa. Ngabe usuphekile nje ndodana? Kudla kwantambama.
Cha.
Madoda. Hawu ngiyazi mfana wami. Angeke ukwazi ukuphupha emini uphinde uyapheka. Ngesikhathi esisodwa lezi zinto azihambisani ndodana. Hawu, awusheshise ngilambile. Zona sidlile nje inkomo zami.
Inkomo.
Kukwenza njani? Khuluma. Shesha. Kwenze njani? Awu, impuphu iphelile futhi. Phumelelo mfana wami ngeke. Uyayipheka noma uyayichitha? Ngeke phela impuphu besithele insukwini nje idlule. Isiphelile manje. Hayi kodwa lo mfana madoda ayi. Awuphuthume esitolo ngilambile. Hayi. Dodana ngihlala ngisho ngithi uyiphathe sokuyikhalisa amantungu impuphu. Hayi. Phumelelo. Nayi mali. Phuthuma ke ndodana. Phumelelo. Ungahambi kulibala ukudlala yonke indlela le. Uhamba uqonde straight ubuye ngokukhulu ukusheshsha.
Namhlanje sidlala kusasa ngesikhulisa imali zethu nje.
Cela impuphu.
Wo, iyashota. Ashota mfana. So. Nangushintsha.
Awu. Sekuze kwalunga ndodana. Eyu. Umuntu usefile. Hey madoda. Hey madoda. Ewu, ngiyabonga ndodana. Ewu. Yo. Tucishe wafa. Wempumela. Wendodana. Ngicabanga ukuthi sekuyisikhathi manje sokuthi uhambe uyofuna umsebenzi. Ngicabanga ukuthi usukhule ngokwanele manje. Usungaba indoda. Ngicabanga ukuthi ungawuthola umsebenzi yabona la eMachaltini kunezindawo lezi ukuthi nje ube ugarden boy lapha ulungisa izingadi zabelu uhambe uyofuna umsebenzi lapha komantshengelana ube unogadi buka nje umfana kaZwide usewutholile lo msebenzi usiyasebenza usebenza lapha esupermarket ushaya lokho okuthiwa uthile noma ikhulume nomkhizi kunenkontileka entsha efikile lana entsha sha yambona umkhizi baba umkhizi umngani wami uyimfolomani khona la ngicabanga ukuthi uzokutholela umsebenzi futhi hayi athi ngicabanga uzokutholela
ngifuna
yini manje lo hawu hayi kuthini lokho manje
umncintiswano osonkonge baba
hey umeleko unayo yona inkondlo ayi ndodana ithini inkondlo awusho ngeso hayi Ndodanami khulileka mfana izobona umkhize ntambama umkhizayo uzoyilungisa lento uzothola umsebenzi
kwaqhuma idwala, isiphetho saphenduka impophomo, amagama aphophoma.
Phumelela, Mpumelela.
La magama alokhu esho ngokuphindelela. Ingathi umoya uthunyiwe ukuthi uzongihlebela. Ungihlebela ngezi lakho. Ngiqalaze ngethemba lokubona ubuso bakho. Yindalo. Kepha yindalo. Kepha ngihlakajezwe yindalo. Ukunyakaza kwezihlahla engathi nazo ziyalizwa izwi lakho. Engathi zixoxelana ngawe. Engathi zixoxelana ngawe njulathanda.
Bamnjenje. Kade ngimndile lo mfana uphi kanti?
Hawu kodwa lo mfana angayenza kanjani into enje?
Ngizokunika nje imizuzu eyishumi mengafika emva kwalokho. Unama yikho into engingayenza.
Khabazela. Ungixolele mfowethu. Kodwa uzobela. Yes.
Ukunyakaza kwezihlahla. Engathi nazo ziyalizwa izwi lakho. Engathi zixoxelana ngawe njulathanda. Ngithi ngisemadlelweni ekwaluseni ekuseni. Ngizithola ngisemaphusheni ekujuleni. Ngivula amehlo. Ngiyazi amaphupho wami ngikwaphila ebuthongweni. Ilanga selithamba likhotha ezintabeni. Livalelisa ngokungifumbathisa isithembiso sokusa. Lithumela umyalezo ngezinkanyezi. Themba thokola. Amathunzi ayokuwena. Uyeza usombuluko.
Mpumelelo. Mina ngifuna ukugqugquzela ukuthi ugcine uyazile kahle inkondlo yakho. Kakhulu okudlula lokho okwenza namhlanje. Ujwayele kodwa ukisho kwesinye isikhathi.
Yebo, mangisenkomeni.
Ngiyayithanda inkondlo yakho. Inkinga yakho uyangabaza. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi okungaba ngcono uma ungazinikeza ithuba elanele lokuthi uthi uzinikeza ithuba lokuzilolonga kakhudlwana kunalokho. Lokho kungakubeka emathubeni angcono ukuthi sikufake emncintiswaneni waseThekwini.
Ngiyabonga.
Izinkomo zami. Kodwa ungabenza kanjani uphethwe ngobunje? Kumele awungezinkomo zami zonke. Uphuma phona mfana. Ubulibelele umsangano. Ungenze ngaba isiphukuphuku. Simile nomkhize silindele nawe. Sithi uzoqhamuka. Wena awusaqhamuki. Ungabenza kanjani ubuthetho? Hey man! Phumelela. Ungabenza kanjani ubuthethe ngobunje? Ungiphoxa emadodeni angihloniphayo. Buka, ngisele nani? Ngithi ngisele nani manje?
Mina konke lokhu ngikwenzela uma
Yemani ungaphinde uyisho leyo nto. Ungaphinde. Hlukana nabaphansi. Phinde biza abaphansi.
kwaqhuma idwala isiphethu saphenduka impophoma amagama aphopho
Pumelelo! 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 Hey!
ngilila uzokhululeka mama.
Into zami.
Mnumzane. Imala. Hey lalela uzana imala. Phela ngeke uve qhamusa uzoguludela ngaphakathi ngazothi yini la wena muntu. Ini?
Ngimbo.
Wimpo. Imala. Oh ya. Unjinji. Imaka mnumzane ngathi nendaba ezibuhlungu ngawo. Angeke sakwazi ukungena ngaphakathi khatha sekuphelele. Sizamile nokufonela ifoni yakhe asazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngayo. So manje kumele ugodwe uphindele ekhaya. Ngazi ukuthi indaba lo muntu.
Indaba enzenjani? Good.
Hlamvu yelanga ngiyakubingelela. Hlamvu yelanga ngiyakubingelela. Lapho ukukhanya kumemezela kuphose imisebe inqakwe amazolo ahlehle nyoka ngilithela ngomhlane imuva kusa ngiphikelele entandeni yesandla sakho ngilangazelele intokomalo ngingamele ngimfudumala ukuze ngiphembe leli ziko lamaphupho ami liqhamuke libe isithangami somlilo afezeke ngihlakula lensimbi ngihlahla indlela ngihlonyela imbewu ezoqhuma intshakazi eyokhunga izinyosi eziyotinyela lapho injabulo ilele khona ivuke ingithungathe ingithabathe ingibeke esifubeni ingifukamele.
Oh, mama zana.
Libafazi beduba inyama. Limumethe isiqalo esisha. Lizongihlanzela amathonsi azovundisa lolu gwadule. Bheka nalo uthingo lenkosazana. Luyisandulelo sekusasa elilotshwe edwaleni. Amehlo anguleka ulwelwezi. Ngabona ukukhanya. Hlamvu yelanga ngiyakubingelela. Yendlala izingalo kulenyathuko. Ngikhunge ngokukhanya. Ngiphokophele lapho amadlelo eluhlaza njalo.
Hawu.
your work. It's quite not an easy thing. So my name is Linda Gushe Hlongwa, and I had a privilege to be able to do that project that you just saw. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm myself proud, so I see it as a quite a very inspiring story, an exciting story. I'm just going to give you a background of where it started. As you see us here, where we're from, where we started our journey. But before I go there, I just want to give you guys quite a humorous story about this journey of filmmaking. Before I came across Film Commission, maybe before I move forward, can we clap hands for the Film Commission? Guys, they're doing an amazing job. They're doing an amazing job, guys. If you have never had an opportunity to connect with them, please run. Don't walk, run. They're such an amazing people. They're very supportive and all that. And I'm very grateful that I knew them. So before I talk about this story, The Dream Writer, just a filmmaking journey, there is this one film that I wanted to make. I was so sure about it. I was happy about it. And then I put it together, the script and everything. And then I called up my friends to help me in terms of acting. And then there's this guy who's running a videographic business here in town. He's shooting weddings and stuff like that. So he said to me, no man, I can borrow you my cameras. I said, wow man, that's great, thank you so much, because I don't have money at the moment, so I need that help. So the guy gave me his cameras, two video cameras, big video cameras, and we took it and we started shooting. We shot the film for the whole week in town, for the whole week from Monday to Friday. And then on Saturday, the guy was going to go and shoot the wedding with the same cameras. So those cameras were using those mini cassettes, you know, those small ones. So on Friday, I went home. I was going to come back the next day because I didn't have the hard drive to take the film. So I went home. I was going to come back then and take the film from his cassette, from his mini cassette. So I went home and then I came back on Monday. And I said, no, my guy, please, man, there's a hard drive. Please give me my film. And then the guy said, no, that's fine, man. And we started loading the film into the hard drive. As it loading, later on, we realized that one mini cassette, he had shot his wedding on Saturday, and it swallowed the whole side of the film. So it was two cameras, obviously, which means two sides. So we only had one side. The whole one side, it was gone. You know, I couldn't believe it. You know, I had to go back and tell everybody, like, hey, man, it didn't work out. I'm sorry, guys. You know, so that's a journey. That's a journey that I've been walking as a filmmaker. So going back to this film, The Dream Writer, this film is inspired by many young people, many young men who are growing up in rural areas, which we call in Zulu emakaya. The young man who's got dreams, many different dreams, not just being a teacher, not just being a policeman, but like real dreams. And they don't have any exposure, they don't have any help, they don't have anyone to tell them what to do. And obviously the inspiration is, it should be a father, but only to find that the father had walked the same route. He had never had any inspiration, he had never had any exposure. Actually, the only dream that he knows is to grow up, go and find a job. Even that job, we're not talking about those nice wonderful jobs, but we're talking about working as a garden boy, working as a security person, working at a construction company, or working at ShopRite. I'm sorry to mention the name, but then the father doesn't have any other thing that he knows beside knowing that if you're growing up, just go and find a job, my boy, in those suburbs, be a garden boy, go and find a job and be a security, and then you grow up and take a wife, and after that you take a wife, you come back, you pregnant your wife, you go, you work, and you come back, that's it, you buy a car, you put it out there, that's it. So that story is inspired by all these young boys who are growing up in rural areas. They've got dreams, but they don't know they don't know how to tell their dreams. They don't know where to go to fulfill their dreams. They don't know what the next step, what he can do. If he tells his father that I've got a dream, I want to be a poet, I want to be a filmmaker, I want to be a musician, the father is laughing at him and is like, hey, what are you talking about? You should be waking up like any other boys and going look for a job at a retail store or at a construction company or be a security. What are you talking about? Have you ever seen someone from around us, from our place, even do that? You know. So this film is inspired by those young boys who grows up. Some of them, they don't even see their dreams through. They don't even see themselves becoming what they've ever wished to be, and it's just in there. And some of them, and not leaving out the young girls as well. The young girls are part of that struggle. They're also in the same struggle. For them, it's even worse because they are growing and taught to being makoti. That's it. They are growing up and being taught how to respect a man, how to cook for a man, how to clean the yard, how to ukulima lapha emasimini. You know, all those things. They don't know. There's nothing beside it. Some of them, they have to leave school just after they finish grade 12 or in the middle of grade 12. They have to leave because there's this guy who's going to twala that girl. You know, there's this twalaring culture. We call it twala in isiZulu. I don't know what we can call it in English. Maybe there is a name. And then it ends there with their life, you know. So this film, it's inspired by those people, you know, who have never seen their dreams through because they've never had what you call a role model. And then they've never had someone who will validate their dreams. Even the fathers, they are failing to validate their dreams. As you see, Ubaba Msweli, Unjinji, Ubaba Msweli is an actual actor. Unjinji failing to validate the dream of a boy, and he's putting so much of pressure on a boy about finding a job and all that, in a way that the boy can't even prove himself that I've got something in me. I'm a writer, I'm a poet. Please, my father, help me to see this through. So he had to fight the inner conflict of he doesn't have confidence, and at the same time he had to fight this conflict of standing up to his father and saying, I'm going to achieve my dream. You failed if you have ever had a dream. You failed in your dream. You chose to work as a construction worker or a security, but I'm going to fulfill my one. I'm going to be a poet. It doesn't matter what happened, but I'm going to do it. So this film is inspired by that. I grew up in Guamapumulo. I'm one of those boys. I've never had any role model around me and all those things, but I grew up and I had the dream. I wanted to be someone. I wanted to do something. So this film comes from that background of inspiring someone, and it is inspired by that one person who's out there and who have never had that chance to achieve his own dream. So that's a background of the story, or that's an inspiration behind the story. I invited Nathan, the director of the film, one because the craft you see, he was the one who was able to bring whatever that we had on paper, then now in a visual format. You know, so I invited him maybe to tell us as well about the production process of it, how it was, the experience and all that. We'll continue and also and talk about even the restrictions that we have, the budget issues that we have, and any other challenges that we face at that time. But I just want to give him a chance also just to take us through the production of this project.
Hi, can everyone hear me? So thanks, Lindo. It's been quite a long journey for us to get to this point. I still remember when Lindo came to me with this concept and he was like, I really want this, I have this dream, I really want to make it happen, please help me. And yeah, we put our heads together and we started going through this. And as you can see, Lindo is very passionate about the world of the story that the film comes from. And so it became very important for us from right from the beginning, like let's go on a tour of the place where you want to set the story, and let's meet the types of people that you want to tell the story about. So it became a thing of us spending days going to certain areas that you were speaking about, Lindo was speaking about, and like, this is where I want to set the film. These are the people I want who to feature in it. So it was a process of us really discussing that and discovering who these people were, and Lindo was very adamant about the world of the story coming across correctly, from even down to the language that the people are using in the story. We always had to keep a check on the actors. That they're not trying to put their own dialogue in there, that can sound too much like people from the city, where you're trying to make it sound like this guy's actually a cattle herder, and give him the language that he speaks would speak like that. And it came even down to the music that we use. We're speaking about making connections and that type of thing. I mean, when we had the film together and we start talking about, okay, what are all the elements that are missing, and we're chatting to Lindo and like, what, something I really love in this movie is Madala Gunene to make the music. And we laughed about it. We laughed it off and like, okay, cool. And then Lindo was like, what, but what if we tried? So we tried, and we got a meeting with him. We managed to get a meeting with him, spoke to him about how much we loved his work, and asked him if he would be willing to make the music, and he gracefully agreed. Made the music for our film. Yeah, and I think things just kind of came together. Even the casting of that boy, we were so lucky. The guy who plays Mpumelelo, he was, I don't know, it's his first time ever on screen, his first time never even done like, not even on social media, I don't think you'll find him. But he walked in from school one day and his aunt grabbed him and said, I read about this thing on Facebook, there's some audition. Let me put a cell phone on you, like just read these lines. And the guy did it. And I couldn't tell whether he was acting or whether he was just being himself, but I knew that was the guy that we were looking for. So we called him in. He was from, do you remember where he was from? He was from Eshowe. Yeah, he was from Eshowe. Brought him all the way here. Yeah, and yeah, it's come together, I think, in so many different ways. It's been quite a journey.
I think as well, just to add on that about Letu, it was interesting to find someone from Eshowe, someone who's got that connection with what we wanted to tell. So it was very interesting, and also it was exciting to be able to work with the legendary Madala Gunene. That's a big guy. That's a guy you cannot just wake up and say, hey, buddy, can we do this? But by grace, by favor, by God's favor, we're able to get that guy, to bring him in and say, hey, can you help us with the music? And I remember when we had a meeting in his home and we asked him, hey, how much are you going to charge us? He said, you guys, I can charge you a fortune, so let's forget about money because you won't afford me, because you won't afford me. He said, okay, man, then what we can do? He said, don't worry, I'll do it. It's fine. I'll do it. You can give me whatever that you are able. With that, I just want to also just to touch base on the budget issue. So the film we had budgeted about 400,000 to be able to do that short film. So I spoke to the guys from the film commission, like, hey guys, we need 400,000. And then they were like, no, we've got a budget of 250,000 for your project. Like, oh, okay, all right. They said, I remember when we had a meeting with Zanda, with Jackie, and they asked, Lindo, you sure you're going to continue with this 250? I said, yeah, it's fine, I'll do it. And I told Nathan and the guys, said, hey guys, the film commission, they want to give us 250. I said, no way, man, we're not doing it. I was like, no, we're gonna do it. It's like, no, man, no, it won't gonna work. I said, no, it's gonna work. Let's just not eat if we don't have to eat. But we're gonna do this. We have to do this. You know, so we went ahead, and I had to pull in the Untitled Entertainment team, the company, to come in and produce the film with the Lindewold, and then they brought something financially, so we were able to put that together and able to do that. But it wasn't easy, but we were able to do it because of the heart. We had a heart for it. We wanted to do it. We were looking forward to make it happen. So that's why it happened, you know. Just to touch on some of other challenges we had, we shot the film at a time where South Africans were gonna bomb the stores and you know, during the looting. So during the shoot, while we were still shooting, very busy with our shooting, and then suddenly the guys are calling, we can't make it out our township. The roads are blocked. We don't know what to do, you know, and then we're busy there. You remember we had already set up everything. The scene was set up. We're ready to shoot, and the guys are giving us call. And everybody, like some others, they are not showing up. And we're like, where is so-and-so? Like, no, we are blocked. We can't go out of our townships, you know. So those are challenges we had to face. And actually, we had to stop shooting for about 2 days, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 days.
No, it was long. It was maybe a week, I think.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, it was about a week, and we're working on a budget. We hired the equipment, we hired cameras, we had a lot of stuff, and we are paying people. And the aim is to pay people maybe for a week, like 5 days, and then now you have to wait for another week, and you are not able to shoot and doing anything. So that was one of the biggest things that happened as a challenge in our project. But gracefully, the guys were very understanding, because we didn't cause any situation. Everybody was facing the same thing, so we were able to shoot. You know, we were able to finish up the project. I'll just ask Nathan just to touch base on a distribution part of it, because we have collaborated on that one as well. I've just pulled their company in as well to work with me on that journey as we distribute the project.
Yeah, so as he explained, his company, Lindewold, approached our company to produce the film. I mentioned my business partner, John Tlongwane. We work together, we produce films. So when he came on, this is just a single short film, and obviously something very hard to sell as a single short film. But what we decided to do is we've got, you can say, like a catalog of short films that we had produced, some that I directed myself and some that we had just produced. And we decided, let's build a catalog of short films that we can try and sell. We can make up enough content for 2 feature films, you know, if we put together enough short films. And that can be, you know, in the age of content where people are looking for the length of things, people are looking for more series than they are for films or short films. So it became something like that, where, okay, let's package them together with other short films that we're making and try to sell it in that capacity, as opposed to just a single short film that you're trying to put out there.
Just to add also with the distribution part of it, I know it's, as other colleagues were talking here, that if you're doing film, it is business, and it is business, it is true. But I just want to say that this film, The Dream Writer, the biggest return on it is to be able to put a light on the company. And that is the biggest return. I'm not in a space of where I'm working my socks off trying to sell it or trying to get money out of it, but it's to put the company out there, it's to put the work out there, but it's to shout, you know, just for people to know that there is this new company, there is a Lindewold, there is this the producer and other guys that we're working with. So the biggest thing for now, is to put a light on our work, is to put a light on our on the company, is to put a light on the people who put the work, like even Letu, the guy who was new as an actor, to give that opportunity, that limelight as a new actor, to be known out there, that there is this young man that you can pull in and do some work with them. I'm just going to quickly close now, because I can see some the directors behind there like, hey, you know, so Zanda, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, before you close, I think if there's anyone in the audience with a question, we'll take questions. But just a comment, kudos to you guys for making the film. And so as the Film Commission, you know, in terms of developing and supporting emerging filmmakers, we actually understand that, you know, sometimes the distribution part of it, especially with short films, that they are a calling card, so you can then take them to film festivals, or they can be picked up by, you know, any distributor or broadcaster that is interested. But also just, you know, your dedication and your approach, you approaching, you know, Mr. Madala Gunene. And I mean, his music is very spiritual, and even the way he produces his music, if you listen to it, it comes from a spiritual place. Like it's, you know, it's music that comes like from deep within him. And you know, it's like really, really, you know, amazing music. And I mean, the film is really, really poetic. So I think I was curious about asking, like, who is the poet?
Actually, as Bongiwe Gumede, the lady, she's a poet, so I asked her to write poems for me. Those poems that are made for this film, you can't find them anywhere. They were made, they were created, they were, you know, for this film. You can't find them anywhere, you know, by Bongiwe Gumede.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So any questions from the audience before we close? I think I'm assuming there's no questions, because you guys have, like, basically, you know, told us a lot of things about the film and most of the information you've shared. Then thank you again, and we're hoping that we're going to see more of your work. And you know, we want to, in the next 5 years, to look at, you know, where you started and say, oh, we supported you, and this is where you are now.
Just quickly, Zenda, I just want to you and Jackie and all the team of Film Commission, just to say thank you. I'm really grateful, guys, for the work you do for all the filmmakers. We are grateful to have you guys here in KZN. Thank you so much for the work you do, and keep on doing it, because we are really benefiting and we are really growing out of it. So thank you so much. Thank you.
To reiterate that, thank you very much. The KZN Film Commission really is doing a lot around here. I'd recommend anybody to get involved if you're not already.
Please clap for them, please, please. Yeah, please, let's clap for them. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's the end of the session. Thanks.
The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs presents the first annual KZN Kwande Fest, Creative Economy, Innovation and Business Week 2022, a 3-day initiative themed expanding your craft beyond your art. There has never been a perfect time to be a creative economic warrior like now. Join our star-studded engaging, creative conversation and connections with key industry players, exhibitions, visual art gallery, safe counseling, recording studio, bookshop, fashion extravaganza, live performances, tech and innovation pod, and much, much more. Be a part of disruptive greatness from the 17th to the 19th of March at the Station Urban Event Space in the city of Durban. Register, follow and like us on all social media platforms, and catch all 3 days streaming on YouTube and Facebook. For more information on activities, KZN Kwande Fest, wealth through creativity. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic